Why is it just me? Where are you?
Okay,
Here we go. Good morning,
Hang on.
everybody. Or in your case, good evening, LJ. It's
Indeed.
Monday again, and we
Back
have
again.
plenty of stuff coming up this week. So it's high time that we start in a new week. Hope everybody is doing well. I see already quite a lot of people have joined us. Welcome, US Swing Trader. We have Alex, who's currently short in GU already, early morning trading, and looking for some longs here. That might not be the worst idea, in my opinion. We have Edras joining us. We have a good... Oh, no, that's me, sorry. And okay, you can see it's still early morning here in Germany. You know, I just had my first caffeine fix, had my breakfast. So I still need the engine to go. We have Lewis here with us as always as well. Good morning to you, Lewis. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing today, LJ?
Doing well. Good. Had a good relaxing weekend. Got a good sleep in. Probably one of the first weekends in months now where I've actually had a solid sort of just chill break.
Really, yeah?
I've had sporadic days in between. I've talked about this a number of times, but I've not had like a proper just calm period, which is good. So
yeah, I always try to do that really on my weekends. I'm not always successful with it, obviously, but really to focus on the family, have a bit of calm time, not look too much at financial data stuff and so on and so forth. But it's hard. It's hard, it's especially in times like this where, like, especially now again, the political landscape is changing like this with all the drone shenanigans we are seeing currently in Europe here. Whoever is sending those, we still don't know. We don't want to make accusations, obviously, on the stream. Also, we don't want to be too political here, of course. But yeah, it's times that are really weird, and even for me, something I've not experienced yet in my life, where kind of the word of war is spreading here around Europe, and even Germany, as somebody who's, when it comes to voicing an opinion on the level of the NATO, is always very conservative, doesn't actually want to, because of our history, obviously, bother anybody, is becoming very direct. I saw a meme the other day, which, I mean, in a cynical way, it's quite funny, where somebody like twittered, so Poland actually just said, we as Germany are allowed to send our troops to Poland. Am I not like, okay, if the background would be
great.
actually, that's quite funny,
Yeah.
But okay, that's not so much for us to concern here. We, of course, want to talk mainly about trading. We heard it already. We saw, who was it? Somebody, Alex, being short already in GU, looking for longs. Have you traded anything today already, LJ?
No, not today. I was looking at some bits this morning to go long from the open, but then I wasn't at home most of the day. I was out doing some other stuff, so I didn't want to leave stuff in the market during Asia, the following Monday, that kind of thing. So right now I am looking for, I figured, wait for this to top out and then look for some kind of reversal trade instead. So
I'm quite surprised, like, especially again in the US indices, that we see quite a strong, early session here in Asia and in Europe again. Seems like, we had our little dip again for 3 days, and now it's like up and away again, which is for me a little bit concerning, slowly speaking, because I have a hard time remembering when we had the last time a period like this. If we look here, for example, at the S&P 500, where we haven't seen a larger dip to the downside. And for me, a larger dip to the downside is something like maybe 10 or 15%. The large dips we saw here were in May, where we dropped by 4%. I think must have been around that also what we saw in late July, beginning of August. Yeah, that was 3.6%. So that's about it. It seems now really like every little dip to the downside in this weird economic environment that we have right now, more on that in a minute, is like used to get into risk on assets. Again, when I say risk on assets, with the exception as it seems a little bit like of Bitcoin, which is really lacking behind. So it's has a weird correlation, or doesn't have any correlation, as a matter of fact, or low correlation at the moment. And for me, it's a very weird environment because we see the interest rate. We had the first interest rates coming in. We're probably going to see the next one already in October now. I think I saw something like 89%, expecting another 25 basis points. And normally you would think like, okay, this is because we see like an economic environment, which is not so good, which could be the truth, if you at a very shallow surface look at the job market, the US job market. And then we have numbers like last week with the GDP coming in, where I was like, where was that coming from? And then it's so detached from what we see on the side of consumer confidence. So it's really, for me, it's like, I don't know what to make out of the situation at the moment. It's really unlike anything I've seen currently. So I'm very conservative, really, when it comes to positioning myself in risk on assets at the moment. What I still would do is the game, once we drop down to the 8 weeks moving average here, that is in the S&P 500. Let's maybe change to the NASDAQ, because that's my preferred index to trade something like this. So every time we drop down to the 8 weeks moving average, for sure that would be a swing long for me, as long, as the parabolic trend to the upside that we're seeing right now still persists. But it's hard for me, to say like I'm going to put my money on a table and buy a stock like Nvidia at like $180 or $175 right now. I know I'm still crying that I sold at 110, 108, or what was that? But like it feels a bit like, oh my God, I'm so afraid that I get in on the top at the moment. If I would do an investment like this, and when you have this turnaround of 2 or 3 years until those stocks return. Then again, of course, interest rates are getting lower, even more liquidity flood in the market. Ironically, we have in government shutdown again impending in the USA as well, although that doesn't really affect the stock markets very much usually. But
Not these days.
what are you making out of times like this? Are you like concentrating really on scalping, or?
So I've over the weekend I've been trying to put together a sort of further updated framework to all of this and trying to think it through, because we have seen some of these sort of disconnects and dislocations a little bit. And I was going, okay, at the same time though, there's a lot of pieces still running the train perfectly sort of on the tracks, per se, with what you would have expected. So, okay, where's the dislocation? So I've got a few bits and pieces in the background going on that I'll try collate all together. I've got a final couple pinpoints to sort of lock down. But just a direct point would be the example of the dislocation from like M2 with like Bitcoin and crypto as an example. And that's very heavily sort of very on track and then gone off track.
Yeah.
And so I've been trying to find out where that dislocation is, and the sort of looking at bits and pieces with like the TGA, so the Treasury General Account, and how much money has gone back into there. So that's technically taking money, liquidity out of the market, and running a few backwards and forwards pieces with that. That seems to make up the difference of what we're seeing here, and hence why crypto's come into that lull period, as an example. Yet at the same time, I think people are front running the rates, seeing that we're going to as far as stocks and the rest, and forward financial conditions, and that's still keeping up measure with that side of the book. The employment one is very interesting as well, because we are weakening, but I think we will actually level out and potentially become stronger after now with the bits I'm putting together. So I'll probably need another day or so to get that fully fleshed out, but I will definitely throw that by you once I do.
Yeah, please.
I think you'll find it interesting. Yeah.
Please do that. I mean, we're getting some more data this week as well, as we are approaching early October, starting tomorrow. Interesting, even for me nowadays, honestly speaking, more interesting than the NFP are the JOLTS job openings. I have a feeling this is more of a statistic to trust after all the shenanigans we've seen in the past months with the non-farm payrolls. nonetheless, of course, something the markets will look at. And the forecast here is already quite weak. 39K, that is, in my opinion, that shows like a shrinking labor force or a shrinking the job openings, in my opinion. So because the baseline for me is always around 100,000, which should be like the natural growth in job opening from month to month. So I wouldn't be surprised that we see a positive surprise on the non-farm payrolls. But I think tomorrow after 4 p.m. CET, when the job openings come out, we are going to be a little bit smarter in which direction to head there. And sometimes it feels kind of like we have like this one event that we want to focus on. For example, last time the interest rate decision, of course, the GDP release last week, which was very, very positive. And then the market kind of waits like in anticipation, what is the next number coming out? Everybody's expecting like the number is going to be totally different from the expectation. And in this environment, I'm also not surprised to see really gold doing what it's doing right now, going maybe into this last cycle of really going parabolic before returning to a more normal behavior again. Everything is going to come down to the state. I said since the beginning of the year, November is where everything is going to change for a while into the other direction, in my opinion.
Interesting. Okay. All right. I think we'll get towards 4K, just a touch below by end of year.
Yeah.
Then I think we'll have
like $180.
Yeah. That's
it's a move for 3 days, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Akram sent me a clip back from ages ago, ABL, that we were talking about. I don't know, what was this, like April, late March or something? Looking for that 4K mark, starting to come into favor around now. I think we'll get that. I think there'll be a bit of a pause. I think we could, if we don't immediately, come off, which that might be a New Year thing periodically. I also wouldn't be surprised seeing gold at like 4,300, 4,400 next year either at all.
Of course, everything is possible. The trend persists as long as it persists, and as long as we have this insecurity on the markets. I think people are going to flock in gold, especially when they are selling the US dollar. That drives. But it seems like that every move we are seeing here gets like a little bit more parabolic, and it almost looks like Bitcoin by now. What we usually see in those bull markets when Bitcoin really starts going parabolic. Seems like we are seeing that more in gold actually this time than in Bitcoin. And for me, I don't know when. I'm going to ride the hype train, of course, as long as it's possible. I'm not stupid and say like it's going down now, like being one of those stupid crash prophets, that gets things right once every 10 years and then is all over the media. I've seen Michael Burry, for example, popping up the last days again. Once again, predicting the mother of all crashes. Maybe he has become also best buds with Arthur Dent by now, who has also done this since 2005, I think, and was once right, and this is how he became famous then. Yeah. And but I think for us as traders or even as swing traders, important, when you see a chart like this, you don't really want to look for short opportunities. This is if you catch one and you're right, of course, it's going to be very profitable probably, but you can make your life more easy by looking at long opportunities. And for me, gold, I will not touch it as a swing long again until we are back to the 8 weeks moving average, which currently is at 3,528. I mean, it's so detached now. It's like we are trading up here, like around 820. We are trading 8% above 8 weeks moving average in the largest asset of the world. That is so crazy.
Yeah, well, it's that. I remember earlier in the year, we had talked about how it was mainly from central banks, governments, that kind of thing, driving up gold as the primary push. Now we've seen that flip to the speculator side, really driving that on.
And that's. I mean, I don't have data on retail investors, honestly speaking, there. But normally, once you see the retail investors also flocking into an asset and just FOMOing in like crazy. That is the last cycle. Is it now? Is it going to be in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months? I don't know. Honestly speaking, I don't care. For me, a clear indication would be break of structure here. And until that happens, and by break of structure, I mean that we would need to form a new lower low. I mean, where is that? We probably need to go below 3,000 almost for that.
Well, we'll get some kind of pause point here, and I think around that sort of coming back to 3,600 or something would be nice to see as a bit of a gradual, just lull off. But then the thing is, me thinking about, as I'm repiecing everything together, going into next year, for instance, would I rather put my money on gold at 4,300, 4,400, even 4,600, or at 3K from the 3,600 point, right? And when I think about it that way, I'm like, I think I got to say 4,300 to 4,600.
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah, definitely.
So,
I mean, of course, that's a kind of, when you're new to this game, it feels kind of counterintuitive, because you would say, yeah, but, if I buy it at 3,000, it's cheaper. But, like I just said, if we really would see prices of 3,000 the upcoming month, that is a major break of structure. Then it's a total level. And what feels cheap then, maybe with 3,000, might not feel cheap anymore another 10 months down the road, if we should go down to something like 2,000. And precisely. I mean, I have to say, I'm not really by far not the best analyst when it comes to gold. Jonathan always likes to tease me. Dirk, you always said when we were trading at 2K, I always will short gold at 2K. And really, I got my nose bloody with that, obviously. But I think that's me, that I've been biased against gold for a very long time, because I started trading on a very professional level after the financial crisis, 2008, where everybody was screaming gold, 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 and then it was kind of a lost decade for it. So my mind is always, guys, it's great that it's going up, but you still have a lot of catching up to do for the past 15 years, really.
Yeah, I think we're in a little bit of a different time now. And I think the fact that people have sort of really started to put all these pieces together after those, changes after the GFC, how central banks work these days, all their various tools and methods they have, and where that ends up, I think people are cotton onto it very, very well now, and sort of just going, all right, we'll play that game, and sort of front running it and just knowing how it works. And everyone's like, okay, you're happy, we're happy, all right, good. That's fine.
Yeah,
that seems to be kind of what is going on. So,
and on the other hand, we all know it's not healthy. It's cannot be maintained for eternity. A game like this, especially with a rising debt to GDP ratios, we see almost anywhere in the world. Let's be honest. And but then again, it's the same argument I heard from pessimists back in the year 2000. It's really
it can still go another 15, 20 years, easily.
Right? And the people arguing against that always, including myself, said, yeah, but as long as there's so much liquidity coming into the market, which is even far, far above what we saw 25 years ago, and that was a lot already, historically speaking, and the liquidity has to go anyway. So in order to really see a major crisis where everything crumbles, we would need to see a scenario like that everybody loses trust in the US dollar, for example. And I mean, in a sense, that's happening a little bit, for sure, that institutional investors are looking for more alternatives. But I mean,
I think more from a trade
even Trump cannot totally destroy the trust in the US dollar, as it seems.
Yeah, I think it's more from a trade standpoint that they realize that we're now in that next part of the cycle where the dollar does have to come down. So I don't think it's actually losing faith. I mean, again, that's one of those things I feel like I've heard for the past, since I started trading. China's going to come in and take over, then
the BRIC currency,
this person, that person, Russia and China and India are going to get together, then just the dollar's just going to die just because, it's all just these, I don't know, things that don't really make any functional sense.
We've heard the same in Europe. Since the inception of the euro, we've heard people in Germany.
That's another good one. Yeah,
Yeah.
the euro is going to disband, and people are going
Yeah.
to leave the euro, and then
Exactly. Yeah.
no.
Yeah. And I always was like sitting there and thinking like that's like the worst thing that could happen to Germany, at least back then. Like Germany being a super export nation, you don't want like a super strong currency. And if the D-Mark, like the German currency before the euro, would still be there, it would probably be as strong as the Swiss franc. And
Definitely.
so you don't want this, especially with Germany already struggling when it comes to exports anyway. And yeah. I want to quickly have a look here at some stuff. I mean, look at this.
How are you doing,
NASDAQ.
Butler?
Hey, how's it, man? NASDAQ. That's still a long from Friday, which I obviously didn't take because I didn't want to go with a long position over the weekend. Kind of surprised that we see positive moves, honestly speaking, this morning. Euro dollar. That was before I was awake. For gold, I'm actually waiting for a long signal there right now from my systems. So preferably, I would like to see something like going back to 3.8, and then a nice long signal forming there. That would be a trade I'm willing to take at the moment. I have to say. Other than that, Bitcoin also currently long, which was a very good entry with a long breath. So went long here at 109,600. So that one was playing out nice. Although you always, when you trade Bitcoin perpetual futures, you always have those funding fees racking up, especially if you're long. So per Bitcoin, be prepared that you lose very quickly something like 0.1, 0.2%. Because the exchanges, they are always trying to get your money in very creative ways from you. And they just recently changed the funding rates from you having to pay or getting those every 8 hours to now 4 hours. So it's basically a swap. You usually pay, at least if you're long Bitcoin, every 4 hours. You want to be a little bit careful there. Some of the not so good exchanges also have crazy funding fees. They charge you something like 4% a day.
Ridiculous.
That is crazy. So you want to opt there, of course, for a good exchange. Yeah. Other than that, really, I'm a little bit at the sidelines at the moment, waiting for some stuff. I have also an unusual low option exposure at the moment in general, which is mainly due to the general volatility being so low. Where do I have my wicks? Here it is. So still a very low environment as well when it comes to stock, but we're also seeing the kind of same low and lowish environment, I have to say, with most of the major currencies out there. So you want to be a little, at least when you're selling options, when you're writing options, that is an environment you want to be extremely careful. Could potentially build a strategy that could be attractive, for example, on euro dollar, that you buy something like a straddle. So you buy a put and call with the same expiry and the same strikes. So you're basically betting on that eventually you'll see a volatile move. You just don't know, is it going to be to the upside or downside? If I have to make a guess, I would more prefer the upside here. I don't really see still, at least for swing trading, for longer term positioning, a reason to buy the US dollar, honestly speaking. That might be the case if you're expecting like extreme risk off moves, of course, that we could see euro dollar testing 115 or even something like 114 again. But yeah, as long as the US indices, or in general, most of the indices around the world are doing what they're doing, going from all-time high to all-time high, I don't see any reason to buy the US dollar. Am I missing something here? Do you have another opinion about this, LJ? Or?
Sort of mixed. I think there will be a time to buy the US dollar. I think for now we continue selling. Overall, I think within the next sort of period, next couple of weeks, there could actually be reason to buy the US dollar. The reason being that third rate cut for December, I don't know if they really will punch that. I feel like they'll be more likely to hold that off. That said, I would say it's still very much on the cards, but I think we're seeing a number, like the payroll this week is going to be very important for that. right? Because I think next month, this month now, we're almost at October anyway. We'll definitely get the rate cut. It's whether we get the December cut, which, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I think they've got lots of cuts lined up next year, ready to go. I don't know if they'll want to hammer it out right now, just seeing as we have had a number of the employment portions come back in, being a bit more reasonable, not so scary. We're seeing other pickups in various places. This is why I was kind of coming to reframe everything, because I'm seeing a number of mismatched moving parts and then trying to reverse that with where the Fed is. So I feel like I'll assimilate it all in one sort of digestible, easy piece for everyone, for chat, so people can follow along and not go all over the place. But I think for now, I would probably want to buy the US dollar near term.
Oh, okay. I mean, I get what you mean, but for me, that would also indicate really that we see the scenario that we see the NASDAQ and the S&P coming a bit lower. Then I mean, if you expect them to come lower, of course, I get that you want to buy the US dollar. But as long as that doesn't happen, I don't know, I mean, of course, always depends on the time frame. If you're talking about, I want to do that for the next couple of hours or even minutes or something like this, whatever, of course, but if I look like at the next let's say like 4 to 6 weeks, maybe, if we talk about more like a swing trading kind of setup, if you would like put a pistol on my chest now and say like, Dick, you have to tell me, are you going long or short the US dollar, I would probably go short. So I would probably buy euro dollar, for example. And because I don't see, why this trend should really break now. I could be totally wrong. I was before. Remember back with US dollar yen. But I think it's a risky trade.
It's all a timing thing. This is where it's hard because there's so many moving parts. So I think coming up to the next Fed cut, right? I think buying the dollar is reasonable.
That would be kind of like the that you would buy the fact and sell the rumor before.
Yeah, and I think coming into the next cut, like, what are they going to be more dovish than last time or something? Like I just don't see it. I see it sort of becoming more asymmetrically stacked the other way. You get a few good data points between now and then, even if they come out basically flat, kind of non-event at the next meeting, then we will have moved in a certain direction. And then you get the reversal, and chances are they will say, hey, we've probably got, we've done the 2 cuts. We're going to very much wait and see. They may still do a December one. They might not. They're not going to entirely shut the door, but they might say the data that we've seen come out since has actually been pretty okay. Yeah. So we might kind of like chill out a bit. So since it's that net hawkish aspect, then following that, we see how the data is. And from that point, going in towards the end of the year, I would expect dollar selling. So it's just about this next very short period, and then where would you want to buy the dollar? And again, like you said, on what time frame? So I think this next period, just leading up to that, might be a slight net USD buys overall for me.
It can be, but like you said, for me, it's really the timing issue. It's a bit. I was once again surprised because remember last week Monday we said kind of it was the week before the interest rate decision. I don't know if you were on the live stream. We said, this interest rate decision is probably going to be one of those buy the rumor, sell the fact kind of things, and it was for like 3 days, and
that's perfect,
I was surprised once again that I thought like, oh, that is really surprising how fast the market buys up those lows again. You go down by 3-4% and that's it, and then it's just all the way to the north again. Yeah, I'm looking here.
Yeah, I think that was after we had some of the sort of corrections, and people sort of read into the statement and what Powell said after, and kind of connected the dots a bit better. I think then once you got that framework, that was exactly the correct choice. I'd also say that these days, very much that tends to be the market these days. Like it's very much more snappy. Same with stocks, right?
Yeah.
Any kind of downdraft or chaos or kind of tantrum is very short lived, and we correct much
Absolutely,
quicker.
absolutely, and that in this kind of unstable environment politically, especially in the USA, not only talking about Trump here, but again government shutdown. But I mean, again, we've been getting used to having that like 2 times a year by now. And interesting, of course, supposedly it's because the Democrats are blocking everything, whereas the Republicans have like the majority everywhere in the Senate. What you said about M2 is kind of interesting always as well, because there is obviously a large correlation not only between Bitcoin and M2, but also between stocks. And M2 has been trending lower a little bit. So with a lag, that could also mean that we see the S&P 500 or the US stocks going a little bit lower. We're talking probably about 200 points or something here in the S&P 500. But that, again, of course, if that plays out the way it usually plays out, you can see very often there's kind of a lag between what is going on there. And be careful here to not mistake correlation for causation. So S&P is not going down because M2 is going down. They're going down because of the same reason, whatever that reason is in the background. This is what is so hard to analyze when it comes to trading, investing, obviously. But it could be an indication for that. And in that scenario, I think you would nail a trade, like you just said, to buy the US dollar, at least for a little while, not hold on to it for the next 5 years, but maybe like for a week, 2-3 weeks or something like this, or 4 weeks.
Yeah, no, very short term, right? This is where we're talking about the sort of more executable, tradable plays of the next period. Today, this week, going up to the Fed, and then looking out for what to do after or where to exit, say, if you are running swing trades or something like that. Just like the whole year, it's been a very buy the buy, take it week to week, and then reconvene every like 3-week chunk in these kind of periods, right? And then see if it's still valid or if we've moved somewhere else. So I think it's going to be that all the way into the end of the year. Probably getting closer to December once the whole Fed thing is out of the way. I think it will be more chill because then it's pretty much Christmas, Jan. We know what the sort of general play is going to be. That will be the only pause period. I think after that, obviously we come back into things. There's going to be the turmoil of Jerome Powell leaving, other bits and pieces going, right? And we're just back into full swing of Trump chaos.
That could, of course, be like a chaos to be upside. If Trump puts the people within the Fed, that are basically, executing what he wants, like he has done with other people in the U.S. government. I mean, even worse, since the Fed is, of course, supposed to be independent from the U.S. government. But if we see a scenario like, that he pressures them, put the interest rates to 0% or something like that, then we could see like, a boom like there hasn't been in a while, just to everything crumble then because you don't have any ammunition left within the Fed's toolkit anymore when things really go down the drain. This is kind of my worst case scenario, I have to say, honestly speaking, because I also think you can say about Jerome Powell what you want, but I think he has been doing quite a good job because he has been the first chairman of a Fed, that counts probably for the whole committee, that had to deal with a high inflation environment since the 1990s.
I think he's been great.
Yeah. I think he has done a really good job there. And I kind of feel sad seeing him go, really, because I have a feeling everything can go very quickly off the rails. That's why I have been slowly scaling out of stocks. This year since January. I was far too early starting that for sure, but because it's like all my models right now, not only my models, also if I look at my experience, what did we have situations like this in the past since I've been active since 1998, basically, and I cannot remember. I cannot ever remember being so divided, maybe 2008 for sure, at least for a short term, because there was really the risk that the whole banking system is going to collapse. Luckily for us, it didn't, or maybe it would have been good, who knows. But I I really don't know what to make out of the scenario. In the first quarter of 2025, I was talking about stagflation because we had a negative GDP. We had an inflation rate that was higher than the GDP. Back then, I said, normally stagflation, is very persistent, very hard to get out of this again. And now we have like 2.7% inflation and 3.5% GDP growth. So it's like,
and I think we're going to keep getting more of that, of inflation actually being only a touch higher, but pretty moderate, because we've got like the kind of there's that sort of two-speed economy going on. Some portions are slightly later cycle, some portions are slightly earlier cycle, and the inflation differences are offsetting each other. I think we will get that growth, just like the Fed was projecting forward. And I think this is exactly why the NASDAQ stocks, everything are still running hot, and I think they will continue right the way till end of 26 and up till 27.
Yeah, but also we have to take this with a grain of salt, because what is running, or what has been running, are all those tech stocks. It's kind of like the new economy stocks that have been running. If you look at something like Target, for example, like the classic consumer-facing stocks, they are really going nowhere. So it's a very one-sided rally,
Yeah, that is what confirms. I would be almost somewhat worried if that wasn't the case, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, because that would be an indication,
right?
that something is off, that the growth is not there anymore in the sectors that we want to see the growth, because we have the future. I agree with you, but I know that has been bugging a lot of more conservative stock investors out there.
And plenty of hedge fund managers, all that. That's why they're still and have been chronically undervalued in tech, because they're still looking at things like PE ratios and stuff, which I think are just outdated way of looking.
Something I heard in the year 2000 as well about internet stocks.
Yeah, that's what I think they're all scarred from, though, right? They keep thinking it's the same thing. I think we're in a different situation now after post GFC.
I agree with
that liquidity, right?
We talked about, I think, last week as well. No,
yeah.
Of course,
the targets and stuff go up with GDP.
Exactly.
The tech stocks go up with debasement of currency.
Yeah.
And so they pull apart from each other. But that's kind of just how it's functioning, and I think that's actually correct. But the question is whether other people are really cottoned onto it. I think there's a portion of the market that has now, and I think there are a lot of people that are very reluctant to really bite into that, especially when you look at the valuations or prices for certain things, you do go like, oh, that's pricey. This is a big decision. Same with gold, right? But at the same time, you sit there and go, okay, gold 3K next year, or gold 4,300, and then you start going, damn it, what do I do, right? And then that's where they're struggling to pull the trigger, because the answer is clearly yes, just pull it. But
I mean, this is also the reason why we see market behavior like this, that when things go up, they tend to over-exaggerate to the upside as well as to the downside. It's because of all this FOMO and fear.
and then people get in too late. And
we see that in tech stocks. We, of course, especially always see that in Bitcoin. I have said that many times. If Jonathan would be here, he probably would also tell that story again when we were streaming and Bitcoin was at 16K. And we said, this is a good time to buy. We got all those comments. No, it's going to 9. It's going to 10. I'm going to buy at 10. And it's normal. I mean, in a sense, I get it. In a sense, it makes you also very afraid, especially if you're in the beginning stages of those investments. It's ironically is if you look at somebody who has, like, let's say $1 million and invest in something, those people are less afraid than the person who has saved from their salary, let's say 5 or 10,000, knows how hard it is to save up this amount of money, every month, how disciplined you have to be, because you have to not use it for consumption, which obviously is very easy, especially nowadays. And that person is going to be more afraid to lose 10K or 5K of a 10K than the person who has $1 million and losing 500K of those $1 million. And so that's probably also why they say, the first $1 million is the hardest. After that, it becomes more easy, not because you are richer and you have more compounding effects, obviously, but also because your mindset changes a bit.
Yeah, and you've got time to wait. You don't have to take those lifestyle chips off the table. You can, okay, it does dip. Okay, whatever. I'll just sit on it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Right?
And you
It's
tend to have a cash
sure.
quota anyway, which you have for situations like this that you can deploy to add to your position.
Yeah, exactly. Anything you're looking at today in particular?
Well, like I said, I would like to see a dip in gold down to about 3,800. That's a potential zone where I would look for a long position. And so that's my major concern. NASDAQ, which is like on a daily level, the second asset I like to day trade, has been running already. My system is in a long position since, where did it enter here? Around 24,000, let's say 430 or 440.
Yeah, that was last week when we were talking.
That was last week when we were talking.
Yeah, it was.
That was a pretty nice trade in my opinion. But I have to wait for a flip there. Would I trade the short position there? Short term, maybe yes. But it all depends. As always, Monday morning, I have a tendency to be a little bit more careful. Of course, it's possible that we see nice moves to the in risk on directions again during the Asian session already on a Monday morning, which is not that often. But that's the same I've been saying also for the past week now. I feel kind of like it because we are seeing those moves there. But my preferred positions really going for this week would be to look for more long entries into US stocks, look for long entries into gold. For euro dollar, I'm not biased, honestly speaking, on more of a day trading time frame. I would take both trades, although it's an asset I'm not trading that much. Be careful, obviously, when you are scalping the markets. Today, luckily, nothing coming out. So later this afternoon, we could actually see some real price action again. Tomorrow, a different story. We have inflation rate coming from many of the members of the Eurozone. We have earlier in Australia inflation rate. Chinese data maybe not concerning us so much for the assets we are trading here on the stream. Job opening for me is, as always, the indication because that is going to help me form my opinion on what is going to happen on Friday with the non-farm payrolls. Every beginning of a month, I tell myself I need to do a correlation analysis. So, like, really, is my gut feeling that what happens in the job openings, is it a surprise or is it a negative surprise, is true for the NFPs. But I always forget that I want to do this analysis. So maybe if I find some time during this week, I can finally do that among
definitely.
the 10 other projects and I'm always working on.
Typical.
Do you have any favorable trades you're looking into?
I might jump into some in a sec. I'm just going to grab some water. My throat's a bit dry today, so I'll be back in half a sec. And then,
wow, you're building up the expectation here, man. So when LJ is back, he's going to tell us about some nice trades he has lined up for today. I earlier put this on the stream from Poole. Powell's only mistake is that he said inflation was just transitory. You're absolutely right about that. I can very well remember that was back in 2021. So once we saw those corona effects taking a toll on inflation, that he said that. Of course, he was wrong on this, but what I like about is, he didn't stick to his opinion. He was like, we all as traders should be. He said like, okay, we were taking things too easy there. We underestimated the effects, the supply chain shenanigans, the supply chain problems we saw there on the producer side would have on inflation. But we are still going to account for our mistake and take this into account going forward with our interest rate strategy. This is really one of the reasons why I like him so much, because normally in jobs like this that are exposed to the outside, you usually see the opposite, that especially politicians, which Paul, of course, is not, would say something like, oh, I never said that. And Trump is the worst example that if you show them a recording, but you said it there, he would say something like, yeah, but it's fake news. What are you guys trading at the moment? Share some stuff. We have somebody being short on US dollar yen. Let's have a quick look at US dollar yen, what we're seeing there. Okay, nice one. Nice one. That's definitely going into the same direction if you're short there. I think somebody, Alex, earlier said he was looking for longs, which I definitely agree on. So that would be a scenario, at least short time, where I potentially would think about buying the US dollar. If we see some price action down here around 107, 147.50 maybe, with a stop loss below the bull market support band. So that would give us a position. No, here I have to position like this. Yeah, difficult. Oh, still a risk-reward ratio of 1.45. We should go a little bit lower, maybe exit here. 1.38 if you want to exit the long position. Then before we testing those local highs we had from Friday and Thursday again. Yeah, but why not? Stop loss somewhere around the area of 143.10. Take profit at 149.70, 60.70, somewhere around that area. Yeah, I could very well see that playing out. Not the best risk reward ratio, of course, for a swing trade, but also not the worst I've seen. But for that, then again, we would need to see a little bit more price action. So still a drop of around, 90 pips in dollar yen for me for that to become an interesting trade. We have Martin I being very brave and selling gold. Being a contrarian trader. Yeah, you want to be careful with having those short positions on gold. I know I sometimes do it as well, but if I look back at, let's say, the last 100 trades, the long trades in gold obviously outperform the short trades in gold by far. So you want to have really your stop loss in place. I don't risk more like 0.2 or 0.5 or even 1% on that trade. Kiwi yen. Yeah, Kiwi yen is kind of like a position or a pair I do not look at, because I always think like, why do I need to have to trade Kiwi yen when I also can trade Aussie yen? So that would be the better pair for me to trade the yen. But if you see a long trade there, of course, why not? Sometimes they detach, obviously, as well. And what did you get out? I just got out now. Yeah, like I said, if you see something, you say, well, this is really, I'm basing my opinion there on really facts that I'm seeing. Obviously, that's a trade you can do as well. Martin I saying stop loss is 821 in gold. So good. Yeah, as long as you have that stop loss in place, you're always on the safe side. Don't add to a losing position, I want to say with that. Welcome back.
Thank you. Much better.
Much better. Much less.
Got some water. Yeah, it's getting hot here in Australia already.
Yeah,
any of you guys here in Brisbane in particular?
I've been turning on my heater this morning in the office.
God, I was wearing a warmer jacket before, so I put on this is more comfy, cooler flannel. So
okay, you want to walk us through what you?
Yeah, I'm long water USD, just like Henry said.
You're not. You are flat now since you had your water already. No, you hedged your position.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just sold. I just cashed out. Yeah.
By the way, guys, please remember, leave us a like, subscribe to the channel, leave us a comment. Especially that that always helps. The chat, the stream to attract more users out there. And you know how it is, us streamers, we basically live off likes and subscribers and and people commenting. Shall we switch over to your chart?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Then I'm also going to take the opportunity quickly and get a new coffee.
That's all right. Go for it. Alrighty. $22 now. Yeah, max was 31 earlier. Dude, it was warm. It was real warm in the sun. God. So I started going for runs. again, and not the best idea today. Terrible time to start. I should have started cardio in the winter, but oh well. So today, guys, you guys that were talking about gold, right now, to be honest, I see gold coming higher. So this was sort of the piece we were marking out last week. I think when I was on with Anastasia, we were looking for some kind of, base through here where we just came up on that day. I think that was Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah, this would have been Thursday because that was Friday through here. So either to base right there and just run right through, or we come down, have another go at these the lows from the prior day, then start to run up from there. Since then, we've come right through, broken these heads. I would say we've got more height. This was the sort of cluster box that I mapped out from last week that I'd start to consider shorts. Right now, I'd say very dangerous. Like if you're looking at short from here, obviously you got the round number 38.20. Gold definitely likes to play around with those round figures at various points, especially once we're up in this kind of air pocket where it's just open. It's new ground, new territory. But right now, the momentum is very much in the favor to the upside. So I'd say we get some higher run to 38.60 or so before you see this momentum drop, especially coming in, right on a Monday, breaking those highs. We've now come into London and we haven't pulled back at all. So I would just be very cautious if you're trying to sell this at this stage right now. 14 degrees, low of 9, wet. Oh. I mean, I could appreciate some rain right now, to be honest. Like, cool things down. God. I live in Australia. I love Queensland. I love Brisbane. But I don't like the summer at all. It's a bit too much for me. So, what's the plan for euro dollar today? We can have a look at euro dollar. So, coming in from Friday, I was looking for longs for us to basically correct some of the big downdraft that we had right down here. What did we hit? It was 116.45 roughly at the lows there. So we have made that drive back higher, and again just come back into the previous liquidity, the resistance zone up here, prior support, now turn resistance. From here, I'd be looking to lean on that level and basically look for some kind of move back lower, possibly to the 200. See how we play there. If we make any of these kind of shallow dips and don't really get that kind of strength, you could see a further drive higher. But right now, like I was saying with Dirk, I'm personally leaning a bit more on that dollar strength right now, rather than seeing the euro drive higher just yet at this point. Towards later on this year, probably after this month, I would expect to see euro come back into those 118s and possibly take another run towards 119, then 120. But right now, leading up to the Fed and ahead of payroll, I'm not quite so sure, to be honest. So let's go out to 1 hour. Because yeah, on larger sort of time frame, I would be preferably looking for some kind of move down into this lower band, having another look at the deeper 116s before having full confidence that we're actually making a steadied move back up towards the 118 to 119 type zone. Right now, I can't see any logical reason to pile into that at all. So I would be leaning personally on the sell side for euro dollar today, this week, and possibly into next week as well. Obviously, wait for the payroll number itself on Friday to see where we land. But everything leading up to payroll right now is showing me that a bit of US dollar strength is probably on the cards. So, oh, that's not the weather. That's just you right now. Nice one, Butler. Had quite the thunderstorm this morning. Thought I'd have to switch all the electronics off, but all good now. Mate, love a good thunderstorm. It's the best. thunderstorm, nice like hot chocolate, something else, little cheese board or something to snack on with the rain and the thunder. Nothing better. So outside of that, also looking at shorts on Aussie dollar. Again, we've hit that basically retrace point through here, right? So if I just put the little box on here, a bit easier for you guys to see, a bit straighter, of course. We basically, again, run into that topside liquidity there, prior support, now turn resistance, and looking for a turn lower. Seeing same kind of deal on the pound. The pound is probably the exception to the lot as far as the majors right now. The pound obviously got hammered last week pretty heavily. And so it tends to move, it's moving very much outside of those expected ranges. So both when it retraces, it's overshooting. When it comes off, it's getting squashed. So you may see, due to that, like a bit of overshoot in the pound before coming off. But overall, same deal. I don't see any reason to be buying the pound right now, personally. And yeah, a bit of a tropical cyclone. Dude, it's been windy as absolutely chaos. All the chairs around, I don't know if it's just especially here, being like near the river and stuff, and you get that extra, blowback off the river of wind. But yeah, it's kicking around all the tables and chairs and everything in the back balcony. So I keep hearing them like smash the window at night or something, and I'm like, what was that? Wakes me up.
You guys having tropical storms or what?
No, we're just talking about general weather stuff. It has been getting hotter here, and then it's been real windy.
Okay.
Lately.
How humid is this, by the way, where you live? And during the summer, of course. I mean,
during the summer, it's quite bad. Yeah, not just yet. We don't get the humidity just yet, but that's what particularly makes the summers here really bad, because it might be 31, 32 degrees or something, but then the humidity is like 80% or whatever, and it's just chronic.
Yeah,
but then it just won't rain for ages, and it's just stuck like that. Yeah,
that's what like I lived in Singapore for a couple of years and I absolutely loved it. It's my favorite city in the whole world and my favorite place to live. Also, mega expensive, obviously, but the one thing that always killed me was the humidity. You go out, it's like 31 degree, 98% humidity. I walk 2 steps as somebody who's a bit chubby also, and then it's like, it's just, okay, I need to go back and shower again. Only January was always nice. You had like 25, 26, and especially a little bit lower humidity. But what a drag, really. At least here in Berlin, it's just like in the summer, 36 and dry, and which is also brutal because nobody in Germany has air cons. But
yeah, it's nice in sort of that bridge between winter to summer, where we are now, kind of autumn,
like 22, then, 24.
Like, we don't really have like an autumn. It's like weird. It's almost like we have 8 seasons, right? And I believe the Aborigines here had basically like a calendar of like 8 cycles as well.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It doesn't fit sort of traditional models quite, but right now we're in that kind of a lull period, but it's quickly getting very warm, very quickly, and a bit quicker than I would have liked. So it's not always the best indication for the summer coming up. Because like you're saying, you get those hot periods, very humid, then eventually rises up to 36, 37, 38, 39 degrees. It's still just as humid. You get like a 41, 42. Then all of a sudden you get a 33 day and you're like, oh, thank God.
So refreshing.
Thank God, right? And then you get a massive rainstorm and it just, crashes down. So,
you
are 87% right now.
You're absolutely right, by the way. Of course, I'm just insulated against the harsh winters here in Northern Europe.
There you go.
Man. So what is moving really? It's like kind of a bit, we had the move this morning in the earlier session, and now we are once again, as so often on Mondays, stuck a little bit in between them. At least to me, it feels like that.
Yeah. And just with Henry saying 87%, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Oh, that's quite high already, man.
That is quite high then. I didn't think it was that high right now. I thought it was pretty right, but maybe that's why I'm so warm. Might be it.
But at least you have an aircon at home, no?
Yes, indeed. That'd be terrible without. Absolutely terrible. Would actually die in here.
Yeah.
Would get heat stroke. So, yeah, no, I think we've had a number of those days lately where it's been the move has kind of been through Asia, and then London has tended to be rather quiet, and then New York kind of jumps around for a bit, and then sort of dying off quickly as well.
Which is funny because I think the market structure, if I look at the last maybe 10, 11 years, has changed there a little bit. I remember back then when I was sitting in Singapore and we had like stuff to do in the early Asian session. And I would like to, I needed to get like quotes, for example, for a hedge on a gold option position for, let's say, a couple of $1 million. And I really had difficulties finding banks that were willing to give me a quote for that. And now it seems like it's totally different. Like the liquidity is there already, and assets actually move during the Asian session. But then it was always like, why do I get in the office so early? I should get in during European session because there's like just nothing to do.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if in right now, I guess still the European summer type period,
Maybe,
hangover. We're not fully out of that. It's always each year as well. It seems to either end. It's sort of gotten longer, right? Starting slightly earlier and dragging on when we're meant to be sort of people coming back to work, sort of drags on a bit. So
nobody wants to work anymore.
Yeah. It's probably in part that definitely. And I suppose if you've seen those moves this morning, though, and you have come to your desk, in London, and you've got NFP, some of the other bits and pieces coming out through the week, are you going to sort of throw something out there right now, or sort of you might go, okay, it's Monday, I'll wait and see a bit. So,
or maybe it's also like during the Asian session already a bit like hedging going on, position closing from what we saw on Friday.
Yeah, we're just ahead of end of month as well. Yeah. So, I mean, you can see right here, like
30th already.
Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting. The ATM volatility. So
yeah, they've dropped way off.
Yeah.
They've almost they're 60%, 55%. Some of them since the Fed.
That is really for me why I don't want to write more options at the moment. It's just not worth it. If you sell something like, let's say like a 117.50 euro dollar call with an expiry 2 or 3 months in the future, and you get like, if like let's say the amount is like 100K or million K, and you get something like $200-300 for it, it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah.
I rather, have it then invested in something like a US Treasury, which kind of has the same effect then, like a
exactly. Yeah, there's not. I mean, look at the OTC index as well, volume index. Like okay, nothing happening there, right?
Nothing. It's
way below. Everything's way below at the minute. So, yeah, probably be one of those days.
Is that your own tool just now, or is that Ready you're using?
No, this is from Saxo Bank.
Yeah, Saxo. I'm actually trading a lot of my options with Saxo Bank. I think their UI to do that is also very good.
Yeah, definitely.
But my options I actually get from Bloomberg, but that's probably why I never looked at the Saxo Bank one.
Yeah. They used to have another tool with a bunch of in-depth stuff and just drop downs for like smiles and everything. But then they closed off access. I don't think it was meant to be. I think it was part of the premium products for like actually part of the bank. But somehow there was an open channel to it, which I found some place on the dark web. Yeah, and it got scrapped. So sadly, that was very useful. But yeah, they figured out it was up there for years though, like a good 5 years or something. And then one day they just changed it and said access denied. I think they figured it out. Yeah. So
they do like once a year. I don't know if they still are doing this, but back when they did this, like those crazy forecasts for the next year, always in September, where they said, "Here's like a list of the top 10 very things that are probably not going to happen, but if they happen, they are going to have huge effects on the markets," which was almost a fun read.
Yeah, I think Macquarie Bank used to do that as well. They often do a piece here with the Melbourne Cup, which is coming up. It's always terrible, to be honest. They always have their quant finance team like trying to price everything. It's always completely wrong, but it's a good laugh either way. Yeah, so I'm quite surprised, to be honest, just how off they are, which is interesting. But hey, go figure. So
yeah, but then again, look at the people who are the consultants to our politicians and make like forecasts about stuff like GDP or in general economic growth. And if you compare the forecast from the beginning of a year to where the forecast really was, it's like, okay, I could have as well, thrown a dart onto the wall and see to what number it sticks. And
yeah. I think this is probably one of the few trades I'm going to be taking today, and possibly on the euro. I might look at getting short here as well.
So Aussie dollar short just now, that was?
Yeah, Aussie dollar short and a euro short. Obviously, both sort of correlated, but they have been moving a little bit differently. Of recent, I think I'll just run with something like that at spot. We don't have heaps of activity. I'll have to check NASDAQ in a moment as well, but it'd be good if I was actually logged in on my MetaTrader.
Martin, by the way, your short's coming along nicely now on gold. 3809, 3808. Just now, nice. Good trade.
What do I want to risk on this? That's a question.
On NQ or what?
No, the Aussie and Euro trades.
All in. Always.
Yeah, all in. Yeah. Because I mean, I've just been sitting on my hands so far today to look for something, I don't know, a bit more fruitful or whatnot. But
yeah, but sometimes if you go home at night, then it kind of was like, okay, that was the right decision to just sit on your hands today. But of course, especially probably a lot of you guys out there can relate to that are rather new to the game of trading. The longer you have a period where you don't take trades, the more you get like agitated, saying, "Oh my god, I'm missing out on something. I have to do something now." And I think that's a thing that's quite difficult to master. Are you looking for a short on the resistance and Cuba?
I'm investigating it. Put it that way.
But a bit above the pivot point there already, no? Also.
Yeah. That is for today. Yeah, it is. Okay. 24,500. I mean, that's way off. I don't think we get anywhere near there, but unless Trump comes out and pulls something, I could see. something through this area, possibly. There's no earnings or anything.
There's nothing today. Oh, you mean stock-wise?
Yeah. Because that's the only other thing I need.
Season is coming up soon, no? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. A lot of companies. I don't know. Let's see it. The important ones. But all the tech ones are coming end of October, no? Or like endish October.
Yeah, I can't see anything significant.
Like who's the first one? Apple coming in 24 days. Google 29, Microsoft 29, Nvidia in 51 days. MicroStrategy.
Thoughts on the new iPhone as far as Apple?
I'm absolute Apple hater. I don't have any Apple products. My wife always.
No?
I'm an Android guy. So I have a Google Pixel, and I get, of course, from a design standpoint, that people like Apple. I think the argument that the camera is so much better is not really true anymore nowadays. That was the case maybe 8 or 9 years ago. The one thing I do not like, especially when it comes to desktop products of Apple, like if you buy a MacBook or something like this, you cannot replace anything. If something breaks, then it's just, go and buy another one for $3,000. And it's like I'm not willing to do that. And I mean, I get also, if you look at it from an IT security standpoint, on a personal level at least, a lot of that stuff is better from Apple. But then again, I see like this year, the iPhone 17, what is really new about that, really? And I've been feeling like that for a couple of years now already. It's nothing new. Why do I need to put every year down, what is it, like $2,000 now almost, or $3,000 for a new phone? I don't get it.
I think all the other phone makers are kind of the same though, like Samsung.
They are, because they are all based on
Xiaomi,
Android.
whatever. They're all the same, right? Yeah. And any of the upgrade cycles, it's all the same thing.
Exactly. Apple's are for eating, not for computing. Nice one.
Yeah. I think I think most people have, I think the kind of every single cycle thing sort of stopped about the 12, because that's sort of where they really leveled out, and the 12 was was quite good. It was exceptionally more powerful than the previous ones, and before that every cycle was a big
my wife and I, we have this ritual. Like every 2 years I would like give her a new iPhone for her birthday, and I think the last one she has now is 13. And because since then she said, it's nothing really new. Mine is perfect still. No need to waste so much money on a new phone, rather spend it on something else. And, I'm kind of happy that she feels that way.
Yeah, I agree. I'm basically the same. I've still got like 14, right? 14 Pro, whatever. I'm thinking about upgrading it now though, because like the battery is like dying. Not the actual battery, both the battery itself, but I think there's a problem with the charging port.
Okay.
For no reason.
Okay, mechanical problem then.
Yeah, it said the other day it had liquid in it and wasn't charging, even though no liquid is
getting so humid
near
now.
Hey.
It's because it's getting so humid now in Australia.
Yeah, it's the humidity. Yeah.
But since you are using Apple and you have like an so-called older model, if you want to call that already, is it like true what they say that the iOS updates make the older models on purpose slower? Like from your own feeling, is that what you experience, or is that just, you know, one of those urban legends?
Not really. Only when they're like really old, right? If you have like a 10 or 11 or something now, which you're that many generations old, it's like, okay, fair enough. And more so just the processing demands of everything else has moved on. It's almost like having a computer from 6 years ago now.
Yeah.
Right?
I
Just
mean, I get
before
that,
pre-COVID,
of course, you know,
right?
like,
Which it's more, you know, it's going to get throttled anyway, just because everything else is demanding more regardless, right? Then they do, I guess, ratchet down the overclocking per se, if you want to think of it in that way, to, you know, save on battery life, I guess, right? But I haven't really noticed any difference. Like I've tried to, when I had to use a separate phone, like this is really old, right? This is like a 8 plus or something. I don't know. That's definitely slow, but I mean, this thing is like, you know, potatoes compared to any of the new phones. So I would expect it to be slow regardless, just because of common sense, right?
absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard.
That's also the reason, like in my case at least, why I buy a new desktop PC like every 3 or 4 years. You know, because then it's like the graphic cards are outdated, and I mean, not that I gamble a lot nowadays anymore, but if I do, I would like it to be like fluent for me, especially for machine learning applications. There's so much going on when it comes to the tensors and the chip architecture there. So that's definitely something. But when it comes to my phone, yeah, I agree with you, man. You know, what am I having here? Like, I think it's a Google Pixel 7. So that must also be like 4 years, 5 years old, maybe. I'm not completely sure. And it's working perfectly. It's just sometimes stopping working because, you know, I'm clumsy and I accidentally throw it down. And that is the only reasons normally my phones sooner or later need to be exchanged.
Yeah. So I've pretty much done it in, obviously, 5, 6, 7, got the next ones.
Yeah.
After that, then I got the 10. Then it was the 12. Then I got a 14. And then after that. So it's kind of every 2-ish, whatever, cycles. But yeah. And it's more so because I use it for things like business stuff and trading, and got to do other things at the same time. So I actually do want that processing speed and power and that kind of stuff. So I think it's more just the same way, like we're talking about computers. Say COVID time, 32 gig RAM used to be pretty solid.
Yeah.
Now 32 gig RAM, you're kind of feeling it. You really need 64 as like the baseline, right? So I think it's just that natural.
Especially if you have like, no matter what browser, I personally use Firefox. If you have like a couple of tabs open and you look at your task manager, it's like, how come there's like 80% of my RAM used up already for running my internet browser?
Yeah, it's all that background stuff now. So yeah, just kind of how it's going.
We have here a comment from Harsh Patel. Guten Morgen. Yeah, good morning to you as well. Dirk and LJ, I just have shorted gold. My stomach is not comfortable with it. Mine also wouldn't be. What's your thoughts? Like I said just now, we have like people in the audience that are also currently short in gold who are doing well. For me, it's kind of, I'm looking at 3,800 where I would consider a long if my system gives me a long there. In general, I'm also not so comfortable with gold shorts. However, I think it's okay. You know, it's valid. As always, it depends on the time frame you are trading on. I assume maybe you're on a short time frame right now as well, with a shorter perspective. Just keep your stop where it is. You know, I think really the important lesson, no matter if you're short or long, always is have your max loss predefined before you go into the trade, and then you just let fate happen, basically. Because don't start also, closing your trades or opening your trades on a gut feeling, especially closing your trades. That never will lead to something good. We are, as human beings, most of us at least, I know one exception to this rule, by the way, we are notoriously bad when it comes to trading based on what we feel is going to happen. I said I know one exemption from this example, which is a gentleman who only trades from his gut feeling, is very successful with that, and he cannot explain it to me how he does it. It's like all intuitive. And I said, you better don't try to explain it, because I'm afraid when you try to explain it, you're going to lose your edge because you're trying to rationalize it. But that's the only example. And bear in mind, I've worked for forex brokers also as a head of sales in the past, so I've seen really thousands of retail traders, and I've never seen one being successful while trading on gut feelings.
Yeah, I was going to say about gold just before that. Yeah, would you start to consider looking for longs? Because that's something I was thinking about as we come through here. So,
but I also wouldn't necessarily say like, okay, I'm going to put my limit order at 3.8 now. I usually, since I use a momentum-based system here, I wouldn't like to see it being deflected by, let's say, for example, 3,800 and probably go up to 3,900 to really say, okay, now we have an upside momentum again. Now I'm going long there, maybe with a stop loss at, I don't know, 3,798 or something like this.
Forget it.
Sorry. I really quickly want to comment on this. My gut feeling is always wrong, so I should build a strategy that hedges my gut feeling. It's
always a classic thing, isn't it?
It's a classic thing. Right? Yeah. It's actually not possible, but I once read about a guy who is like members of a lot of those trading groups out there, that give you like trading signals. And he says, my strategy is I automated this and I always do the opposite of what they say, and I'm earning money with that. I mean, you gotta be so brave to do something like this as well. But it's like I harvest of the gut feeling of the wrong gut feeling of other people.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Because I would say gold, like coming into where we are now, even like this is starting to get pretty interesting through here.
Oh, there's a pivot also there. I didn't know that.
Because I'm certainly looking more up into this bracket before momentum fully stalls out. Right? God, that is bright.
Whoa! What is that?
The sun coming up.
The nuclear bomb.
Gee whiz.
My life sucks. Please kill me. Oh God. Please. I had a bad week as a trader. I feel like I need to be punished. This could be me on Friday sometimes, really.
Oh God. I completely lost what I was thinking about now.
We're talking about the bracket of gold, the green box you were drawing there.
Yeah, I did get flashbang. Yeah, that's exactly it. God. Stunned, flashbanged, and then noob tubed.
You might be looking for the SWAT
SWAT
team in front of your door now.
Yeah. So go through here. I think I would be looking for some kind of basing through here, and for us to keep going up. I think if we ran much lower, then I would invalidate the move, and we come back to that lower area. So I think this is probably actually the decent point to lean on from a structuring and management position as well. And I'd definitely say you prefer longs rather than shorts here.
Do you also use the option expiry data on gold?
Not on gold so much. Just particularly because of how heavily it's traded with futures.
Yeah.
Right. And so I find it's a bit more distorted, or not distorted, but it's just not as useful, I guess.
I also have a feeling also on gold, the actual, what is going on the spot market in terms of actual producers and people, manufacturers who need to buy gold has a greater impact than on the typical things we see in traditional FX a lot.
Yeah, precisely. and then they're going to have very different like motives and outlooks. And as far as like a share of participants are going to make up far more than in like other markets altogether. So I'm just trying to fill something out here. That's why I'm getting blinded, getting flash blanked.
Ultra kill.
Yeah. I think that's correct. So nothing really on the cards as far as trades for you today, though, Dirk.
No, that's really it. I'm sure,
other than the gold trade, right?
I'm sure, if we see some more volatility going into the New York session later, things will play out. Other than that, really, it's like the asset really I keep finding my trades more is really Bitcoin right now. Although that one also has been a little bit difficult, but this is where it's working out great at the moment. And of course, I still haven't automized the strategy for gold and NASDAQ as well, which is the project that will follow after I installed the scaling infrastructure for my Bitcoin bot now to make that one available to other people as well, which is I thought like, I will be able to do that in 4 weeks. I said that 3 months ago, and I'm still trying to get into Kubernetes there right now, but. But I try nowadays to focus on one thing, finish that, and then do the next thing, because otherwise my ADHS brain is going to end up trying to do 5 things at the same time, which is fun often, but it's often not very effective.
Yeah,
at least when it comes to development.
That is fair. Well, given that, then, if you're trading a bit of BTC right now, what are you thinking after the sort of downdraft that we had? Because we had there was a fair chunk wiped out. Hey, I feel like I'm not concerned in general, but it was just interesting to sort of see it come out of.
But that's always the thing we see in BTC, especially. You have the moves only stop once you have leverage positions wiped out. I mean, that's kind of true for any market out there, but especially in BTC. And we saw that once again, when we went below 110, there were a lot of stops there. We had huge liquidation cascades on our exchanges, and then it's kind of started consolidating. What is a little bit concerning is that we detached so much from what we see on the stock markets. We really have a severe underperformance in Bitcoin. And for me, somebody expecting the top somewhere end of October to end of November, I think like, okay, there's not that much time left anymore that we see something like 150K or 200K. So, pardon. Also, if that is prolonged maybe until January, I'm becoming more concerned at the moment that maybe the alpha decay we've seen over the years in Bitcoin is actually stronger than I anticipated. Meaning we're not going to see those crazy moves to the upside, those 10x moves from the last low we saw anymore, but it's more becoming a more stable asset, which in a sense is good. I mean, this is, if you follow the Bitcoin is digital gold narrative, at least, this is what Bitcoin is supposed to be. Kind of like a more fungible asset than gold for sure, because nobody's is going to keep you from sending it wherever you want. But also not the asset anymore, that offers you like something like I invest 10K now and 4 years down the road, it's 100K. Still going forward, one of my favorite assets. Is it something I would like throw all of my money in right now? No. Actually, I only have a little bit of Bitcoin left at the moment. Like going 1 year into the future, probably we are going to see something like a bear market low again. Then I would invest into it again. If we don't see it like this, if it continues to go sideways or even slightly up in 2026, then we have broken that cycle of 3 years bull market, 1 year bear market. Then we've broken out of this. So that's going to be quite interesting going forward.
Yeah, this goes into part of what I was thinking about because from what I seem to have picked up after 2021, so the past number of years after the GFC and with all the QE stuff and where we had interest rates at zero, we kind of put ourselves on this like 4-year rotating liquidity cycle.
Yeah.
When it's sort of gone back to 2021, they seem to have extended that out to about 5.5 years, and then I'm starting to wonder if that's where we're getting that dislocation, like for Bitcoin as well. So it's still there. You just have to sort of like stretch out that time piece. So instead of that sort of towards the end of this year, I think we could be somewhere about 130s, potentially 120 to 130, but nowhere near the 150 plus up towards your 200. Right? I think that's towards the end of next year type situation. Further as the NASDAQ, everything keeps running on. And yeah, this is where I was trying to piece all this together because I think everything still seems to be there. It's just on a different timeline. And I was going, okay, hang on, and then it's starting to pull more bits, and I'm trying to
It's kind of like the same stuff I thought during the last cycle when everybody, including myself, was expecting we're going to see 100K, and then we topped out with this double top at 69K. And that was still like with 3 months left until the end of the year, and everybody's rooting like, oh, we're still going to see 100K. We didn't. And I kind of feel like that the normal cycle, at least for yet, is going to continue. And this goes into what, at the moment at least, still is my go-to theory, that somewhere in November, maybe it's going to be January, I don't know, it's hard to pinpoint things like this, we are also going to see a top in the US stock markets, and then maybe a year where things are more difficult, maybe volatile sideways, maybe even a little bit going down, 1 to 1.5 years. And this might not be
more back and forth, definitely. Yeah.
More back and forth because of a liquidity issue, and this also, of course, taken into account that we don't have other black swan events like some new weird disease coming or aliens stealing all of our money or whatever,
Aliens, yeah.
Yeah, isn't there like this weird asteroid approaching us at the moment where like some people think, oh, that's an alien mothership.
How do we invest in the asteroid?
Yeah, exactly. Do you want to invest in an asteroid? I mean, if you harvest so much gold from an asteroid, it's not going to be worth anything anymore. But so, and that's the thing. As long as I don't see strong indications against that, and you've named a couple of strong indications, by the way, during this stream, I tend to go with, what is the most likely narrative. And for me, still the most likely narrative is this prolonged sideways move, maybe down move. I don't know yet. For one,
aliens,
yes, not with the aliens.
Is this the narrative? Aliens is the most
likely. It's a black swan narrative, no?
I'm joking.
Black swans you cannot predict, of course. I wonder if there's like what's the name of this betting site where you can bet on all kinds of weird.
Yeah, Kalshi and whatever.
I don't remember. I bet there's a bet on that where you have like very good like odds on. If you invest $10, you'll get like back 1,000 or something like this.
One of them is Kalshi. The other one is
crypto bets. Or there's something with cryptocurrency.
I forget. Yeah, they all use crypto, but there's the other.
Probably the Black Swan event would be aliens come, and then they give us something like they have on Star Trek with this food replicator that everybody can have at home. When suddenly, nobody needs to work anymore.
Then Ozempic through the roof. Like, everyone's just printing food.
Yeah, that's the guy with a weird hair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Aliens. Aliens.
There was also this crazy German. I'm not going to call him a scientist now, but he would look like at a historic text and pictures, and the conclusion would always be aliens. And if somebody would point out, no, it's not about aliens. This is actually very well documented what this was about. No, that's wrong. Conspiracy. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. back to what you were saying with Bitcoin, though, before I completely derailed you. Sorry. I think like the summary, like I think very similar. So it's like this that period through there, right from March all the way till October, and everyone's like, when 100K,
Yeah,
and then just kind of dead.
yeah.
This
And
was quite an extended period, right?
that was unique already during before the halving that we had a new all-time high there. No? Back there, I was also a little bit euphoric, thinking like, okay, could that mean that we get actually an overextension of the cycle also to the upside? But it could also mean that we were pre-running already it a bit, and maybe what we saw now was already the all-time high, meaning like what was that, like 120 something, no? 22, 23, I don't even remember.
Because it is tough. I think it is back to that liquidity thing. Once I sort of finish putting all that together, we can cross compare that and see. But I feel very much it's going to be something like that, where we get this very extended, delayed, sort of just going nowhere period. Everyone kind of loses hope, and then just like that, then bang, hockey stick, right? I feel like that's very much sort of where we are, because that was a full year that we're standing there, right? And
but that's
you cross compare this period, like we're actually doing pretty all right at the minute. We still have legs higher, so yeah.
I mean, you can also see the alpha decay really if you look at a long-term chart. It's kind of interesting. So the logarithmic regression I always like to use here on the long-term Bitcoin chart, you can really see now how the ups and downs get slower. And maybe this has been the one where we actually stop breaking out of a green channel, which usually marks the end of a so-called bull phase. So the FOMO run, where your grandma comes and asks you how to buy this Bitcoin, and maybe that's not happening anymore. Maybe we are going in the future to trade somewhere around this green line, which still means we have a nice upwards trajectory, but it's going to be more like something like this, which still is not boring. I mean, we are still talking about probably double-digit returns on average every year, higher than what you see in the NASDAQ, or not in the NASDAQ necessarily, but in the S&P 500. But all those altcoin people out there are probably going to call me a boomer when I say like, hey, these are actually good returns, because they are not 10x returns anymore.
Yeah.
In Elon Musk, Donald Trump Fartcoin or something like this.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so see where you have the that period separator going to. Extend that out to like 2027.
Do you mean the green lines, for example, there?
Like the like the blue with the arrow going through.
Oh, right? That one here, 2027.
I take it you've got them so basically lined out
January 2027 here.
Yeah. Now, if that is the new, because we've changed the liquidity cycles, and you have now to that period.
Yeah, could be.
Now this is looking healthy. Now it looks like we're right. We're doing good.
But
right?
That's the thing, is that, of course, bears the question also, what is the driver of Bitcoin going up? Is it really just, general risk on moves? Is it quantitative easing, or in general liquidity in the market? Or do the halving somehow play a role as well? Because they make Bitcoin, at least in theory, of course, more valuable. If you suddenly have only half of the coins basically coming onto the markets that you had just a day ago, if the demand stays the same, of course, you see a price appreciation to the upside then. But that's something, as long as Bitcoin has been there, scientists have been discussing about. Does the halving really have an effect? I think it has.
I think it mattered more before. I think now when you're getting so small, a lot of people kind of go like, oh, is it worth my effort? You got to put a whole full operation together. Yeah. And then a lot of those people operating have gone to other projects or doing other things.
And bear in mind also, we are very high in total market cap already. You know, it's easier to go from 10 million to 100 million in market cap than it is from where we are now over 1 trillion to 10 trillion. Because that would mean already that we get into not the vicinity, but a little bit closer to the largest asset in the world, at least when it comes to fungible assets, which is gold. And so, yeah, maybe that time is over. Nonetheless, you know, if my theory becomes correct and we really see a bear market next year and we see prices going down to something like 70 or 60,000, I'm going to be the one collecting the coins again.
Yeah, definitely.
If you panic sell, I'm going to be there and pick up your coins, guys.
Yeah, I think once I put it all together, so like the Treasury General account is like increased another like 500 billion odd. They pulled in from sort of not long ago, like just a couple months ago.
So they're basically taking liquidity out of the market, or what?
Yeah. So and then hence that was where crypto ended up just sort of flatlining here with Bitcoin when we were getting those healthy numbers around that 110 and then just sort of stalled out and died. And you run that back to the prior increase of the TGA, exact same deal. And then once that they opened that up again, bang, Bitcoin took the next leg, as did NASDAQ, stocks, everything. So I think there's a large portion to it there. So I think if you run it on that timeline, you get the rates coming down, you get Trump doing what he's going to do, the Fed has reworked things, now they can add some of that back if things start to get a little bit of a wobble, everything rides off to the sunset. And there is definitely, I agree, I think we're going to rise to the next fall, not fall to the next fall, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So whatever crash, recession, stumbling block, whatever, it's not, I don't think it's going to be out of, employment coming off, inflation going up and some, deterioration in financial, the financial environment. I think it'll be more of the heating up, bubbling up, too much liquidity, too much speed, and then sort of crashing that way. So, yeah. Because I can't see any reason for the other side as far as a recession or anything else like that coming through. So,
yeah, I mean, at least when it comes to employment, I can see, of course, one danger which is AI. If we progress somewhat at the speed we are seeing right now, I think it's just a matter of time until a large portion of the workforce is going to be replaced by AI. Or I'm not talking about general AI, but just, an AI that can do things like you can do at the same quality, maybe a little bit lower quality, but at a much cheaper price. I see that in my everyday life now. So I'm coding a lot myself, but every now and then I need outside help because I reach things like Kubernetes, for example, which I'm working with right now, that I don't have any experience in. So I normally would go and hire a freelancer to help me with that. I'm not doing that right anymore. I'm using Claude Code for that. It takes a little bit longer. A lot of the stuff is wrong, but once I've done the cycle 2, 3, 4 times, I get a stable product at a much cheaper price, which has probably cost me something like $200 instead of spending 5 or 6 or 7,000 for it.
Yeah,
and I can see that in being a big problem for our workforce in the future. And not in the too distant future. I don't think 2026 already, but 27, 28, I think this is going to become a major problem because at the back of that, the savings are not going to be redistributed to what used to be the workforce. Most of us are going to stay being the rats in the street trying to pick up the breadcrumbs, whereas we have even more money being generated for the people that are already rich, or for the corporations that are already rich, for their shareholders, and so on and so forth. So that, for me, probably is going to be the challenge of the next maybe 5, maybe 10 years. And this is going to come very, very quickly, in my opinion. And yeah, I mean, if I compare just, the amount of time I'm saving myself nowadays with creating and running models, where I spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks coding a model where I didn't even know is this going to work or not, of course. And all of this work can be suddenly done within a week. So I have 3 weeks of doing
it's
other
insane.
stuff. Yeah,
And with you and maybe just one other person for touch points or something, or two other people that, like you were saying, you kind of reach out and at worst.
And it's not going to stop at stuff like this. We're talking about robots, taking over a job. You have your personal robot assistant who goes grocery shopping for you. There's a lot of stuff coming up. A lot of things also hyped and not going to be fulfilled, at timelines at least that were prophesized. I mean, we just need to have a look at autonomous driving, for example, which basically has been promised since 2005 and is still not really that good, but people want to rely totally on it at least. But it's definitely coming, and it's going to be potentially the greatest thing that's going to happen to us. It can be also the thing that puts us into kind of a cyberpunk dystopian future.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, get those electric cars out of here. I'll keep my V8, V10,
V12 truck, which smokes like crazy, takes like 1 million gallons per mile.
That's right. That's right. Everyone else can stop consuming oil, and that'll leave more fuel for me and everyone else. Nice. There you go.
We have Samir joining us. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. What about you?
Mate.
So
we're always good.
What you was discussing about? I was just, I came late maybe.
About how much gallons per mile this crazy car of LJ is consuming.
Oh my god. That's
good. We've been chopping and changing talking about a bunch of bits and pieces about markets in general, sort of some macro stuff, touching here and there on stocks, future financial conditions, all that kind of thing. Market today so far has been pretty quiet since Asia. So, we've literally gone nowhere. So we've just been, yapping on about some of these things. So like, for instance, Aussie dollar trade that I took just before, we're sitting here, we came off a touch. We're now just sitting right flat again, going nowhere. The Euro trade is a touch in profit. That's about it. I am still looking at the NASDAQ for something, potentially. I'm just considering whether I should wait a little bit closer to
I have the same analysis,
New York.
actually.
Yeah.
This level that you have, I have the same level.
Yeah. Back from those prior heads there.
Yeah, so, exactly.
Yeah. Apart from that, not seeing too much else. We were looking at gold. That run from
nice
there.
Swing around at your pivot point.
Yeah. So that was the only other trade we were sort of really marking out. Either that needs to crack through there. Preferred point we would want to go long and run this up to some of the highs there. I didn't end up taking that. I would have actually. We got onto other stuff. Clearly missed it now. It's a bit late. So
okay.
But that would have been something we're looking at. Obviously, if you run through there, then that's invalidated, and you'd be looking for shorts back to down here about that 37.90. So yeah, that's about where we're at. What about yourself, Samir? You said you were looking at the NAS.
Yeah, exactly. I have the same level actually on NAS that you have. I just want some kind of structure shift from here. So yeah, then only I can sell. Maybe on the 15 or maybe on the 5. On the 5 minute, if we break the recent low that this pair made. Oh, actually, it's on my screen. So
yeah, just shift it over for you.
Yeah. All right. If we break this low, then I think I will be interested in this. I want maybe this London low to be gone. Let's just do it like something like this. Then for the shorter time, this will be my target. And This is also the untapped area. Maybe we can see NAS come in here, and we have some confluence also. We have some support resistance level. So yeah, this is nice target area for NAS 100. It is also a good area actually. We have just swept the high, so I like this. So just want that structure shift, then I think I will be in the trade. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking very
Other than
similar.
that, I don't really.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, because everything's so
Yeah.
stagnant. Isn't it? So we'll
Gold
see what
also maybe
Rich
some
will
liquidity
bring in.
move. Yeah, as this is the London high, we never swept that. So yeah, we'll be waiting for this also. I can only take one trade actually, so I have to decide. NAS
fair,
100
fair.
is kind of, we just have to be patient right now. Have to wait for these setups to appear. Then only we can take action. And if I just enter blindly, then of course we all know it's not really a good thing. Out of a FOMO or anything like that.
Yeah. Are you thinking about it? Are you, Dirk? I can see you there.
Yeah,
Or
it
are you
was a
looking at
bit.
other stuff?
I was a bit late, no, when I was talking about the level of 3.8, which would be my preferred area to go long in gold. I don't want to go short, honestly speaking, guys. It's again the setup that we see Monday morning, early session in Asia. Things are moving higher already. Risk on moves in stocks. Gold up again. That's always an indication for me that this is going to be the direction once again for this week, with the exception, of course, when we see economic numbers coming out on a different level. But let me put it like this. If I would get like a momentum long signal now from gold, I would definitely trade it.
Yeah,
even if it's like a 20
Makes
or
sense.
something.
Yeah.
To trade at least that move to the high you were some year showing on your chart. It's not a long distance anymore to that, but if we overshoot that one, it's just going to continue. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, gold on a breakout.
Yeah, I
I'll
agree.
definitely be,
It's
as well.
And the
really
breakout trades have been beautiful in gold, at least the ones to the upside.
Yeah, exactly.
It's trending really hard.
Yeah,
like just
and it's becoming
every
more and
day
more
is this thing.
parabolic, don't you think? It's like the momentum is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Richard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
it
Richard,
it,
how
it,
are
it
you?
doesn't stop. It just keeps going. Hey,
Yeah, it's
keeps getting
similar to
stronger.
that war thing.
How we doing,
I
Rich?
think
How
it
we
is
doing, Will?
even more extended.
Oh, what's good?
Hey guys,
Man,
how are
becoming
you?
crowded
Yeah,
here.
how you doing, man? Dirk, what's good, man? LJ, what's up, dude?
Well, yeah.
Not too much, man. Pretty pretty quiet, like we were just saying before. So
Yeah, mate.
on those days.
Markets have been doing nothing for me today. Having said that, like I said to Richard today on stream this morning, like I've had 2 hours sleep between yesterday and today, so I went for a quick nap.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, how was it? How was it,
dude? It was really good. Yeah, it was really, really good. So much fun. But like this morning, I was speaking, and I'm pretty sure none of it was English. So like it was just I was just muffling complete gibberish. So I feel a bit better now. I got like an absolute monster coffee mug. So I got a pint of coffee. So I'm all good on the coffee side of things. Got a bit of water. I've just refilled my bottle of water up, so I'm feeling a bit more hydrated. My head's a little bit, less foggy. But no, dude, the event was super fun, man. It was super, super good. I met some of you guys from chat who came to the event, who actually managed to make it. That was super cool to meet you guys. So super grateful for meeting new people. Went out for some food. Took the missus out. Took her out for some lunch, some food the night before, and then went out for food with all the guys from the 5ers stream as well, which is pretty cool. So Victor, Rich was there. Sol, Mickey, went out with those guys as well. It was super, super cool. Shame you guys weren't there. I would have been super awesome to have like absolutely everybody there. But it was nice to put a face to the name, or it was nice to put a physical face to a digital face.
A physical body.
Yeah, there you go. It's nice to put a body to the face.
It's not just a disembodied face, like bust up.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
mate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, no, it was super cool, man. Yeah, really good. The event was cool, really busy. I think it's the first prop event he's done. Most of them are just trading in general. So that was awesome. The first interview was pretty cool. And then the second event in the afternoon was a lot bigger. So, you know, a lot more people came to that, which was fantastic. So, yeah, it was good, man.
Wicked. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, we'll have to get like everyone over at one point, like
Definitely.
the
Yeah,
whole team. You know,
Yeah,
that'd be
we
cool.
should do like a convention, you know, just about the streaming that we do here every week.
Yeah, mate, that's it.
That would be
Yeah,
insane.
I still say all of the participants in the 5ers stream, we geolocate everybody. We get the mean area. If it's in the middle of the Atlantic or the Indian Ocean, it doesn't matter. On a boat.
Dude,
On, like, an
I
oil rig
actually
somewhere?
proposed that idea. I proposed that idea
Anyway.
at the meal on Saturday night, and every single person at the table was like, "Yeah, 100%."
Yeah.
Like even Sol and Mickey were like, "Yeah, that would be sick." You know, so like there was such a good vibe from that. I was saying that me and you were discussing like some idea along those lines, and then we'll have to pitch it to Jordan. And everyone just everyone took the bite. You know, they loved it. So who knows, man? It could come.
There's a metal show on a ship called 50,000 tons of metal. We can do a trader's version of that. 50,000 tons of trading on a yacht.
I was actually thinking kind of the same. I've been talking to Jonathan about this for quite a long time now. There used to be a YouTube show about some guys who were playing like professional poker, like very long ago, I think like 15 years ago. And they locked themselves up in a villa for like a month. And the goal was like, oh, we need to win $1 million from poker.
No, that's sick.
And I'm like thinking, oh, how about, you know, doing like a house of trading where all of us are locked up like a week or 2 weeks or whatever in a trading, and we do like a live documentary, see, you know, who's going to be the best in those 1 or 2 weeks, you know, stuff like this. And preferably, of course, this house needs to be like on Bali or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be super cool. I'd be so keen for like a trader's house.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we all spend like a month in a trader's house in like Bali or Thailand or something like that.
Or something.
So again,
like a beach in Portugal.
Yeah,
like
mate, that'd be super cool.
That'd be wicked.
Super cool.
It's going to be Big Brother Trader Edition.
Yeah, mate.
The Bachelor Trading Edition.
Yeah, literally, like the bit of gossip going around as well. You can imagine, like, you know, a group of guys all in one house, and like, you know, stress levels are going to be who knows where with certain market conditions. That could be seriously interesting. Like, you could probably sell the rights.
I think
to,
so.
Like Netflix or something. Like that would be insane.
Then every Friday it's like, LJ, sorry, I don't have a rose for you today. You are out. Or Trump style, you are fired.
Yeah, mate, that'd be sick. Seeing some of the guys going through as well. RC, morning, William. It was great to see you off podium. That's super cool, man. I think I know who you are. I think I had a chat with you after the event, or after I actually spoke. So super cool to meet you as well, dude. If it is who I'm thinking it is, if not, then dude, I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Louis, hello, Will and Richard and Samir. Yeah, go away, LJ.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. All right.
That's
got the message. Sorry.
Oscar, my friend.
All right, guys. Then I'll call it a day, at least when it comes to streaming with the 5ers today. It was a pleasure again, although the markets didn't move so much. But let's see if we can get some more action this afternoon. And I personally going to see everybody again latest next Monday. Take care and goodbye. Bye.
See you later, bro. See you later, Dirk. See you, man. LJ.
Take care. Bye.
Peace. See you guys tomorrow. We got more activity tomorrow, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bright and early, ready to get going. So, ciao for now. Peace.
Ciao for now.
Cheers, LJ.
Buenos dias. Au revoir. Ciao.
Arrivederci.
What is it? Arrivederci. Why can I not say that?
It's because you're running on like 4 hours of sleep max.
No, like I probably I think I'm up to about 3 now. I think I did about 2 overnight, and I had about probably about 45 minutes in total nap. So yeah, dude, I was tired, man. It was. I do not want to be,
Yeah, sleep is really important, man.
mate. So me, 100%, man. Like I don't want to be in that situation too
It is
often.
the most important thing I have realized. I was running on no sleep for like 3-4 months.
Oh really?
And when I was resting a good amount of time, I think my body was really reacting in a positive manner.
Good
Can be
man.
training,
Yeah,
can be physical activity. It is really important.
definitely, mate. Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you.
Yeah,
It's tough. It's tough going. Your body needs that rest, and I can
yeah.
feel now like my eyes are heavy. It just my whole being just. Oh, hello. What's going on here?
We have a big
There's
Dirk.
some.
We have a big Dirk that's no longer here. Oh, there we go. That's better.
Woo.
Yeah, so dude, like my eyes right now, my neck sore, my eyes are sore, my whole body feels just a little bit weak.
Yeah,
So
even I'm running sick. So right now I'm also not at,
yeah,
good space in,
it's an awful
my
feeling,
head is
isn't it?
spinning.
Am
Yeah.
I the only
Yeah.
one that's actually quite well at the moment?
So
I feel
again,
like
bro.
I'm sandwiched between two sick and
Hang on, come
complaining.
here. You cough up, I'll cough down.
Oh, please don't. No.
Oh wow. Yeah, but no. How was how's the weekend, guys? Like, how was your downtime? Like, was it downtime, or like are you just one of those traders that just
I
have to be
was,
in the market?
for me, I was just sick. It was not really a good weekend for me. Else I would have, gone for a small vacation or whatever. But yeah, I was sick. Right now I'm a little bit better. But yeah,
Come on.
let's see.
Weekend is a weekend. I use a weekend exactly for that.
Okay,
It's a
good.
weekend.
Yeah, I
Feet
like
up,
that.
watching whatever TV show or like having a braai or having a beer, just feet up. Just
That sounds good, man.
I used to watch it like nonstop, you know, series and all. I was a series guy, but now I, kind of
it's been a while.
very less.
I used to be a series guy. I used to be a good series guy. I like a good binge watch
Yeah,
or something. I do like a good binge watch. Sometimes I like to just turn my brain off and just sit there numb looking at a TV. Just every now and then.
I think I kind
yeah,
of stopped watching movies and stuff like that. Like I don't know, must have been like 2 or 3 years ago, where it just nothing garnered my attention.
Mm.
And then every now and then you'll have a series of something that pops up, and it's just like, oh, this is very entertaining. I don't know, the first pilot episode or the first like few episodes of the season, and then you watch that season, and then after a while you just stop, and then
Yeah, mate. Yeah, literally that.
I don't
yeah.
know. It just
I just want to
nothing
recap.
garners my attention that much anymore. Film wise, I do watch some anime as well. Still, I do still love my anime and stuff like that, and then every now and then I do like watching a thriller series or something that's a little bit more on the psychological level, and then a comedy movie every
Yeah,
now and then. But I don't know. It's been very lackluster.
Dude,
So
I'm so into comedy. Like, I'm massive comedy guy. Like, I work so hard during the week, and like, even when I'm not working on trading in the weekend, or like on a weekend, I'm still bloody working. So, I like to laugh, man. Just give me a comedy. Like, I used to find a lot of sort of shows that I could just binge watch and laugh at. I don't watch a lot of TV, especially like me and Cece don't watch TV at all. Like we'll watch the odd movie every now and then, but we're not big TV people. She's a really hard working girl. So when we're not, working, we're just trying to chill, going out for a bit of us time. And I think that's good, man. You got to have that healthy balance, but every now and then it is good to just sit down and just watch the box, and that's just something I like to do. Just sit down and laugh at something. My life, especially with trading and entrepreneurship and like public speaking, it's stressful enough. Like I can't be dealing with any more stress in my life. So I just, sit down and watch a comedy or something that Cece's got me very hooked on is even more zombie movies, but she's got me into like these Korean zombie movies, and I swear to God, like they do it better than the Americans.
Train to Busan.
Okay,
Train to Busan. Busan.
I don't know. I've watched
Train to
that.
Busan.
I'll tell you what I did watch. I have watched a series recently. It's called All of Us Are Dead. That's a Korean comedy series. That's
I've
really
seen a
good,
recap
man.
actually.
Have you?
Yeah, Train to Busan is a
I can
really
watch the whole thing, so I just type on YouTube, this, the recap of that, probably in 15-20 minutes. I just see
Yeah,
that
yeah,
nowadays.
yeah,
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Spoilers, thanks.
yeah.
Yeah.
Me
So
and
what is
Z.
your training routine looks like? Like in the
What, my
morning you
trading?
wake up, what is your
In the morning, usually I wake up about 5:30, 6 o'clock. If I'm on a boxing day, so I'm in the gym at 6 a.m. If it's a gym day, I'm usually in the gym at like 7:30ish, 7, half 7. And then get home, 8 o'clock, straight on the live stream with the Apex Brotherhood with me and Richard Butler. So I'll do that to about 9:30 a.m. Go take a bit of downtime, chill, relax, go see what needs doing on the entrepreneur side, like the business side of what I do. Watch the markets a little bit more pre coming on stream with here with you guys. And then I'll jump on stream to about 1 p.m. And then that's usually when my parents, my brother, and like my family have lunch. So they finish lunch on the family business, and then that's I call it quits of the day. Then, so I'm done with it with trading by 1 p.m. And if I got other stuff to do, I will do my other stuff. Like I'll do meetings, I'll do admin work, I'll do personal work, or I'll just go out for lunch. I'll go out and I will literally finish for the day. I'll take my chill time, my me time.
That's nice.
Yeah, so that's and I'll rinse and repeat that every single day.
Monday through
As you
to
mentioned,
Friday.
you have this, you have business also. I think your trading must have been in a better place once you started other things also on the site.
Yeah, so this is quite ironic, really. And my brother told me, he was like, Will, be really careful how honest you are about this. And I said, nah. I was like, I'm gonna be the most honest person in the trading industry, because I think it's good to be honest and it's good to be realistic. Is I am a full-time trader. And what I mean by that is most of my hours, most of my time goes to trading. Most of my money and my income comes from trading. However, if trading failed tomorrow, I could still survive. And I've always believed that. Now, I've never, ever at any stage in my life only had trading as an income, because I believe that's unhealthy. And it wouldn't just be for
Yeah,
trading.
exactly.
If I wasn't a trader, if I worked a 9 to 5, I'd still do a side hustle. If I worked a day job, I'd still do a couple of night shifts every now and then. I'm always going to look for multiple sources of income. And it's said that the average millionaire has 7 sources of income. I think I'm up to 3. So I'm growing, and it's not so much the millionaire side of things, it's the relaxation and security that you've got for your future income. Like I'm trying to build not only generational wealth, I'm now in the stages now where I'm building a good amount of money coming through. I've got a consistent income. I'm starting to afford the things that I'm looking at now. Me and Cece are starting to really kickstart our life together. So I'm starting to think, right, okay, I need to financially prepare for this. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, yeah, this is all good. Now it's time to start building my legacy. And legacies don't get built on 1, 2, 3 sources of income. I need to really be starting to think, who is Will Davis? Who can Will Davis be in the future? And not only that, it's not really like right now, it's all well and good being Will Davis and hoping that people become a fan of Will Davis. It's more, what can Will Davis really bring to, as a member of society? How can Will Davis improve other people and help other people become a little bit better off? So that's where I'm at now, is trying to build my legacy. And yeah, trying to build other entrepreneurial ventures is a real massive part of that.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing. So from the day one, you was like having this mindset, or slowly, as you achieved one thing, then you moved to other, or you
Yes
was like,
no.
kind of mixing. And I just want to know about this.
That's super interesting, man. Really good question. Like, it's yes and no. So like day one was standard. I want to be a multimillionaire. I want to have like a Lamborghini. I want to have like a car full of all sorts of supercars, and I want a big yacht and lots of money and girls around me, Dom Perignon parties all the time. There's the standard YouTube lifestyle.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
the
We
standard
start with this, I think.
yeah,
Everyone start.
exactly. Standard
Yeah.
social media. However, though, it started when I started losing a lot when it comes to trading, and I started understanding the correlation. Like, I studied psychology as a kid, or certainly a lot younger. So I started understanding how my brain is working with the markets. And for those of you who don't know, I'm very open about this. I do have Tourette's. So for those of you who don't know what Tourette's are, they come in all sorts of forms. No, I don't swear. That's just my bad language. It's not my Tourette's.
Bad language.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't believe that for a second. My parents tell me off every now and then. Like, if we're having dinner or something, I'll swear. And they'll be like, "What's your language, William?" I'm like, "Oh, sorry, guys. It's my Tourette's and all."
Blame it on
yeah, literally that. They're like, "Shut up! Don't give us that." I'm like, "Oh, fair." But no, just standard twitches, distractions, and just garbage excuses that a lot of people give. I have as a general mental health issue, and it's very annoying. A lot of people, gave me a lot of crap for it, and I started trying to understand what it was that actually made my brain tick in this way. And that's what gave me a massive passion for psychology. And it started getting to the point where I was like, wow, you know what? Everyone has a mental health issue. Like, a lot of my Tourette's,
I think especially traders have a little bit more. I don't know.
Yeah, mate, 100%. Like, a lot of what I
ours is self-inflicted.
Yeah, no, 100%. Ours is, mine's just rechanneled into trading. We're all slightly tapped in the head to be doing this industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%, man. But I started noticing, like, the more I was psychoanalyzing other people, and the more I was starting to look at, like, what are other people like compared to me? And like, I started thinking, like, wow, just because I've got something diagnosed by a professional doesn't mean that everyone else has got nothing. I started looking at other things. I'm like, wow, everyone's got something wrong with them if we went to the doctors. And I started thinking, like, so many people would use that as an excuse. And I've heard so many people talk about, like, one person I know, he's in the military, and had he have been diagnosed with Tourette's, he wouldn't have got into the military because his Tourette's, his facial twitches, his tics are a lot worse than mine. But because it's undiagnosed by a doctor, people don't. He hasn't officially got anything, and it has not held him back. I said, because he doesn't know it, because he's not aware of the physical diagnosis of what he could potentially have, he's not held back. And I'm like, wow, you start understanding how psychological barriers can really start holding someone back. And I really related that to trading, So that being said, it's that mentality shift through studying psychology really helped me understand that, wow, when it comes to trading, it isn't just a matter of trying to get rich quick. It's a matter of trying to understand you, and it's trying to improve you and understand yourself as a person and how you can bring that into the markets. And then the more I explored that, like, over the next couple of years to come, I started thinking, like, wow, trading has taught me more about me than I think any other job or like side hustle or whatever you're doing trading for, or like whatever other avenues are out there, like drop shipping and all. Like, trading really exposed my mental flaws more than anyone or anything ever could. I thought, wow, this is super cool. I was like, this is super, super cool. Like, and I stress this to everyone else in the industry, that because they see losses, and it really does expose their mental exposure to the market. It'll make them realize how revengeful they are. Someone who's got the most peaceful mind on planet Earth can find out that they are such a revengeful person on their internal. And that's where I came up with the theory of the external and the internal being. Yes, it's a massive thing, especially in religions. I'm sure there's loads of things in religion that has it. But when it comes to psychology, trading, and personal improvement, it's something that I've personally noted myself. If it's something that's out there already, it just goes to show that it's a real thing. And yeah, a lot of traders have it without realizing is there's a massive disconnect, especially amongst unprofitable traders, that their internal is bullying their external, and then their external is actually, as a result of that subconscious bullying, they're actually, putting it into the markets and becoming an unprofitable trader because there's such a disconnect and they're unaligned with each other.
So as you mentioned drop shipping, so sorry.
Sorry, Samir. So, Will, what is the difference between the internal self and the external self?
So the internal self is very much what you like. Think about it like your internal voice. So your internal self is what you tell yourself, the jokes you have with yourself, the commitment that you're going to give yourself. It's like everyone says, "Come on, Will. Come on, Richard. Come on, Samir. We got this." Like you got this next trade. It's that reassurance that you're giving yourself, and without realizing, what we do is in moments of doubt or moments of fear, we actually start saying, "Oh, actually, I don't know about this. I don't know about that." You don't reassure yourself enough. Or sometimes it's just a matter of you joking with yourself, like, "Oh, Will, you're such a dumbass. You're such an idiot. Like, oh my God, you're a muppet for that." But what you don't realize is that more times than not, you say it once, then you joke about it. You say it twice. You say it twice, you joke about it. You say it a third time. And before or not, you're actually creating a habit of self-destruction from the inside out, just through a quite easy joke. And you find it a lot with friendships or relationships, especially with like new partners, especially in a new relationship, whether that's a partner or a friendship, you're trying to find each other and work each other out and like understand like how far can you joke, like where are they going to get offended. And it's very much the same. Like you'll make a joke about something. So my partner is Asian, and when we first got together, I thought, I love to make jokes, and I thought, I can't make any Asian jokes though because I don't know if she's going to get offended by that, and I don't know if I don't want to come across racist or nothing. However, she was the first to instigate an Asian joke, and it was absolutely hilarious. But now I know that that's a safe bet. Like now I know that me and her can joke about it, and we can make an Asian joke now and then, or she make a British joke now and then because there's a crossover in culture. Now, it's the same with your internal mind. Your internal will make a joke about something that has happened in the physical realm, like the physical being, e.g. you're trading. And it's like, okay, you've said something. You need to acknowledge that that was not a serious thing. That was only a joke, or it wasn't something that you should take too seriously within yourself.
So it's like self-talk, basically.
100%. Yeah, it's self-talk.
Yeah, it is really important, actually.
Yeah, hugely so.
Yeah, the way that I
No
like
matter
to look
where
at it
you
is
are.
like my internal self.
Yeah.
I would always want to talk to myself the way that my best friend that has my best interests at heart. I would talk to myself the way that my best friend would. That friend that is always encouraging, always has a kind word to say, that friend that doesn't allow you to break yourself down. I would want my internal monologue to be like that of that friend of mine. And obviously the thing is you can't always talk to yourself like that because your brain your brain doesn't know when you're joking.
No, 100%. Bruce Lee said it. Bruce Lee.
Yeah, so I can make a joke about myself. It might be self-deprecating, but I'll be like, ha, that's funny. But my brain is like, oh,
that's been coded in you now.
Idiot, and then it just rehashes and it just it just reforms, or not reforms, it forms that neuro pathway, and then your synapses are going to fire and the neurons are going to run over that, and it's going to become a pathway that you can continuously run on. And
100%.
I love the idea that you said, like, the internal should reflect the external, or the external should reflect the internal. So whatever you are thinking or saying to yourself, let it be of a positive nature if it's going to be criticism, not negative criticism.
Yeah.
But also be realistic. Yeah, be realistic. Like, know that everybody has got limitations. Everybody has got something that they're maybe just not good at yet. But you can become good at that thing if you put time and effort into it. So it's the difference between someone being delusional over a certain subject matter, like saying, I am the strongest man on earth, but I can't lift 10 kgs. That's confidence, but it's also considered delusional. But like, it's not to say that you cannot get to that point.
Yeah. No, 100%. There's realistic expectations, of course.
Yeah. It's like,
there are realistic expectations.
It's normal to have limitations. It's like
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay if you're not good at something. It's fine. Like, acknowledge that you're not good at this thing, and then say, I would like to be good at this thing, and then put in steps to become better at the thing. I know it's like,
of course.
A little bit off point.
How you guys got introduced to trading? I want to know, Richard, how you got introduced to this, space.
It's funny.
What made you?
The thing that got me into trading was I had a friend that did stock investment.
Okay.
Many years ago. And I'd never looked at stock investment or any trading or anything like that at that point. I'm talking like 15, 16, 17 years ago. And he was pretty much the only one that really was interested in that. And then Bitcoin came out, and he was the first one in the friend group that said, hey, listen, get on this. But he was always the slightly out of the group person. He was like, here's the group, and then there's him. And then you'll stick his head into the group, and then we'll have discussions, and then he'll be out again. He introduced me to trading, and it was first stock trading, not really trading, but like buy and hold stocks. And from there on, I started hearing stuff like CFDs. I didn't know what it was. Started doing some research, found out what it was. Started watching some videos online. Started looking for information about it. Like, once again, this was like 10 years ago, but I never really fully enveloped myself in it because I had a full-time job, and I had other things that I enjoyed doing, like playing poker and stuff like that I was more involved in.
Yeah. You mentioned
and
that.
then it was
I remember.
only after I had a health scare, and which eventually led to me leaving my job that I had, which played a role in the health scare, to be dead honest. And then from there on, I started like really enveloping myself in trading. So that's how I got into it. So it was a friend, and then the friend leading to a health scare, work-related health scare. So,
Mate, that's super
Okay.
cool, man. Yeah,
That's
you
good.
got
Yeah.
you got such a better reason to get into trading than me. Like that's really inspirational. Like, I just didn't want to be broke.
no, but I mean, there's no right or wrong
Of
reason.
course not. No, 100%. Yeah, no, 100%. But like,
your reasoning is your reasoning. It's like
yeah,
it's the point of like a value-based argument versus an empirical argument. A value-based argument cannot necessarily be wrong or cannot be refuted because it's your personal feeling. Where a empirical argument can be refuted because it's a claim, it's factual, it's verifiable. So there's nothing wrong with your reasoning for why you got into it.
no, 100%.
Yeah.
I've just
Yeah.
taken a long on EU, by the way, just risking. I don't know. That's only risking $45.
That's nice.
Okay, well, I'm just going to test the water with apparently $45. I thought it was a bit more than that. I thought
For
it was like
me, what kept me going in trading, it is actually the prop firms, because I came to know about it in 2021. So what kept me going was just prop firms. I think it was if it was about real money, as in India, we don't have that much wages. Even if I would have done the job, it wouldn't have paid that much. To just make a significant amount of money, it would have taken so much years. So
Yeah.
for me, I think one reason was just the prop firms. I came to know about 2021 or maybe 2020, and my hope was just this. Then I just have like I was having this at the back of the mind. If I can make 2, 3, 4, 5% on that account, then I can do good, and I can scale in this thing. So for me, I think what kept me going was just prop firms. I think if it was about real money, I think I would have quit it, to be honest. Because
You reckon, yeah.
if in India, like we don't have access to a lot of capital. Of course, we could have approached investors and all, but at the same time, I got introduced to drop shipping also.
Okay,
So
so
what kept me going was just this prop firm thing. So I would have just switched my career. So I just want to know what kept you going, like William and Richard.
yeah, prop firms definitely kept me going, man. It was the idea of how much capital I had to build before being able to quit my job and go full-time trading. Like, I'd still be working for the family business now. My dad probably would have sacked me now because I kept getting distracted with trading. So he would have told me to go long ago. I would still be doing security, so I'd still be working the nightclubs, doing door shifts. So I'd still probably be working like on bars and stuff like that. So that's what I'd be doing now. If anything, I probably would have ended up quitting, finding another way and going down the sort of trying to find an automation route, and then ended up trying to find another side hustle while keeping trading as an automation. I got accepted into university to become a commercial airline pilot in Buckinghamshire. So it was like, I looked at that. So I probably would have seen if I could like run some form of algorithmic trading alongside university and potentially becoming a pilot. But if I'm going to be 100% honest with everyone, if it wasn't for trading right now, I'd be in the military. I'd be in the Royal Marines.
The thing about me is that I consider myself to be a jack of all trades, a master of none. Like, I have dabbled in so many different industries. I have done so many different courses and gotten so many different like diplomas for things. And the thing was, you would start something and you would be very interested in it and you'll give it your all. And then at some point you kind of lose interest in it. It kind of like the fun portion or the exciting portion of it kind of like dwindles down. And the thing about trading was that the thing that's keeping me going on this is the fact that I never feel like I've like really mastered my craft. And the thing is, like, you can go through something and it's, if you don't get the validation from it or you don't feel like you're achieving something on it, it's very easy for you to say, you know what, I've tried it. I'm just going to step back and do something completely different. And I think the thing for me was when I started seeing what I envisioned coming to fruition, the stuff that I have tested and tried starts working. And then other people start talking to you and resonating with what you have to say. And you start realizing that there's people in the industry that are really knowledgeable in their craft, and you have the same line of thought as them. So that's the thing that kept me going. Like, instead of me stepping back and saying, oh, this was another failure, that kind of like thing, or I've tried something, it just didn't work. The thing that kept me going was the fact that I started feeling like I was busy making good headway. I was really seeing results, even though it wasn't always consistent. And even though it wasn't always the thing that, like, wow, I can buy a mansion, that kind of like, it's not like that level of stuff. I'm talking about like on a psychological level, on the process level, not on the P&L. Because
I love that, man.
Those things will eventually arrive at some point.
Yeah,
if you follow the right psychology.
I really like the way you approached this thing.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. You know, the moment I was, wow, gold looks like it's going to really take these highs. You know, actually, I'm actually going to place. I've just placed a buy on gold quick. It's a one lot as well, and I'm assuming I don't think we're going to get too much of a retracement. I think we're just going to go take these highs. So it's
the 2-hour candle looks really good. It rejected really. Yeah, the sellers failed to, you know.
Yeah, this may still take me out, you know, but who knows? I think that this could rocket up pretty quick.
It just opened actually. The 1 hour just opened, so probably taking a little bit of retracement and then going up. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Let's just put it this way. You know, when I was chasing the money, I was blowing accounts, I was losing funds, I was, you know, wasting money. Now that I've started chasing the process, guys, it's literally been a matter of, almost feels like it's printing money. It hasn't been, it's still a graft, it's still super hard. But because I'm chasing the correct thing, and because, what's going on here? Because I'm chasing the correct thing, and because I'm actually wanting the lifestyle, and what I mean by the lifestyle is the realistic lifestyle, the one that works for me, the money really has started coming through. And for those of you who follow me on Instagram, I was actually shopping yesterday for my second car with Cece. So we looked at a Defender, the Land Rover Defender, and we've also looked at a G-Wagon. So two 4x4s. You know, I've got an M4 now, super cool car. Also looking at now, you know, we've got a house lined up as well that we're looking at moving into at the end of the year, maybe start next year. So depending on how situations go, but you know, things are starting to fall into place for my lifestyle, and that all requires money. Now, had I been chasing the money to achieve that, I'd be so far off that it would be absolutely unbelievable. However, because I'm not chasing that, instead we're just taking it as it is and seeing what happens. I'm trying to achieve a lifestyle through processes and like genuinely good processes. The lifestyle is coming quicker than I could ever dream of. So it's super cool. I got go on.
Good question. Sorry, from someone. It was posted 2 minutes ago.
I am miles behind. I was going to say, I was just catching up with chat. I was seeing this one question here. How old are you, Will? I'm 24. I'm actually 24 next week. So it's my birthday on Friday. Not this Friday, Friday after. So I'm 24. So yeah. What about you guys? Like, Rich, I know how old you are. But yeah, I mean, feel free to say.
Your birthday's on 10th of October?
Yes, 10th of October.
Mine is 11th.
No way.
And I'm 24 as well.
I'm
24, yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
I feel so old.
Mate, that's crazy. Oh, fair play, man. Dude, that's
exactly. I'm also looking to, invest in my first property next year, 2026.
Yeah.
Actually, I was thinking about buying a car. I already have this like kind of, car which takes me to point A to point B. But then, my friends, I have a very good friend. He gave me good advice actually. So yeah, he convinced me to, now just look for other things like property, as you mentioned. It is really a good move. And yeah, I'm going to be looking at that in 2026. So definitely.
I think the best thing that one person can do is to stop comparing yourself to other people and stop comparing your journey with other people's journey.
Exactly.
So if you see somebody that's got a really nice car, stop thinking about, I need to have a car like this person in order to be considered.
I'm not going to lie, I got influenced with, some kind of materialistic thing, not thinking logically, with life and not, yeah. So
it's what sets you apart. It's what sets you apart from everybody else, or the majority of people who's incredibly materialistic. I myself consider myself to be quite frugal. So if I don't need it, I'm not going to get it. If I want it,
it's really a good mindset.
Then I can try and convince myself that I want it. But if I don't need it, then there's no point for me. There's other things that take precedence over me wanting a new car or me wanting a new phone or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if I don't need it, I'm not going to.
I did an impulse buy actually, as you mentioned, the phone. I didn't need it. I don't know why I bought it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my phone was that wasn't. I needed this. Like my phone before was absolutely rubbish. It was dying. Although I have made impulse buys. I'll show you my impulse buy, man. It was.
It's not on your wrist, is it?
No, that's my other watch. I'm just wearing one of my normal watches.
Oh, you're a watch guy?
I'm a big watch guy. This was an impulse buy. I literally bought it out of FOMO. I bought it because my brother bought himself a luxury watch to go on holiday with. He's always wanted this watch. He's got.
So you got influenced too, like me.
Yeah, mate. We're all creatures, man. We're all creatures of habit. We're all herd animals. Those who believe in the lone wolf strategy is, it will only get you so far. We're not lone wolves. We're pack animals. We're herd animals. We want to be part of a group and part of a team. So that feeling of FOMO is a real feeling, and it's something that's been imprinted in us for millennia, for a good reason as well. So yeah, mate, 100%. I've done impulse buys. That someone said to me, they're like, "Will, why didn't you buy a Rolex?" I was like, "Dude, what's on my wrist right now is the same price of a Rolex. I just refuse to be a Forex trader that drives an M4 and with a Rolex. Like, how gimmicky is that? Like, I'm not copy and paste. I am not that guy. I'm not a copy and paste guy. I do like the Lamborghini, but I refuse to, if and when I can afford one, I will not get a Lamborghini because I refuse to be that guy that has a Rolex on his wrist and drives a Lamborghini with a big social media following. It just screams copy and paste. So, I'm looking at a nice Aston Martin.
That's the thing. That's why I go against the grain. I don't care about having the flashy cars, the flashy thing, because it's so overdone. Mm-hmm. Like, what's the point? I understand.
I think with time, you get more responsibilities and you think different, actually, I think.
Yeah, but like I understand the idea of like spoiling yourself or something. Like it's a means of saying, hey, I've done something. Here's my reward. Tap on the
Yeah,
shoulder. Congratulations. Here's a little thing. But
Yeah,
if you
you
make
want
that
nowadays
to
I
your
believe in this more, actually giving yourself rewards, because previous year I think I lost, I was trading a personal account, I lost I think $15,000. So that was a significant amount of money,
100%. For
for me.
anyone, that's a good amount of
Yeah,
money. That's a real good amount of
of
money
course,
to.
slowly I got on track, I made it back, kind of, little bit more profits. But I just realized, what if I would have just given myself reward at that point of time? I
Yeah,
didn't really pay myself anything. I was just reinvesting, trying to compound things, whatever. But I think that is not really a good thing to do. You have to reward yourself in some way. Can be vacation, can be a watch as you bought, can be anything, can be even materialistic thing. It's okay. For
yeah,
me, I think it is important for me, because I'm gonna put that money, I don't know, maybe in wrong things, I don't know, like maybe take impulse decisions in trades, I don't know. It affects me in some way.
yeah.
I'm not afraid to admit it. So yeah.
Okay,
I think it just boils down to what it is that you consider to be important in life. As an example, like
Yeah,
if you're somebody that over splurge and you want to, every single time you've won a trade, you want to spoil yourself, you're going to get into the idea of reward. That is what you're fighting for. You're fighting only for reward. And it's like having, I don't know, who was it? There's a MMA fighter called John Jones who has
yeah, no,
he's never lost in the UFC, all right? And he had an interview where they asked him, uh, what would you do if you do lose eventually? And he's like, he doesn't know what he would do. He's built his whole life around winning, and he doesn't know what he would do to lose, or if he did lose, it would destroy him because his whole identity is built around winning. He's the best, he's the goat, etc., etc., etc.
yeah,
It's the same idea when you are, every time you do something and you give yourself a little reward for it. Yes, you are rewarding yourself for good behaviors, but you're also building on the idea that you are not process orientated, you're results orientated.
yeah,
Because you're saying every time I win, I'm going to give myself something.
yeah. No, 100%. Like it's like you said, so good to reward yourself, but it's be careful rewarding yourself.
Yes. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's just like be
don't
careful
over
when
reward.
doing that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't over reward yourself.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. Because
over
then you're
rewarding is not good.
going to be results orientated rather than process orientated.
Actually, for when I started to make money, I think 2 years I spent on like saving money. I was not a big spender. So after my third year, fourth year, I was, kind of rewarding myself. So that's how I approached this thing, because I was having nothing. And I think whoever is on this stream was on the same path. So for me, saving was a really big thing, actually, because I was
Yeah.
having zero. I started my business, I remember, took some wrong decisions, actually. I signed few papers which I shouldn't have signed. I'm not gonna go too much in detail. Maybe we can cover it some other day. So yeah, there was some kind of lawsuits on me. I mean, they was trying to put because of that signature. So I got saved. They took all my money, the money that I made from that business. So yeah, that was not really a good place to be in. My mindset was really gone. So yeah, I started again from. They even took my gadgets, my phone, my laptops, whatever I was having. So I started from zero. It was really a good thing. Now I'm thinking about it again. So yeah, it was really good. It was really good experience. And back in the days, of course, I was frustrated. I was even depressed for a few months, as they took everything from me because of the signature that I did on that particular paper. I didn't read it. So, and advice for all of you, of viewers, or never just sign blindly. You should know what is in that. Okay,
Yeah.
I just
We've all
signed
been
that, and no, man.
Read them.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've all been in those sorts of situations. Just let you guys know as
exactly.
well, I've just hit. I'm about floating $100 up on gold at the moment. We did hit stop loss on EU, so we lost.
EU has started dropping
Oh,
down, and GU as well.
Yeah, I thought I'd give a pullback buy a go. I only put one lot in. I thought I was risking $100, turns out I was only risking 30. I'll probably look at selling EU and GU now, depending on the price action. Gold, however, I'm about $100 up, $112 up, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, today has been a little bit slow. On gold, we've been ranging, unfortunately, between the all-time highs and the 15.
Now
we finally took out the London high, which is a good sign for my strategy on gold. So let's see if we can get some kind of retracement.
Yeah, if we can get about for sales, actually 400, I'll probably close again on this now. So now that we've wicked the high,
why don't you just drag your TP down to 400? Then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
and you can just let it play.
Oh, there you go. Actually, that TP is that's 529. So.
Yeah, and
gold
then you
is
can
on
something
a big run.
if we get a nice big push up, then happy days. It'll take me out to about 5.
That is high. That is high possibility, as once it breaks, it just get a good volume.
Because what am I risking? I think I'm risking about $300. So I'd like to take a 1-to-1 on this. Yeah, 348 I'm taking. So we're above a 1-to-1, which is cool. Let's see now, 390.
I think it's going to start pushing now, to be dead honest. Because the whole day, well, not the whole day, the London session, we've been jumping between 2 points. And this is now the first time that we've actually had a volumetric break through it. So
there we go, guys. 357 net gross profit for today. 349 net profit
nice.
on this trade. So super happy with that. Clawing back slowly. Guys, like I said, I'm in 5% drawdown. I'm not risking 1% per trade on this account. On my others, I will be. On this one, I won't be because, in fact, I've actually got accounts hooked up on the back of this account. So it's my low risk account due to the fact that I am trying to drag it out of drawdown. So yeah, guys, like I said, this is a live account, by the way, guys. This is a 5%
maybe explain
live funded account. With the 5ers, 100k live funded. Well, it's not 100k, it's 95k. But
so, for those who don't know, this is an account that Will passed. He started trading it live during the LLTF days. Started trading it live, passed first phase, passed second phase, and he only traded on stream.
Only
ever on stream, never after stream. Yes, maybe he would close it after the stream, but any trade that he entered was during stream, and that was it. And I think you're going to carry on trading this account now, going forward, this time frame, every day on the 5ers.
Every day on the 5ers. So I will be trading this very account, live funded account, every single day on stream with you guys, live on the 5ers stream. So yeah, stick around.
That's amazing.
What would be
I can also
really
buy a small challenge, maybe.
Yeah. What would be really cool as well is I had a $900 TP up here. I'm going to be really interested to see if this moves up without a retracement. I want to see a break and close now. So we've got the break, and it was a very, very nice break. So let me just try and draw a straight line.
1 more minute before the 5 minute closes, but we've already had a close above on the 2 minute as well as the 1 minute.
Nah, I'm not interested in that. Boo! 1 minute time frame. You're a nut job if you trade 1 minute.
No. I mean, it's like the lowest time frame that I can go to is the 1 minute, and that's the one that I had a look on.
Yeah, so. I got you, bro. I got you. So, 5 minute. Once we get the close, we've got a minute. We got a minute until the 5 minute closes. Once we get a close, if we can get a pullback of some sorts, I may divide my risk. So if we get a close around here, I may open up half a lot and then open up another half a lot on a retracement. And then I'll be one lot deep again, and then see if we can like properly trade this. And what I mean by that is I'll see if I can like really hold it with no TP and just trail my stop loss. So we'll see.
There's something missing.
What's that now?
There's something missing from your screen.
Is there something missing from my screen?
MGN's comment.
Oh, let's have a look. What's the... yeah, fair point. There is something missing in the bottom right-hand corner. Hang on, let's have a look. Let me get this up for you, bro. I got you. MGN gave me a fantastic gift. There we go. tickle those anyway. Billabosh. There we go, guys. You can see that I am trading XAU USD. If you look at the bottom right-hand side corner, you will be able to see the asset class that I am currently trading. That was a gift from MGM to me back in the LLTF days, guys. Everyone kept asking what currency pair I was trading, what asset I was trading, and I used to go into my text box up here, and then I'd literally just put, hang on, there we go. I'd literally put XAU USD like that, and then every single morning when I went live, I'd have to like scroll all the way back and then like try and move my thing over like this. So he actually made me one that moves around with me. So that's super cool. So yeah, guys, you can now see what asset classes I'm trading without having to ask.
It's pretty cool.
It is really cool, man.
Samir, what are you looking at today? Are you still only looking at NAS, or are you...
I have added gold also, actually. Gold I've just backtested, so it also follows really good price action as per my liquidity strategy that I have. So right now it has taken the London high. So this FVG is below this zone. So I will not take this kind of FVG. I want it to go a little bit more higher actually. So once it prints a good FVG, oh, now it is my screen. But Dirk is... Anyways, so yeah. I don't like this FVG. I want it to go a little bit more higher so that it can give me similar. I want this kind of FVG only, but a little bit higher so that I can get a better entry once price close, and I will just take my shot. Just will target 1 to 2, something like this.
So you're still looking for shorts on gold?
Yeah, as we took out the recent high. I'm not a big kind of a trend trader. Either side, whatever the liquidity is, I'll just take my small part. And after this, maybe price can go up. Let me discuss about the Mondays. Okay, this was I think Friday. Yeah, price took out this daily high, and it happened in NYSE only. So, but as I mentioned right now, the FVG was below the zone, so I cannot take this kind of FVG. And if you go to the 15-minute now, let's mark another high. We have this high. We have this is a major high actually. This is also the daily high of Wednesday. So once price took out this high, then similar thing I will look that I just mentioned. This was the FVG. Price closed below. Will take my entry, my stop loss. Of course, you can give a little bit room. And I think 1 to 2 is the fixed target. Something like this I'm looking for today as well. Yeah.
Interesting.
So Friday, I missed this trade actually. So Friday, I was not trading. This week, I'm actively trading as I have my challenges going on. Last week, as I was sick, I was not really looking at screen that much. So this week, I will be trading actively. And I have explained almost everything about my strategy on this live stream, if you guys have seen me in the past. So NAS 100 also took out the daily high already. We even took out this high. So I am actually in this trade also. Once priced closed below this, I took my trade here, and my stop loss is a little bit above the zone. And I'm target for this London low. I think I got a little bit better entry as my risk reward is 1 to 2. Something like this. Okay. I'm in this NAS 100 cells also, but gold is looking interesting. If I do get the similar setup that I just showed you here on Friday, I will definitely be taking sells for a smaller move. That is it.
So your
this session is looking really good.
Around liquidity sweeps.
Yeah, exactly. Liquidity sweeps, and yeah, I easily get I think 50% win rate. I was on a losing streak actually. I mentioned that I lost 2 live accounts also. So I think it's okay. Am I gonna change anything? No, but I did a back testing session. So gold is also following, this liquidity strategy very good. So I just added this pair also. And I'm going to do the same thing that I was doing, that I did in past, to pass those accounts and to get the payouts from those accounts. I'm going to do the same thing. So I was on a losing streak. Okay, I lost the account and accounts. It is okay. So yeah, I just bought new accounts, and even I'm actually up 5% on the account, one of my live account. Today I submitted the withdraw. So I follow the same strategy.
That's good.
So yeah.
I see there's a question. What do you guys think about trading fixed 1 to 2 pairs or trading multiple pairs across all markets? William, what is your viewpoint on trading either 1 to 2 assets or trading multiple assets across multiple markets?
Great question. Honestly, keep things simple. I'm very boring that way. You don't ever look at me if you want to get inspired for exciting trading. 2 asset classes I trade on my intraday, and that is EUGU. I can trade gold. I tend to choose not to. Certainly during my my morning times anyway. Like, I find gold's a little bit better after, so around like sort of up to 1 p.m. coming into heading towards the New York Open, when the markets have been a little bit flat. The only reason I'm trading gold right now is because I've tested this, and it seems to be really, really interesting price action on the breakouts. However, so that technically gives me 3 asset classes if you want to be really picky on my intraday. But yeah, 2 asset classes, 2 time frames, pretty much 5-minute, 15-minute. I will do a little bit of analysis on the higher time frames, but that'll usually go and merge in with my swing trading, which then I do actually have 3 asset classes. So my swing trading, I have Euro JPY, US 30, NASDAQ, but I am testing the S&P 500. Now, that's my swing trading, so 2 very different trading styles. 3 asset classes on that time frame, 1 time frame only, and that's the 4-hour. Nothing less, nothing more. And then my intraday, like I said, 2 asset classes, EUGU, mostly 2 time frames, and that's 5 and 15.
And you, Samir, how is? I know that you love your Nasdaq, but obviously you're looking at gold. But
Yeah,
same question to you.
I have really tried everything. So I have I have got results from not that much, good results, but some results from everything. But if you ask me what is the best consistent results that I have got, that is from 1 to 2 pairs. So if you want, my mindset has been in a good state, and the consistent results was there. I got frequent payouts, and with trading every pair, I was blowing more accounts. Of course, I was getting few payouts here and there, but the consistency was not that much higher. So if you ask me, my consistency got better when I shifted to 1 or 2 pairs. So definitely, to answer your question, and just trade 1 to 2 pairs as per the experience also. And I think many good traders do the same thing. So 1 to 2 pairs is good. I used to believe, like, what is this? Like, I can, trade everything. What's the point? But then I shifted to this thing. Then I realized, like, trading 1 to 2 pairs is really a good move, and your mindset is in a good state. Your consistency get better. You follow your setups like to the T this way, because if your setup is not there, then you will not look at that pair. But
Yeah.
out of boredom also, you can take trays here and there if you have many pairs. I did that in past, like, a lot. So I don't know about Zeus, if you follow the same thing or not. So I did that. I made every mistake. So again, just 1 to 2 pairs, that is it. That will give you the best results.
Yeah, I got a perfect example of that as well. Like my older brother that I was streaming with for a while, I actually had a bit of a debate with him live on stream, where we debated on like the markets and the way they move, and how different certain markets are, and he blatantly argued with me on this, and like we got quite heated. It was like a brother debate, and I thought the fisticuffs were going to come out. I thought I was going to have to go get my boxing gloves on. And he said to me, he's like, well, all markets move the exact same. They're all algorithms. They're all traded on computers. Everything you do, you can trade the exact same on every single asset pair, asset class, no matter what different markets. And I said to him, no, man, I disagree. I think, trading markets are very different. Different assets are very different. Different currencies, different pairs, indices, forex, commodities, metals. It doesn't matter what you're trading. They all trade very differently. They all have their own personalities, I believe. And he says, no, you're 100%. No, totally disagree with you. You're completely wrong. I said to him, okay, that's fine. I'll tell you what, let's make this a little bit more lifestyle related then. How stressed are you and how active are you and how tired do you get looking at 10 different pairs? He goes, oh, mate, yeah, I'm always on the charts. Like, I'm always looking at the charts, just charts. I'm like, dude, like, if I don't see my setup within a couple of minutes or like within half an hour of looking, I'm away for the day and I'm spending time with my family. I said, so
that is the best approach, actually.
Yeah. I said, so I'll tell you what, let's assume you're right. Who's still living a better lifestyle? The person who's chasing any opportunity in the market just because they want to believe that, trading 101 asset classes or 101 different currency pairs are, optimal, or the person that looks for a validation, sees an invalidation or sees no trade day on both the pairs they trade and thinks, okay, I'll come back tomorrow. They walk away.
I like that.
They come back.
I really, really like that.
Yeah. You find peace in your trading. You find peace in your life.
I think we should also follow major pairs
to that as well. Like, I also like the idea of having simplicity in trading. And I'll always say this: trading is complicated enough. I don't need to overcomplicate it for myself. I want it as simple as possible so that I can execute more simply. So I choose 3 pairs maximum, and I will generally not trade all 3 of them in one day. And what I do also like is the idea that you have conflicting pairs, as an example. Like, you would like to have GU as an example, and then maybe something like EJ as an example. It's just a silly example where they're not entirely correlated. So if there's a day where one of them is doing really poorly, potentially the other one could be doing quite well, as an example. So if you choose multiple pairs, like let's say 7, 8, 9, 10 pairs of stuff, it becomes very complicated. You're looking all over the place. Maybe your attention is a little bit divided. Simplify it. So
yeah,
I want 2 to 3 pairs maximum. I also like EU, GU, and I like gold, trading gold. I also feel like the more things you look at, the more your attention gets drawn to those pairs. And then they don't necessarily trade the same way, or maybe your strategy doesn't work that same way. And then you're jumping between strategies because you're jumping between pairs. It's all about simplification for me. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I like that, man. Yeah, I really rate
out
that.
of boredom also I've taken many trades. Like, I see if there is no setup, and I see other pairs there is setup. So yeah, sometimes you can force setups also this way.
Yeah.
So
maybe you see
if
something that
having
isn't actually there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just like Khalid said, simple is better. Trading is complex enough. 100%, man. Yeah, it really is complex enough. It's stressful enough. So,
just try this thing for 4 months, 4 to 5 months. If you're trading all the pair, eliminate it, see what has given you the best results. Just trade those 2-3 pairs. Try it for 4 or 5 months and see the difference yourself.
Yeah.
Streamline your approach on 1 to 2 pairs instead of trying to divide your attention across multiple ones and trying to get the most out of all of the pairs.
Yeah, literally that. Just seen as well. Kavika saying, "Let's get that account out of drawdown." Yes, mate, let's do it. Like I said, it's a funded account. It's a real account. Let's get it out of drawdown. Let's get paid. I'll tell you what I'll do as well. If I can get this account out of drawdown, if I can get some nice profit on it, I will even withdraw the profit right in front of you guys as well. I will literally have a payday on stream. So we'll see how far we can get on this account. Let's really get the guys back in this.
Maybe something that you can do is you can maybe just mention the difference between what led to you passing your first 2 phases and getting funded and going into drawdown, like not the correlation, but what mind shift change that you have to lead to where you are now.
Pretty much nothing, mate. Yeah, there was no mindset shift between me being 4% up on this account and me being in draw like 7% down on this account. Literally nothing at all changed, because I trusted the plan. The plan just didn't want to work out for a couple of months over the summer. It's as simple as that. Like June, July, August was flat. So I think August I started flatlining and I started pulling it back a little bit. But June, July was a really crappy month for me with my trading. I still survived the accounts because my risk management was good. But yeah, I managed to get out or get into some deep drawdown just because I trusted my plan, and my plan was wrong. My plan, it was as simple as that. Now, the reason I didn't change my psychology, and the reason my psychology didn't get affected and I didn't have that mindset shift, is because I knew that eventually my plan would start to work again. And as you're seeing here, it is. I've just banked $400 here quite nicely, so that was pretty cool. I've seen some of so Kavika saying an A++ setup could get your account to 98K. Definitely could. Probably wouldn't, because A++ setup, I probably would potentially risk 1% on, and it would be a 1 to 2R. Unless I decided not to put a stop loss on, a TP on, and just trail my stop. So yeah, the shift between getting funded was just trusting your plan, and executing. It was a little bit more exciting when I'm streaming with LLTF. It's a little bit more scalpy. I won't hold it for hours. I don't have the time to wait for the analysis to play out. I enjoy actually live trading in and out of the markets on stream. I will hold after post stream, but what I do like to do is I like to be entered in and taken out all on the stream. So it was a little bit more scalpy mindset. But what actually got me to hit a full pass on P2 or on my phase 2 was something that scared my brother when I was trading with him. So I was trading and I was wrong. So I was in a little bit of drawdown, and then the structure on the internal changed, and I completely stopped and reversed. I took out, I closed the trade, reopened the trade in the opposite direction with a full 1% risk as well, like the full standard risk that I initially had. And my brother was like, "Will, dude, what are you doing?" I frazzled his brain. I was like, "Dude, this is still according to my plan. There's internal structure about to invalidate my trade idea. So I want to be able to completely stop and reverse this, because this is going to sink." And I remember it was a sell order. I'm pretty sure. Was it a sell order or was it a buy order?
I think you went in on a buy, and it was a 1.6% gainer.
Was it a buy? So there you go. Then I was like, "Oh, dude, this is going up," and it did. I stopped, reversed, saw no drawdown, and it went straight up, and passed my account. So yeah, it's trusting your strategy.
So what your risk to reward was on that particular trade? As I
think I was risking about there $800. I think maybe 1%, and I got about 1.6, 1.7%.
Yeah, it was a 1.6 R.
Yeah, there you go then. Yeah, so yeah, but usually I like to chase a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-2. If I'm scalping,
that was my first challenge with this practice, risking 1.5% and targeting 1 to 1.5 R. For me, targeting 1-to-2, 1 to 1.5s, it has worked really good. I am not a huge risk to reward type of guy. I've tried that also. Didn't really worked well for me. I know Victor does that. It is working good for him. So yeah, congrats to him.
Guys, I got some proper financial advice for you. This is financial advice. When you're sipping coffee, make sure you take the spoon out. Financial advice. I just poked myself in the eye and just poured coffee all down my jumper. I swear to God, that my eye is stinging. I just dumped the pile of coffee down me. So financial advice.
Be careful.
Yeah, I'm joking. Nothing's financial advice here, but seriously, guys, that is from me to you. That's some free technical advice. Take your bloody spoon out of your coffee.
Out of your coffee, mate.
Yeah, you may do what I do and just poke yourself in the eye and spill coffee down your jumper. I hope it comes out. It's my favorite jumper as well. It's my Apex jumper. And it's white. Dude, look at that.
I was about to say, it was like a storm just waiting to happen.
Ah, mate. Fuming.
Go and wash that coffee stain out as soon as you can. Otherwise,
yeah, what we got? We got like 15. We got about 20 minutes until the other guys are on. So I'm just gonna like, the minute it hits 1 p.m., like, I'm gonna just like, bye guys, I'm gone. Just
why don't you utilize that little thing called My Younger Brother?
No one's in the house, man. Like Ewan's not home. He's in work.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
And CC doesn't live with me yet. Do you reckon I can call her?
Tell her to like just
drop. I'm in stream right now. Could you come wash my jumper for me so it doesn't stain? She's an absolute legend. She would as well.
What is the brand you're drinking of this espresso?
Dude, it's
coffee.
It's just Nescafe. You know, it's Nescafe Gold blend, with a scoop of honey. Yeah,
nice.
It's okay. It's instant coffee. I'm not keen on instant coffee, but I like the name instant because it means I get it quickly.
Yeah.
And I don't have to wait. And I'm a very patient person, but sometimes, like, if I'm in a rush, like this morning or like this just now before coming live on stream, you know, I set my alarm to go 15 minutes before jumping on stream, and it took me so long to go to sleep. And then I woke up to my alarm and I was like, okay, I got 15 minutes. Right, what have I got to do? And I was like, right, okay, I got to get dressed. I got to do this. I got to do this. Got to do this. I was like, oh no, now I'm going to need to go make myself a coffee. Like 10 minutes to go. So yeah, just instant coffee works so well for me. Like, especially if I'm going into meetings, like my brother would be like, right, we got a meeting in like 5-10 minutes. I'm like, but I haven't had a coffee. He's like, quick, get yourself a coffee and let's go. So that's what I love about it.
Yeah, I also prescribe to the idea of instant coffees. My wife, however, she's gotten really into the mocha pot.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So she's been doing the mocha pot coffees every single day, and the smell is amazing.
Yeah,
it is,
dude. Talking about smells, I lost my virginity yesterday.
Hold on.
Yeah, I lost my what's it? Chai latte. My chai. Is it chai? No, pumpkin spice latte virginity completely taken from me yesterday.
What was it, like a Starbucks pumpkin spice?
No, it was just some coffee shop me and CC popped into on the way home from London. We wanted to grab some breakfast, so we stayed over the night, grabbed some breakfast, and they had this like pumpkin spiced latte. And it had like cinnamon sprinkled on top as well. I'm pretty sure I actually put a picture up on my Instagram story. So guys, go check that out. It doesn't look that pretty, but oh my God, was it nice?
I feel like, I'm like the older person in the room, and it's just like, I've lost that whimsy, that little whimsical feeling where it's just like, yeah, pumpkin spice is amazing. And then in my mind, it's just like, how is it that you've gone so long without trying?
Mate, no, I know. Yeah, but like, I'm not a coffee guy. Oh no, I'm a big coffee guy. Oh no, look at I knew we would. We would have hit my $900 TP.
Pumping.
Told you, if gold breaks out, it's gonna go.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was nice, but I was happy with the $400, So
anyway, no hindsight trading. Back to your pumpkin spice
latte.
Back
to the pumpkin spice latte story. Dude, like, I'm a massive coffee guy. I love coffee with a bit of milk. I like coffee with a bit of honey. And that's about it. If I'm at Costa, I'll have a cappuccino, and that's like really pushing the boat out. Or if I'm at like McDonald's or something, I'll have a frappe, like a coffee frappe. Dude, that's like Christmas to me. Like, other than that, like when I was in Loire Valley, when I was in France, I'd have an espresso. Or I'd have a cappuccino, or I'd have a black coffee. And if I really wanted to push the boat out, I like putting some honey with it. Now, I have been converted to a bougie bitch. Like,
I was about to say,
mate, the missus has gotten me into like bubble tea. What?
Bubble tea, nice.
Like, what is that about, mate?
Am I the only one who has not tried it?
Oh, mate, I had my first proper, proper bubble tea, and because we were.
I couldn't sugar actually. I don't like sugar nowadays.
Yeah, but it's tapioca balls. It's like,
oh my God, mate, it's incredible. Like, guys in chat, if you've not tried it, get on it. Like, try it.
Yeah.
Again, posted it on my Instagram story. I was like, I can't get over how nice this is. My brother popped up and said, "You're turning into a woman." I was like, I know. I was like, it's amazing, isn't it?
I love a dirty chai.
What's the dirty
So,
chai?
a dirty chai is a chai latte
Uh-huh.
with an espresso shot.
Ooh. Well, I can get on board with that.
I love that. That
I can
is
get on board with
absolutely
that.
amazing. And then you get that version, but in a friezo version. So it's with crushed ice.
Oh,
So it's
I
a
can really
cold-
get on board with that.
It's
Like,
basically
that's a
like a
proper
cold
summer
brew.
drink.
Oh, love that.
Dude, Rich, you're a proper bougie boy.
Look, you guys like spending money on watches and cars and
You
stuff.
buy it on fancy
then
coffee.
I just
Dude, do you know
like
the worst thing? You probably spend in a month on bougie coffees what I spend on a car for like petrol.
You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of like fuel services, tires. Like your tires must be like the cost of, I don't know, like one of my kidneys.
I think it's like £1,000 for a set, or like £1,000 for just over £1,000 for a set of 4 shoes.
And then how often do you go through your shoes?
Well, it depends how often I drive and how hard I drive it. Usually I can make them last 10 months, 12 months.
Okay, that's not.
That's pretty good. No, that's pretty good. Like, unless you're me and my brother and you decide to have a bit of a piss about, then we were doing burnouts and donuts on private parking, private property. If any of you legal people out there want to pedantically correct me, one of the guys said that a mate of mine, he was joining the police. He popped up to me. He's like, "Well, I better be on private property." I was like, "Yeah, obviously, of course it is."
Yeah, because we're in public.
Yeah, duh. But if that's the case, then like you'll shred through tires like that. You know, we actually hid. In fact, I've actually got it's on my Instagram. I made a reel of it, and it was literally captioned like making the most of life and enjoying the little things. We literally went through the tires, and you heard them pop. So he was like, bang, 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 and we were like, oh my god! Like you heard the tires like explode. We were like, oof. That's not good.
But no, so you do that. I'm gonna have my nice dirty chai, maybe my friezo dirty chai, and I'll be content with that, mate. Thanks. You go burn $2,000 worth of freaking tires.
Yeah, literally
banging sounds.
Yeah, mate, 100%, man. Like and to be fair, with the exchange rate, the tires probably cost about $1,500.
Oh, mate.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Look, I'm more of a motorcycle.
You can get 8 tires with it.
Yeah. Having said that, I have got like the best of the best. You know, I got Pirelli Sports. You know, like
That's nice.
Proper tires. You know, with I got like over 450 brake in my car. That's the last thing I need is budget tires. You know, I'd end up going into a hedge or something. Super cool question here as well. Did you increase risk on funded account? No. All risk stays the same. If anything, I'd rather increase risk on a personal account because, you know, when you're looking at funded account, you aren't risking the account, you're risking the drawdown.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, you know, you haven't got $100,000 to risk. You've got $10,000 to risk. You know, your account size is technically your drawdown. So if you're going to look at a daily drawdown, then, you know, you can only risk your drawdown on your daily, which is 5%. Depending on your account size, you know, if it's a hyper growth, then you got 3% pause, which I found out on the London Funded Freedom trip.
Like I like the idea of dropping your risk actually when you become funded. It's just a longevity thing.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just I like that idea a little bit more than picking up risk. Don't be greedy. Just think about being consistent rather than greedy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I believe you'll make more money by being consistent and lowering your risk than you are if you were greedy and trying to just chase profits and pick up your risk and whatnot. Because remember, yes, your reward is higher, but your risk is also a lot higher. So if you do lose, you're going to lose more.
Yeah, think about it this way: who's going to make more money? Someone who's been in the market for 10 years, or someone who's been in the market for 10 months? Now, you could quite comfortably make $10,000, and you know that's $1,000 a month, and then blow an account. Or you can make $500 a month, $250 a month, and be in the markets for 10 years, and you've made significantly more profits than the guy who's just made 10 grand. You know, bit of an odd example, but you know what I mean. You're chasing $10,000 months, and you may only get 1 or 2 months at that. You know, you have $1,000 or you have $2,000 months, and you have that for 5-10 years. And you're going to make significant more profits than the person that blows his account and thinks, "Oh my god, I've blown the account now." So I don't know, just make it work for you. Longevity in trading. Like in fact, I've had this account 12 months this month or 12 months next month, which is super cool. You know, super
Happy
super
birthday
cool.
to the account.
Yeah, literally, man. Yeah, happy birthday to the account in November. You know, that's when I first got the account. A lot of people can't make an account last much more than 12 months. RC, Will, that was a wonderful XAU trade placement earlier. Oh, thank you very much, man. Yeah, it was a really good trade. Yeah, solid trade. You know, I'm glad that I took out. I wanted the immediate pullback, tap into this area here, and then a rejection and continuation upwards. We didn't get it. We closed a little bit lower. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna lower now, because I think if we're gonna come down, we're gonna really come down a little bit deeper. So I moved my entry down to here then. And then we just really slowed down with momentum a little bit. And I thought, okay, you know, two things are going to happen now. We're potentially either going to reverse, which backs Samir up, or we're going to, you know, really start pumping up. And we started pumping up, and I think that's going to be the course of the direction, certainly until New York. So we'll see how it goes now.
Yeah, I just think that if you have consolidation over a section and you have a break, especially on something like gold, it's going to be a strong enough break. Like in this case, you decided to do low hanging fruit. You took out where you wanted. You got a 1-to-1. You were happy with that. But it's like the idea of like knowing that if it's going to break, and it's going to break strongly.
Yeah, even with my $45 loss. In fact, I actually haven't got. Let me get my commissions in. Columns. Let me add commissions. There we go. So I've paid $8 commission. So even with $8 commission paid, I'm still net profit 1-to-1 R. You know, I'm just I think it's like $1 above net 1-to-1 R. So, dude, I'm happy with that. You know, a 1-to-1 risk reward. Had I been trading at full 1% risk, I'd be up $1,000 right now. I could, in theory, be done for the month. You know, I took this on this account, which is a master account. I've got slaves hooked up. You know, I've made more than $349 today, and that's all I can say. You know, so yeah, 100%, man. It's a good day. It's a good week, and potentially it could be a good month. You know, in fact, it's a fantastic end of the month for September, because I think I've only placed one live trade in September, or 2 live trades, something like that. I think 1 win, 1 loss. One of the guys saying, "Are you guys ICT traders?" No, I'm a WTC trader. William Thomas Charles Davis. Yeah, just full name.
I'm RDB trading.
You're RD. Yeah, exactly, man. We all have our own little concepts. Samir, I don't know your last name, so I'm just going to call it S Concepts. Samir Concepts. Ooh, have we just 1-0 Samir?
I think we just won.
Dude, we just 1-0 Samir.
We just 1-0 Samir.
Ah, woof, come on. Yeah.
How long is it going to take him to realize?
I think he's already realized, to be fair. He's pretty on the ball.
Say something, Samir.
Mic check 1 2 3. I was muted actually. Yeah. I just realized.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Quality, it's 1-0 Rich and Will versus Samir. Every time somebody forgets that they're muted, you lose a goal.
You should have used a stop loss, Will, and put a bib on. Ah, bro, I know.
Yeah, for your coffee and your iBook.
For my dribble cup. Dude, you know what? I'm just gonna have to start wearing like protective eyewear. Who knew trading can be such a dangerous game? I need to do a risk analysis next time I.
Yeah, I was about to say you I have to call your insurer now, you know?
Yeah, I got to declare this. I got to declare this to the insurance company. Like I'm in a dangerous environment. My coffee mug's trying to blind me.
You got enemies.
Yeah. The gold blend while trading gold. Oh, dude, I was literally trading liquid. I was trading gold while drinking coffee gold blend with an added liquid gold being honey. So honey is known as liquid gold to me anyway, because the benefits of honey to me, it's a superfood and it is literally liquid gold. Coffee, Nescafe Quick Gold Blend, and then whilst trading gold, like, dude, I need
Now
something
we
gold.
need you to have a golden spoon, a golden cup, and a golden pantaloon.
Yeah, mate. Just give me like full on golden like accessories. I just need a gold watch. Oh, dude, I'll tell you what I have done is
don't start gold.
No. I'm not into gold, mate. White gold maybe. Gold doesn't suit me that well. You know, it's not that nice. Whereas, silver is my thing. I'll tell you what I have done though is this is my first luxury watch that I bought that I just showed you guys. And I think the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm not going to buy myself a second watch that I was going to, but I'm not now. I'm going to ice that watch out. I found a company that ice watches out. And so what I mean by icing it out is it's covering it in diamonds. So I think that's what I'm going to do next. I think I'm going to cover that watch in diamonds.
Don't you want to be like a rapper or something and put like diamonds?
Richard is disappointed.
Yeah,
disappointed at you.
Disgusted with that idea. He's like, Will,
no, you've lost me, mate. You've absolutely
just
lost
go
me.
put some gold flakes in your macchiato macho maca mocha latte.
What, and just like poop gold? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, I have nothing. Yeah,
Most pointless thing. Like,
you know when
putting
people
gold
say,
in-
"Oh, what do you think your poop smells like roses?" It's like, no, it doesn't smell like roses. It stinks, but it looks like gold.
but it's got gold nuggets in it, bro. No,
Yeah.
like it's like literally the most.
I'm a literal like, I'm a what do you call it? Oh, what's that fairy tale with the giant and the hen that lays gold eggs? Is it a goose? Is it a goose that lays gold eggs? You'd be a gold egg laying goose.
Yeah, it's Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh, it is Jack and the Beanstalk, isn't it? Yeah, I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Goes and steals a
Frappe
golden
coffee is
goose.
not coffee, is it not?
Frappe coffee is not coffee.
Oh, I'm drinking caramel sugar then, with no caffeine. Next time I'll ask for an espresso in it. Yum, that sounds nice. What car do you have? I'm new here and did not hear it. I drive an M4 competition convertible, and I'm now looking at another car as well. But I'm not looking at
swimming, by the way.
Mate, do you GU and gold's pumping? GU and EU is going nuts. Look at this.
Oh wow,
dude! I was buying too. I was buying too soon. Yeah, this has to be news.
There is no news actually.
We don't really have news at the moment.
This
not,
was
not orange or red folder, to be honest.
I was looking at
New York volume.
Gold at this time, but I mean, had I been looking at GU not gold, this would have been textbook. We've got that sweep under, consolidation, break and close above structure, pull back. I wouldn't have been tapped into this, by the way, guys, which would have really sucked. This would have missed me. However, though, really valid trade. If we get the fib on, you can see that this is definitely a perfect fib fill. Oh my god, what's going on here? Why have you got an ugly fib? I have customized you to be what I want. Why do you look like this?
I think it's because you haven't used this terminal in a while.
Yeah, probably, to be fair, mate. M5 Fibo levels. Oh, I got to do all this. Oh, why is that so much effort? Okay, delete that, and that. Okay, so 0.71. Oh no, I'll just put 7.1. And then delete that. Why is it so far down? Oh, you know what? Screw it. Can't be asked. Well, you're gonna have to take my word for it, guys. That's a really cool fib, Phil. Yeah, my eyes can see that. If you don't believe me, draw it up yourself, and you'll see that it's a really nice fib, Phil. It's probably bang on between the 50 and the 6-1. It may have touched down to the 7-1, but I don't think it did. Callum Brewer, yes, bro. BMW M4, you know it, mate. You know it. If you have an apartment within 10 with 10 units, that's 10 income. Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, quite literally that.
Diversify your portfolio.
All day long. Always diversify. It's a genuine key. Key to success is diversification. This is really interesting. I don't know what this comment is about, but I'm going to read it out loud, and hopefully it's a PG comment, and I will answer it. So I disagree with this idea because it comes down to a trader and the strategy. It also comes down to whomever can and can't adapt. I've met people who have done 12 years in the market and still are still nowhere. Oh, okay. This is to the 10 months versus 10 years in trading. Yeah, 100%, mate. I fully agree with you. I understand your point and where you're coming from. However, what I meant was assuming these are profitable traders. I've met traders that have been in the market for 10 years and not profitable. I've met traders that have only been learning 12 months and they are profitable. One of my students, I taught him how to trade, and he gained profitability within 12 months. Later on, finding that he hit a massive drawdown patch because he got profitable quicker than he should have. And he hadn't learned all the psychological lessons that he needed to learn before becoming profitable. So, yeah, dude, I see what you're coming from. I think maybe there was a miscommunication. That was under the assumption that both traders are profitable. It is just an example of chasing the money and chasing the goals compared to settling for a nice, consistent income. So that's what that was in relation to. It was literally consistency over, really driving for massive payouts and massive profits. So hopefully that clears it up. I think I do completely agree with you, but I think it was miscommunication. So let me know if you still agree. And if you don't agree, let's debate it, because I'm a master debater. I thought that would get more chuckles. Oh, hang on. Is Richard frozen? Was he just giving me some really weird I was like, is he just horrified of what I've said, or is he just frozen? Because I know that he's got storms over with him.
Oh no! I have a friend whose relatives are like really old, and he's also trading from a very long period of time, like 10 years. Like when I met him, he's too stubborn to learn things. He still wanna follow the signals and on. When I gave him the advice, he's too stubborn. He still wanna follow the wrong path. So yeah, it is also up to the trader. Like if you are stubborn and you are not learning anything, you are not really adapting.
Yeah.
So of course you are not gonna get anywhere.
Yeah. 100%. You got to adapt, otherwise you will lose profitability, and markets do change. I've adapted my strategy. I found my niche. I found my strategy. I found my edge, and I've adapted it. And all the times I've been full-time trading with this strategy, I've adapted it 3 times. Had I not adapted it, I wouldn't have been a full-time trader because I would have lost money. Really cool as well, Pooley. What was that on the back of your hoodie? Well, on the front of it is now a big bloody coffee stain. So that needs to go ASAP. On the back of it is just my streaming logo. So it's Apex Brotherhood. We do stream in the morning, guys.
All right, guys. I gotta go now. So
awesome stuff, Samir.
Take care.
See you later, bro. Dude, it was awesome streaming with you, by the way, as well, man. So
thank you, man. It was awesome for me also. And take care, guys.
It was
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you later, bro. See you, Samir.
Bye, guys. Okay.
When I said it was awesome streaming with him, I really thought he was going to go, yeah, he's all right. I was like, all right. Victor, what's good, man?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Will, Richard. How are you guys doing? And everyone watching us. How is everything today?
Good, mate. Yeah, really good. Caught a nice long on gold, which I live traded in front of everyone. So that was really cool. Back to trading this account live on stream. So yeah, it's going well, man. Day's going well. I've made profit. I've done everything I need to do. I had an extra 45-minute nap because I slept 2 hours yesterday. So, dude, I'm feeling back and good to go. I'm feeling ready to smash the day out. What about you?
That's the what we see in here. Where did you get in?
So I got in on the consolidation and the anticipation with the amount of highs that we were building up. I thought at a bare minimum we'd sweep the highs. We were building these equal tops up, so I wanted to see a sweep at a bare minimum. So I had my stops at the low of this area, entered just around. I can probably find my entry. Let me go into my history. I
3817.85.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. 3817.85. Yeah. I was trying to work out which one was my takeout price and which one was my entry price. So yeah, took it, entered in there, and then we got the breakout. You're slowly struggling to push up, and then we got this real nice big candle up, and then we started pulling back down. And I thought, you know what, $400, I'm happy with that. So yeah, took a really nice trade.
One.
402, paid $4 commission, so 338. So that was pretty cool. Or 398.
And what do you have there? You were expecting some kind of a retrace into that consolidation again?
I was. We did have a pending, and the pending was literally on the breakout. So it was a break and retest of the breakout zone, hoping to continue up. We didn't get it in the first immediate pullback. So then what I wanted to do is lower it down to the consolidation zone, which I thought we were going to pull back into before continuing up. Again, we didn't get it. So I just canceled the order.
I see. And why do you talk in plural?
I don't know. Because the markets are plural. We all see the same markets.
Okay. I thought maybe, I don't know.
Pointed that out.
Maybe you feel one with everyone and you say us and
Bro, I don't know.
Maybe it's it has a much deeper
maybe it's just
source.
me and my multiple personalities.
I was about to say it's probably
all of us decided to go into this trade. All of our
it's like in the third person. Richard thinks that this is going to happen now.
My alter ego comes out and just starts speaking on behalf of me. Will doesn't know whether to take this trade or not. Dude, you're weird, man. You're the first person that pointed that out. I've never had someone say, "Will, why are you speaking in third person?" Why are you speaking plural? I've always said, "We didn't get this, we didn't get that." Not I didn't get this, I didn't. I've never said I. I've always said we.
Yeah.
That's odd, man. You're the first person to point that out.
The thing is, I think more people say it, but they say it as in the price action. We didn't reach this level, or we did. But you were very specific. You said we had a limit. That's not everyone. That you had that limit.
Yeah.
And we took that limit. I think you said, or something like that. But it was like something specific, not about general market price action. But I like it. Keep doing it, Will. I think it's colorful. Let's maybe more people will start doing it. Who knows? There's a benefit.
Who knows? Maybe I'm a trend setter, guys.
I thought for a second maybe Victor was a little bit annoyed with you over what happened.
Stop pluralizing. It's you.
You didn't recognize Victor immediately.
Oh, mate. Yeah, so Victor, I was telling the guys at the event I didn't recognize you and I felt awful.
It's okay. No problem, man. No problem at all.
Yeah.
We it can I mean it's no one should be surprised, right? I mean, you have never seen me before without the mask.
No,
so
literally.
why would you be able to recognize me if you never did? That wouldn't even be recognizing. That would be just knowing something you never knew. That's impossible.
Yeah, true that. I'll tell you what, do you know what's even worse? I didn't even recognize the voice.
I was about to say, like, you should.
At least I should have recognized the voice. But as soon as Rich said, like, we were sitting down at the table at the pub after the evening, or sorry, after the day of the event, And he was like, "Oh, I think Victor's on his way." I was like, "No way, Victor's coming." He looked at me like as an absolute muppet and goes, "Will, you were speaking to Victor earlier," and the penny dropped, and I was like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot." I was like, "Oh my god." Yeah, but no, it was awesome, man. It was a really cool day. I had a really cool evening as well, so it was nice to have a couple of drinks with everyone and a really awesome meal. So
Yeah, I enjoyed it very much as well. I think
yeah,
I feel very
100%.
close to all of you now.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like Abe, it was the first time I've properly met Abe. Like he's jumped in a few times, and he was like, "Well, I've interacted in your streams. I told you, like, I'm from Wales as well," and I was like, again, penny dropped, and I was like, "Oh my god, yeah, of course you have." So like, I feel a lot more connected with you guys now that we've met properly in person, and we've shared a couple of stories and a couple of laughs over some food and a couple of drinks. So, dude, it was super super cool. Yeah, really enjoyed the night.
I'm insanely jealous.
I was gonna say, Richard, do not feel left out. There will be another opportunity, and you're part of the team as well, so do not feel left out. No FOMO feeling here.
No.
Yeah,
It sounded lovely, especially the way that Will was explaining
Should we
it.
just make Rich really jealous and like just I don't know how we can make him more jealous. It was a really good night. Callum Brewer as well saying this. Will, don't do it. It'll lose value. Buy one that is already iced out, and then you won't have to take the loss on the value. Dude, I have no intention of reselling it. It's my first ever luxury watch that I bought, so I'll keep it forever. Like my other watches, I will buy more watches and I will resell them and I will sort of part X them. But this particular watch, I will, I don't care for revaluing it. It's my watch and it's my first ever way of being like, Will, congratulations, like you're getting somewhere in your life and you're doing great things. Here's a gift from you to you, sort of thing, So I don't care about the value of it. It was very expensive, but if it devalues, it devalues.
Which will give you that watch?
I haven't decided yet. It was probably my alter ego. It was it was my internal voice. It was my other part of my being that I talk about. It was my internal voice saying, "Well, make this watch part of the physical realm."
Whenever somebody speaks in plural, I always come back to the idea of Smeagol from The Lord of the Rings. He always talks to himself,
yes.
and like, he always does that, and it's, I don't know, like you're Smeagol now for me, William.
Brilliant, fantastic.
No, but I like it, Will, because we are not one-dimensional, right? As a person, you have different aspects, and maybe seeing it from that when you're talking to yourself, say, you're saying, Will, you deserve this, you worked hard. Talking to yourself, meaning, that's putting another hat. That's there's something to it, right?
No, Victor, you got it wrong, man. You got it wrong. It's not you deserve this, you did well. It's we deserve this, we did well.
Oh yes.
Come on, man, you got to remember my multiple personalities.
Of course, it's a gang, it's a group, it's the Wills.
I've got a community inside my head going on. Like.
The problem is when they start ganging up on you.
Yeah. You know how most people pay for therapy? Like I've had therapists try and pay to like therapize me.
Like, yeah, I have a therapist in my brain. I have a doctor. I have a lawyer as well.
Yeah, I've got psychiatrists begging me for an interview.
Richard, it sounds very crowded in there.
It has to be crowded. Like, if I'm stuck on a desert island alone, I'm not alone.
Yeah, 100%. Do you know the worst part is when you're in the dark and it's complete silence and you're still hearing things. Then it's like, oh no, here's the scary part. I'm not alone.
I was in the dark alone and I stopped hearing things. Then I'll be like, whoa, the
voices have stopped. They're scared. What's going on?
Oh.
Anyway, guys, I love you. I love you.
But before you go, Will, I guess I'm very Oh, actually, let's ask you. Let's answer this. Let's one of the Wills answer this question. Will, whichever of you, um, um, do you have do you have a good time when you're alone? Can you keep yourself company?
I can.
I mean solitude. I mean solitude, Richard. Solitude.
I find peace in myself. Yes.
So can you, for example, go to a dinner alone or to a trip alone, and you entertain yourself?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've gone on many trips on my own, but you're never alone when you've got multiple personalities. And I
That's
do
what
talk
I
to
mean.
myself, like bro, I'll talk to myself. I'll be sitting there having some food, and I was there. I think it was probably McDonald's, like knowing me, and I was sitting there at McDonald's, and this was a couple of years ago at the 5ers event, and I was sitting there just chatting to myself, man. I look like a psycho. I look a right nutcase. But yeah,
but the reason perhaps is because you have more of you.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
it's easier to keep you company, literally.
Yeah, dude, literally that. I am. Yeah, I'm always I'm always at peace with myself. What starts getting worrying is when I start arguing with myself, and then it starts to people start to get worried around me. People are like, oh no. He's talking to himself and he's arguing, but he's coming up with valid points for equal opposites.
Yeah, but
yeah, literally. Especially when I'm trading. Like I always tell people, especially on LLTF, I always talk about talking to yourself on the markets. I'm like, okay, so we got a validation here. Oh yeah, but what about that area there? No. Yeah, we have, because if we look at the structure shift there. Yeah, true, but look at the time frame. If we've gone to a lower time frame, and I mean, like, I've genuinely got valid points for pros and cons, and I will speak it out loud. I look like a right nut. If someone bugged my room, like if I was being investigated by like, I don't know, like MI5, and they'd bugged my room, they'd be thinking, dude, like he's got multiple people in that room right now.
He's holding hostages.
Let's break in and release them.
Yeah, no, literally. He's got hostages.
That is one of those white straitjacket moments.
Oh, mate, 100%.
You get swatted, and then the moment you leave the door, there's a psychologist standing there going, 24-hour hold.
Yeah. So what are you feeling today, Will? I'm feeling a little tired, and I don't know if I should be at the markets. How does that make you feel? Like people like bug in my room would be like, is he going through a therapy session right now? Self-therapy, man. Self-therapy.
But I think a lot of people recognize this self-talk, right? Talking to yourself. I do it, and I always thought that it was weird. I still think it's a little bit weird. But I've seen many times, because we talked about this on the stream, many, if not just about everyone, does it somewhat, to some degree. And as we can see, the Goddess Trades Forex, I found my people, right? I think it's about that, about that self-talk. Taking different perspective on the same topic, with yourself, debating with yourself, basically. And by the way, the Goddess Trades Forex, it was lovely meeting you. Lovely.
I missed you. I didn't see you there.
We met at the event.
Yeah, I was gutted. I was gutted. We were speaking at the end that you were there, and I was like, no way, where? I was like, I didn't see him anywhere. But having said that, though, we all established that I had speaker brain. Like I had both my events in my head, so I was just off with a theory somewhere.
Obviously, if before the speech, before the moment, it's obviously your head is all around everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's completely
not only that, I was also pretty creeped out as well on the second time I saw you. So
creeped up. Why is that?
I was about to say wrong choice of words there.
No. I mean, I dead ass creeped out. Do you not remember?
What are you referring to?
Do you not remember when you? Yeah,
no,
when you
go ahead.
You were outside the coffee shop with Rich and Abe, and I came up and I was like, guys, I've just had this creepiest interaction.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I now remember. Yeah. Of course.
Dude, I was telling my brother about that this morning. He was in stitches. He was absolutely wetting himself. He was like, "No way that happened to you." I was like, "Mate, honest to God."
I
Is
think
this
that
something
story
you
is
can
never
share
gonna
on
leave us.
stream, or is this a
Nah.
non-stream shareable thing?
It's because of the potential viewers, and I want to be respectful for everyone. And if he's in, I will be respectful.
I know more.
I'll voice note it to you, man. It was. Well, I'll tell you on our next meeting. It was.
Spill the tea. Tell me more.
It was wild. It was wild. Maybe I'll tell you in I'm gonna start doing weekly podcasts, just me and you in the Apex community. Maybe I'll share that story then. Many traders wouldn't talk to anyone if they didn't talk to themselves. Yeah, 100%.
Look, self-talk is very healthy.
I think it's important.
Healthy habit.
I love Wesley's comment though, man. Wesley's comment is next level. Will's personalities. You've got Will the day trader, Will the motivational speaker, and Will the boyfriend. Oh, sorry, Will the day trader, William the motivational speaker. I like what you did there with my name, make it more professional. And then Willy boy, the boyfriend. Mate, 100%, man. Yeah, 100%. I got so many sort of personalities to suit my situation. We need to know. Oh no, I can't. I'll just tell you what. I will meet you in person one day, and we shall share that story because, woof, what a story, man! It was. Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna recover. I think I may actually need therapy from it. I don't know if I'm gonna recover from that.
Oh no!
I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna stay with us for a very, very long time.
100%. Like if anyone can top off an interaction as odd and as bizarre and strange as that, then dude, I'm gonna give the biggest round of applause going. Anyway, on that fantastic bombshell, guys, I've gone 20 minutes over. I'm bloody starving. I'm amazed CC hasn't called me yet because she calls me on a lunch break. So guys, I'm gonna love you all and leave you. Have a fantastic day going forward. I'm now flat in the market. I'm not going to touch the markets now, so I'm just going to go scran and then go see what my plans are for the day. May go move, may go to the gym, who knows. So guys, thank you so much for for listening to me. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being absolutely fantastic. And I hope you all had a fantastic weekend. And for those of you who came to the event, thank you so much for joining me and coming to say hello and sharing your experience. 100%. So, guys, thank you so much. And I shall see you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, guys. See you then.
Sure thing, Will. Take care. All right. And we're back. That transition on my side was kind of quick.
Yeah, and on my side, it was kind of blue.
Was it? Mine as well. Yeah. For a little moment there, I saw some new colors.
Yeah, this is like, I'm not used to this. This is weird.
So Richard, how have you been?
Myself, I've been well. Today has been a very lackluster trading day for me. I haven't really had any setups today, but I'm okay with that. Today was more of a chatty, catching up with Will, catching up with chat day. But overall, the weekend for me was a very chill weekend as well, and I kind of haven't gotten out of my weekend mode yet. I don't know if you were still in your weekend mode, especially after the weekend that you guys have had, all fun and games,
In all honesty, a little bit, yes. I'm still in that vibe of the weekend, just a little bit still.
Yeah, so today has been like, we had a thunderstorm here this morning, and it just didn't feel like a day. It felt like, okay, we're still on the weekend. But yeah, other than that, I'm incredibly well. How about you?
Before you continue and you deflect that question back to me, when you say you're incredibly well, which of you?
I.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Gunther. It is not Sidner. It's Richard. It is the trader today that is good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, we've had such a memorable weekend, and how else to be after such a no, I'm speechless. Basically, it's amazing when you meet up after being for a long time in contact, sharing things, building up friendship, but you never really met. And then finally you meet that person, and you didn't know what to expect, but the interaction just keeps on leveling up. It's amazing. So yeah, I think we should definitely do this more often with all of the team.
I think like in South Africa we have a lot of team building exercises that companies usually do, or I don't know, like getaways where you go and do some obstacle courses and stuff like that. There should be a 5ers version of that.
Indeed, and a team building exercise or team building event where you deliberately thrown into some kind of a situation, and you have to navigate through it, not literally, but navigate through it together. And I think it's that was a little bit, we didn't have the same challenges. It was an obstacle course, but just spending time together had the same effect on those who were present last weekend. Amazing. Just I'm short for other words. It's just amazing. It's beautiful to see us coming together again. Richard, what are you make up of the markets today? Today is, I believe there was, is it, was there? No, there isn't any
No
holidays.
major news.
No holidays. Um, but the market, gold is still strong as always, as it has been in a couple of months already. What are you looking at in terms of opportunities, and do you have anything open?
I don't have any trades open at the moment. However, this morning, Will and I had our own stream in the morning, and
Okay.
I was still looking at gold longs, and then it kind of didn't really break higher. It just kind of consolidated during London, and only just got the break now, and it's retracing a little bit. So I'm more of a trend trader in any way. So I wait for a trend to formulate, and then I will start looking for entries. Pound as well, and I generally only trade pound, euro, and gold. So
Really?
yeah, I try and focus on sticking to a handful of pairs, so that I'm not all sort of, my focus isn't all over the place. So on the left hand side over here, I have 3 screens. On the left hand side, I have my terminal with my 3 distinct assets, and then obviously there's copiers and stuff like that up as well. In front of me is my trading view, where I do most of my analysis, and then on the right hand screen is the camera and the stream and stuff like that. And it's just a little bit easier for me to focus on one thing at a time, especially if I have my attention that needs to be divided across multiple things. So in that regard, I had a look at gold this morning, decided I wanted buys, but I couldn't really see the buy initially because it was ranging. So I said, I'm going to wait for a break, and then I will decide. So right now we've had the break, but now I'm waiting for the pullback to a point, and then I'll decide whether or not I want to be in, because I'm not too happy with, let's not say happy, I'm not too interested in this big pullback, because it's broken through and now it's pulling back to the little breakout point, but it's big candles on the 15 and on the 5. And then on GU, I still want buys. I'm still on the idea that we are potentially trying to push higher. However, I have this bearish 1 hour base that we pushed into, and we're still within it. I don't know. Maybe I can share my screen with you, and then
maybe you could.
Maybe that would make a little bit more sense. I've shared it, but I cannot put it on the screen.
Okay, we'll switch to your scene, and then we can. There we go.
There we go.
Let me.
I'm going to just go over to the 15. So I trade around the ideas of my base areas. I believe I've mentioned it to you before. There's a lot of people that say it's a lot like breaker blocks, but I'm just not sure.
Okay.
On the hourly on GU,
Okay.
we were pushing down Wednesday, consolidated at the end of New York. Tokyo, we tried to push up a little bit, and then we had this very long drop down on Thursday. So this bearish, this bullish bar here is one of my bases. So
Okay.
we were trending down, an attempt to push higher, failure, and then continue. And we are right in it now. We pushed into this 1 hour base. We tried to push out of it. We flew back into it, and now we're slowly like just dwindling within it. So I would love to see it push up. However, this reaction doesn't fill me with conviction just yet. So I'm going to wait for it to either break above this block, or if it just decides to start going lower. So that is what I'm waiting for. It's just a patient game at the moment. And then I look at the 15 minutes as well as like intra bar movements on the 15 to say, for argument's sake, as we were pushing down, we made another base. We came back to it. We made another. We changed from a bearish base to a bullish base, basically. And
how do you call these area, these bases? That's how you call them, base?
Yeah, I just call them a base.
Okay.
It's just, it was the way that it made sense to me. I go on the idea of rally base rally and drop base drop. So the price rallies on an uptrend, it makes a little pullback, which is a base, and then a continuation, which is the next rally. That's just how I've formulated it for myself. And then, so during Tokyo, it would have been an amazing trade if it actually it pushed above this 15-minute base. It created a bullish base and then continued. So the idea would have been to enter on a trade over there as an example. It would be something that I'm looking for, but I'm asleep here, so I want to see something like this in London. But unfortunately, because we were close to this 1 hour base, we pushed into it, but we didn't get the reaction that I wanted. Unfortunately, it started pulling back to this 15-minute base, had a reaction off of it, and now it's pulling back again. So to me, I'm just patient. I'm just going to wait for it to show an actual break, retest, and then continuation, and then start looking for another rally base rally.
Very, very interesting, Richard. How long do these bases stay relevant to you?
Until they're completely tested, broken through, and closed above. So this 15-minute base one here.
Well, hold on, you're giving out a lot of information here. So tested, broken.
So I'll use this base as an example. So this base was formulated the previous week, Thursday, and it hadn't been tested the whole of Friday. It was close, but it wasn't completely tested. And then this morning, price touched it, broke through it with this 15-minute candle, broke through it, closed above it, and then you had the little pullback and then the continuation. So this specific base is now invalidated as a bearish base. It just turns into a bullish base. So it's
always
it swaps around.
Always?
More often than not, yeah. If it is for arguments like a higher time frame, if there's multiple touches over a specific area, as an example, then I would draw it all the way back, and I'll turn it into a breaking point. Because then I'm saying I want it to break out of this area. It's tested it multiple times. This base has been tested multiple times. It means that to me, there's interest at this area. So then it can go either way. It can either break through and continue, or it can refract off of it. It can hit it and then bounce off of it, as an example.
So getting to the base, how you manage the validity of these bases. So the body, if you mentioned the body, so you're waiting for the close.
I want like a close above it. Yes.
Yeah, that makes the body going through it to the other, going through it, and then you need to have the the retest in order for you to invalidate it? So as long as you don't have is the retest necessary for invalidation or not really?
I would say it is necessary, because consider this 15-minute base initially. Let's say
Yes.
price came up to it and then started to pull back a bit and attempt to come and test it again and fail, and then starts pushing lower. It is still a bearish base, because it was an area where the sellers or the buyers attempted to buy to buy out of the trend, to buy the sellers out of the trend, and they failed. And if it comes back to this point and fails yet again, then it still stays as a bearish base, because
But
in that case the bidders still bought out all of the buyers on that point. But if it does break through and pushes higher, now it's definitely not it's not a bearish base anymore. It cannot be conceived as a bearish base. I would like price to then come and retest it to confirm that indeed the buyers have now taken over, and that the sellers are now no longer the predominant players in the specific trend.
Very, very clear. But how about, when does the status of the base change from bearish to bullish? Is it at the moment price, let's say in this case, that the first time it closed beyond it, or is it after it had retested and continued?
It's generally okay. So there's two factors to it. The first one is it can only be a bullish base if we are in a bullish trend.
Okay.
So I needed to swap over from a bearish trend in order and then become a bullish trend. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is I will keep it like in this case where I have the bearish base and the bullish base in the same area up until there's been a retest. And then once the retest is there, I will take the bearish one away. And then it's now no longer valid, as an example, because the trend itself has yet to confirm that it's now bullish. I don't know if this is making sense the way that I'm explaining it.
Sense. Yes,
Yeah.
it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I recognize this because that's just, in other words, other boxes, other points where you put it, but that's basically how I trade the order blocks as well. So having understanding that there's phases to what the market wants to do, or the market structure, and you phase out of one and into the other one, and you have different rules or limits or milestones that once you cross this, then that's the sign that you're out of one phase and you're
Yes.
into the next phase. And you can still have moments where you're partially out, or one idea is sort of almost invalidated while the other one is almost or maybe already valid. All kinds of, it goes into and out. It's kind of fluid, because it's not always perfectly the sequence. Sometimes there's a little in between position where it's none of them or it's both of them.
Yes, that's 100%. It's like it seems like it's a little bit more fluid. In consolidation areas, like when we are we're not really trending, but we're stuck in this little range. You can have both, where it just like it creates a bullish base and then immediately goes bearish, and then there is days like that where that happens. Like for argument's sake, today on gold, for me, just during this section over here, just when I thought I'm about to make a new base, as an example, this would have been it's trying to push up, it fails, it comes down, it doesn't make a new low, it attempts to push up, it gives the confirmation. This I would have said, okay, cool, now we have a new base, and then it immediately gets invalidated. So then I have to either work on the 15-minute, or then I go over to the hourly and I kind of see, okay, we're actually consolidating, as an example. A range initiation, mitigation, continuation. The Sage.
Yeah, I that's lovely, because what the Sage is actually talking about and what you're talking about is actually the same thing as the retest of a fresh order block. An order block to be created, in certain time frames, lower time frame, it's a consolidation.
Mm.
And you have the initiation, which is the impulse. You have the retest, which is the mitigation, and then you have the follow through. Those are my words, but that's, it doesn't matter what words we use. And then you have the follow through, which is the continuation.
Okay.
And so it's the same. Actually, it's beautiful to see how we're describing the same concept, the same phenomenon, the same movement. Doesn't matter, we use different words, different faces, different, color or shapes, but it's basically we're describing the same thing. And that's we see that a lot of the times on the streams. People come in, traders, and they have their own vocabulary, their own lingo, their own ideas, but if essentially they are the same ideas that others are trading, just in another, looked from a different lens, and
Yes.
from a different approach, from a different vantage point, but it's basically the same thing. I love it.
Yeah, I think, and I think I've said this before, I don't think that there's any new concepts in trading.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly just believe it is reinterpretations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for argument's sake, you're talking about breaker blocks. I have not studied breaker blocks, and I think maybe I should go and have a look at what it is from your point of view. Like, from maybe I should go and watch a few of your streams
Mm-hmm.
and just see the way that you explain them, and then see if I can find the correlation between how I view it and you view it, as an example.
Mm-hmm.
But in the idea is that there's no new concepts, just reinterpretations, and this interpretation to me makes sense to me, and then your version makes sense to you. But like, I'm really interested now to see what is the correlation.
Yeah, yeah. And that it's, I think, right, that's my opinion, that my order block that it's actually a sort of a validation, if when you have another person describing the same concept, the same movement, and it makes sense to them in their way of watching it, but it's the same habit, same not habit, the same movement that you also recognize in your system, which is what we're having right now, right? We both are
Yeah.
seeing the same things. I see a lot of similarities and a lot of things that, or what the sage is explaining, right? That's totally what I would just be using different words,
Mm.
and that's a so recurrent, so fractal, something that's so, it happens so often fractally in the market, that you can totally build, all kinds of edges on it, because it's kind of a universal building block of how market moves. And it's great. It's a nice way of getting a little bit of a validation on, not that we necessarily need it, but it's a good when you it feels good when you see it.
It's definitely a good feeling if you see somebody that maybe you admire, or somebody who you look up to, and they trade in a way that is similar yet different, obviously, because the way that you're going to manage your risk and all of that stuff is going to be completely different to the way that I do.
Mm-hmm.
But the core concept, on a baseline, we
Mm-hmm.
have a similar viewpoint of how the market moves, and that is
Totally.
very validating,
Yep.
especially, like I said, if it's from somebody that you look up to, and you look at their trading, and you realize, having not like studied their trading per
Mm-hmm.
se, as an example, just looking at the trades and realize, wow, we do it so similarly, and it was organic. Let's rather say it was like, I feel like I came to this organically,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like it's possibly the same for you, without assuming that
Mm-hmm.
for you it also came more organically, the way that you started trading, as an example.
Yes, it totally organic. I everything actually that I do, it may have, they're not that, like, I invented the indicators, obviously not, or certain things I didn't come up with them, but the bringing together everything, and the usage and the application, how I use them, and the rules that it's totally organic. I didn't follow anything. It made sense to me, when just by observing, testing things out, and tweaking, until you say, okay, so the actual the actual thing or factor or rule that defines one thing to the other is this rule. So this is what I'm going to hold on, and I'm going to put it into the toolbox, and you keep doing that until you have, you know, a library of rules and tools to read and assess the market, and then you put them to assemble them together in a way that makes sense as a system, and you apply it. That process, I think, is very formative for a trader. That's why you know, it's totally you. It's you, your ideas, your experience, your data expressed in your system, and that's the best way to build it. Obviously, you know, it takes time, and for some other people, you know, you know, at their phase when you're starting, just copy pasting a strategy, an existing strategy, is maybe the best way to start. But you know, eventually you want to build something that's completely yours, either by taking an existing strategy and changing it, adapting it, molding it to your liking, or start from scratch by um, taking different elements from different places, from different people, different sources, and using them because they made sense to you for this particular application at this particular situation. Either your entry, your management, your bias, your structure, whatever it is that you're using that tool for. I think that's you know, in the progress of traders, you have the first level would be like follow a signal, right? It doesn't require you to be a trader, just follow someone else's signal. And there's nothing wrong with that in the sense, right? You're also a trader if you're following a signal. You're not, but a little bit you are. You're trading, so you're a trader. But that's so far away from where you eventually, if you're really passionate about trading, where you eventually want to be getting, because as a signal, which may have its benefits, a lot of them, right? You don't have to spend any time on it. You just get the signal, you execute. But that doesn't make you grow as a trader, right? It doesn't help you to hold a difficult trade or manage drawdown well, because it's a black box to you. You only follow a signal, and then you have, when you follow a specific, the next level will be when you follow a specific strategy from someone who tells you, or you know, it's profitable according to them, so you start trading it. And that's okay, that's cool. I mean, you there's a lot of mechanical systems out there, you can follow them. But then that's not the end phase yet. I To me, it is when you've gone through, you know, either a couple of systems, and you've taken the better parts that make sense to you, and you assemble your custom made strategy perfectly to you, you know, in every sense of the word. And it's never gonna be perfect, but in a
No.
way, it's adapted exactly the way you want it for that particular time. In the future, you'll realize, all right, so it's imperfect. It needs adjusting, either because it was imperfect from the beginning, or the market changes and my system is no longer capturing the edge. Whatever the reason is, doesn't matter. But you will eventually, it's fluid as well, just slowly fluid, not as fluid as, you know, day to day, but maybe quarter to quarter, maybe year to year. You will adapt that, but that's beside the point. The point is making it yours, and once it's yours, I think that's where you can tap into the power of um you know, executing your plan to a much higher level, because it's so in tune with how you are, because you made it, and you understand it, because there's no way to create it unless you have the data. You know, that's the base the basis why you enter, or you added these things to your system, because you've seen something, you've observed it, you have the data that proves, you know, that legitimizes how and why this is within your trades system. Once you have done that correctly and thoroughly, you know, that's the best position you can be as a trader, because you've every you have you're complete, you know, in a way, much more complete with the other phrases, right? It's completely done custom. It's like a suit that's custom made to you, right?
Yeah, it's tailor fit.
Tailor fit. There's nothing like it, because it was made for you. So
Yes. Yeah.
it adapts it most to your body, perfectly.
It's like a
Love it.
personification. It's like you've personalized this thing to you, and you feel as if it is a part of you.
Hmm.
It's an extension, let's rather say,
Exactly.
of your personality, the way that you trade, as an example.
Yes. And I believe eventually, well, trading, not everyone needs to be a full-time trader. Not everyone wants to, we are all different, and that's fine.
Mm.
But eventually, if you are passionate to be a trader, be a good one, that's the progress, right? That's those are the phases you go through, and until you get to the other side, it's not by staying in phase number one, which is just following a signal, for example, or even the second one, which is following someone else's system. It's on the third phase where you have that color tailor's made suit. That's how you win. I believe not win, you get to your highest potential. You materialize your highest potential.
I really resonate with that, Victor. Thank
Mm.
you. I think that the way that you explained this is incredibly well thought out and very well worded. So I'm
You
I'm thankful that I got to spend a little bit of time with you. That was some knowledge nuggets that you've just dropped down. It's definitely something to take away.
Mm.
Myself being a self-taught trader, I haven't like gone through courses, people stuff. I haven't. Everything that I know about trading is purely what I have researched myself, and it's very validating to know
Mm.
that there's somebody that has been in the game for as long as you have,
Mm.
and I have a semblance of the same view as you do
Mm.
in the market. So I'm very appreciative of the fact that I got to at least spend a little bit of time with you, and you gave me this very lovely explanation. So I'm definitely going to go look back at some of your live streams where you were explaining the breaker blocks, and I'm going to start focusing a little bit and see if there's something extra that I can take away and maybe add to my toolbox.
Mm.
Because the thing about trading for me is like it is, yes, it's a very personal journey, but if there's a master of their craft and I'm not paying attention to what this master is doing and I am purely only focusing on my own journey, I'm going to miss potential. And I would like to gain potential. So I can always go and have a look at your streams, and I can learn from a master. Even if you don't consider yourself to be a master, I'm using it as a reference point to say, like, I'm the student, you're the master. You're the Jedi Knight, I'm the Padawan. It would be
Richard.
foolish of me to not look at your things and not attempt to take something away from it. But at the same time, still keep my strategy personified to myself.
Richard, are you trying to get a date with me?
I'm trying to very, very much get into the next time that you guys go for a drink, and there's the South African dude that's just going to be. No, I'm just joking. It's no, I'm just. I feel like if you feel appreciation towards something, voice it, and
Yeah.
I feel appreciation for what you've spoken about now, and yeah, I'm yeah, I'm not at a loss of words, but like I don't know how else to state it.
Yeah, I you make me blush. That little joke was me expressing my blushing, which is invincible, or not invincible, but invisible.
Yeah,
Um,
currently, like you have a facade, you know.
exactly, and that's the reason that I made that joke, to make it, known to everyone that you're too kind to me, Richard. I don't see myself as the master at all. I'm a student just like everyone else. But thank you for your words. I appreciate them, and to me, it's same. I look at your what you've been. That's why I went to, and I stopped you to look how you're doing things, because I see, what, whoa, this is great. I someone here doing it organically from a different perspective, but they're basically describing what I'm doing, the same thing, just a little bit different. So I like that as well. I'm very appreciative for your very kind words, Richard. And yes, surely one day we will be having that drink as well, and we'll talk about the other good stuffs we have learned and discovered in our trading journey. Goddess says, "Love, love, love." How romantic.
That is very like I'm just gonna say you are very welcome. That I feel like I'm quite an honest person, and I know I can ramble because there's a lot of thoughts that's happening here, and like I can't always put them in the sentence order that I want.
Mhm.
But just know that yeah, I'm appreciative, and you are welcome.
Thank you.
But yeah, with
Thank you.
that, I'm going to probably have to head off as well. I think I've also gone a little bit over time, but it was well worth it.
Thank you. I'm sure the audience is appreciative of your time with us, even though it's more than scheduled. Actually, they want us, right? I see that all the time on our Discord sessions as well, right? People want more and more, and I want to give more. But there's always their time is always scarce. So it's something you know natural limitations we have in reality.
Yeah, we've all got 24 hours in a day, unfortunately.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
So you're watching, before you go, this is your screen. You're watching on the different time frames, I suppose. This is what
I have the
15?
5-minute on the left-hand side and the 15-minute on the right-hand side.
What
I
are
don't
you
always
watching?
stick to these two.
What are you waiting for? Why, before you go, just 1 minute, what is it that are you waiting for something? Are you already in the trade, or no? I think you said I don't think you said anything about opening a trade.
No, I haven't opened up a trade as yet. Generally, what I wait for is I wait for the 15-minute. Therefore worth it. Thanks, Richard. It's a pleasure, Carla. What I wait for is I wait for my 15-minute base to be created, and then the continuation either on the 15-minute or on the 5. I would want to get in on the 5 because it's a little bit cleaner for me. So that's why I keep both up. I usually, just like for argument's sake, we have now the initiation of the break, not break, of the base here on the 15-minute. I'm just going to move this a little bit back and this a little bit back. There's the 15-minute. Now, if I was paying attention, what I would have wanted is I would have wanted to see it break higher on the 5-minute, as an example here. And then I could have then decided to either get in on this candle, or I could have gotten in on this small little continuation candle down here. But it is dependent on if I'm paying attention or if I'm not on this. Let's say, for argument's sake, I was on the GU screen as an example. I probably would not have seen that one. But here I can see it now. And if I was quick enough, then I could have gotten in on this nice candle as an example. So generally, I want to be in on the 5, but I can't always get in on the 5. So sometimes I'll get on the 15. Like this would be an amazing area to get in, and I would try for a 1 to 1.5 as an example. And if I missed this as an example, I'll just wait for either the second one, or I'll wait for price to come back down and just touch it, and then show either a slowing towards it and then a continuation up, or a large wick and then a close much higher and then a continuation, and then I'll get in on the second continuation. Just an example.
Lovely.
But I like having both, because I sometimes get the entry on the 5 and sometimes I get it on the 15.
And does your stop change differ when you take it on the 5 instead of on the 15?
So sometimes if I take it on the 15, I get a little bit more drawdown before it continues, and then sometimes on the 5, I think I have a slightly lower win percentage on the 5 because I sometimes get false entries. Like, to give you an example, right here where we are now, here's the 15-minute block. But it's not completed yet on the 5, but I would have seen it as, for argument's sake, that. And then I would have decided, oh, okay, there's the continuation. And then I would have entered on this one as an example. And then maybe we have a little bit more volatility than what is expected. And let's say my stop loss was over there, I get knocked out as an example. So I'm trying to focus a little bit more on waiting for the 15-minute to be the confirmation of the continuation instead of the 5-minute. But I'm so used to entering on the 5-minute that that's the one that I'm like gravitating towards to wait for the entry. It's just an example, something that I'm working on in the background, trying to get it's that
go ahead.
That little adjustments.
Yeah, I understand that completely. Lower time frame gives you more signals, but they are more your false movement. You get, they're too sensitive sometimes. They're getting movements that are not going to be the movement, but they're still giving you signals. Higher time frames, you have by the time it closes or by the time it forms whatever, it gives you a worse entry, and you may have the market will. Maybe in my case, my stops will be wider, but the signals are higher quality because there are
yes. I was about to say it's definitely higher quality.
Yeah, and you want a little bit of both. Sometimes you choose one, and sometimes you just combine them as you do, which makes a lot of sense. I do that as well. But awesome, Richard. I know you are short on time, so I'm not gonna hold you any.
I'm not short on time. It's just I have to pee.
like the honesty.
Yeah, I need to go see a man about a horse.
Okay.
It's a more delicate way of saying I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, I was unfamiliar with that expression.
All right, Victor, thank you for spending a little bit of time with me. You have a lovely day and good luck with your trades today as well. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. It is as always, Richard, my pleasure spending time with you as well. And I can safely state that on behalf of everyone else watching as well, it's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much. Then to chat as well, guys, have a lovely day. Trade your plan and practice some patience. All right.
Perfect.
Cheers, guys.
Take care. All right. That was Richard, great trader. I recognize a great trader right away, and I'm sure you guys can do that too when you see and you hear him lay out how he trades, and I can recognize one very quickly, because you can see the same process, not completely, not identical, but you can see the resemblance in how they approach, because they've gone through the same process, although it is different. In the end, it's a template that is gone through by a lot of traders, and that's how we recognize one another. All right, so we have GU. How are you guys? It is the last hour of our stream. I hope we will have an awesome hour here on the 29th of September. Monday it is. Let's check the chat to see what we have. If you have questions, if you guys have, I don't know, you want me to look at a specific setup, maybe, or maybe you're dealing with something. It can be anything. It can be uh, how you handle distraction, or how whatever it is that you're dealing with, and you think, maybe I would like to know what Victor thinks about this, and or maybe if you don't know my name, how this trader thinks about it. Drop us a line or two in the chat, and while at it, consider hitting and subscribing. And even if you said, oh yes, I did it already, could you do us a favor, double check that you subscribed to the channel, because you may be assuming you're subscribed, and maybe that's not the case yet. All right, so that's GU. Perfect. Let's take a look at the chat. I'm up to date with that. I'm always trying to catch up with chat. It's a little bit different, a little bit difficult sometimes, but it's okay. It's cool. I love making connection with you guys. So I'm gonna do always a little bit of. I'll be there trying my best to read as fast, as frequent as possible. No problem. All right. Let's go through the pairs that most people want to be talking about. One is gold. How are you doing? All right. So the let's take a look here on gold on the higher time frames. It is same story, right? But it is uber bullish. There isn't anything here in terms of opportunities. If we look at the weekly time frame, it is a reflection of the same, right? There's to me, you're either already in the trade if you're trading on this time frame, or you're on the sideline in the sense that there is no current opportunity to enter now. Okay, on the daily time frame, we reach the target we talked about earlier, and price is just strong, continuing. You have the very beautiful, actually, right? You have a beautiful price action. You have it achieves, or it reaches the level, it stays there for a couple of bars, has the continuation, the break, but price doesn't go in a straight line. Usually it comes back to retest the same consolidation. That's just exactly what we're talking about with the order blocks, or the basis that Richard Butler was talking about just now. Something fell from my desk here. Let me put that there. All right, so you have the retest, and then the continuation. Very beautiful price action, very typical. So we see that all the time, and that's actually a very good sign. So on the daily time frame, what we have is we had a possible reversal or temporary top being tried to put in, which was this bullish or bearish, I'm sorry, daily structure. But you can already see what the market has done to it, right? The bearish, this structure, the fact that it's bearish engulfing tells us that the sellers for a couple of bars were getting grip on the situation, where they were pushing price lower. That's how these candlestick combination are created. But eventually we had that break of the order block, right? It's not broken yet. I'll correct myself. It's not completely invalidated, but the fact that it's gone and price was not able to be held by the order block is a sign that that order block is not the relevant order block that's going to stop price, reverse price, and that's where the opportunities are. Obviously, there's another opportunity, because once you have a break of this structure, that daily structure, this order block, you can then play for the retest, right? The same thing we just talked about on the weekly. It happens all the time on all time frame. You have break, retest, and continuation, right? Order block, break, yeah, right? The initiation, and then the retest and the continuation. So that's something you might want to consider. This is the daily order block. There isn't anything here for me to trade. As long as it's above, I want to be looking for a bullish order block, bullish opportunity, right above here. Let me indicate it. As long as it's above that order block, I want to be looking for a long. And when it's within and it failed to close above the order block, this is the line. It failed to close. Let's say it closes here or there. It doesn't matter. Anywhere below that longer line, you want to be looking for that short, because that means that the sellers, even though they allowed price to squeeze this order block by quite a lot, considerably, they did eventually, before the end of that period, the daily, they end up coming back and taking control, which is exactly what you want to be seeing. You want to always, the overarching theme, right, with these fresh order blocks is you want to get in the direction, right, of the side, bullish or bearish, the side that is gaining control, right? If you have already gained control, that would be a trend following strategy, right? Because you're going in with the winners. They've already been trending. They're already been taking control. But if you are a momentum trader, you want to get in right at the moment that one side gains control over the other one, and is potentially starting a new move or a new leg, a new impulse on a higher time frame. So awesome to break it down in that, to look at. I think it's very beneficial to look at in that perspective. So that's the daily. There isn't really any structure here. I'm just only want to be going long above the bearish order block that we talked, which might, or it looks like it's going to be validated today. And the H4, what do we have? What do we have on the H4? Khalid is waiting for a retracement. Yes, that is correct indeed. If you're looking for a long on that area, right, the breaking of a bearish structure is a bullish sign. You want to be getting in when it retraces, right? It breaks. That's the initial. On the retrace, you wait, and then the continuation. That's where you want to be getting in somewhere after the market, right there, when the market has retraced enough and is ready to do the continuation, right? So let's look at the lower time frames. Indeed, Sage. All right, so the H4, what we have here on the H4 is nothing really, in the sense that the H4 itself doesn't have any fresh order block that are now being retested while being fresh, so we can get in on that side. So there isn't anything I can use on this time frame. There is a breakout, but that's it. There is maybe a little structure here that I just saw. Let me go to it so you guys can see. Right, there is a little, right, it's right here. That is the outside bar on H2. So this area to me is interesting. There is a little there's a little bit of a trap trader scenario here, where you want, where it didn't, right? It is an outside bar. This is the low, right? So it took the low and it closed above the high. Right? That's the definition of the outside bar. See, that's the high. It closed above it. So you have, even if it's by only a few pipettes or a few points, we do have an outside bar here on a hourly time frame. So I would be interesting to see if we have multiple time frames. We didn't have the H4, so it's not something that according to my plan, that I would trade. But still, I could be trading, build a case to go long from that area as we come back. And there is something else that is also very interesting, which is that H1, right? H1 order block, which is still fresh. Why do I still fresh, right? This is the creation. These two candles created the order block. All of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them are the immediate retest. Yes, we did have a push, but as you can see, we haven't left this area. And by leaving the area, I mean there isn't one single candle that has its own range, its complete range, I mean, completely out of that order block. So to me, all of this is just the market getting ready for that next leg, which may or may not happen, but that's what the market wants to do. That's the intention. At least that's how I interpret it. It's the intention of what the market is trying to do. So meaning I say we, but the market, I mean, this is the creation of the order block, and all of this is the market getting ready for the continuation. At least that's the assumption that I will have, as long as this order block is still active and valid. Okay. Perfect. Let's look at what else can we find. So there is an H2 order block, which is this one. And then there is the H1, which is also in the same area, using the structures. There is some overlap. There isn't an H4, but it's still good. That overlap does tell us, is there a quasi here? Yes, there is, but there's no entry order block on that quasi, so there's no need to point it out. I'll show you what the quasi is. That's the quasi. I know it's not a quasi. My bad. Not a quasi. Sorry for that. Let me see. All right. So what else do we have on the H1? We do have a structure here, which we could be, yes, there. All right, so you have this is the 50-minute, on there was no quasi, but on the 5 there is. And look at that. Beautiful. Look at that. This is the neckline, right? Was taken out twice. Here you go. That's the neckline, and these are the structures. So that is, look at that. How much more beautiful can you get that? Look at that reaction. Oof. That's a masterpiece. Something to, to hang in a museum. Look at that reaction. Beautiful. That's what you want to be catching. That's the kind of reaction you want to be seeing from these structures as price is getting in. In the end, this can still fail, but these are the structures where everything is lining up, that have the highest probabilities for reaching target. Right. So let me check the chat. I've seen with the corner of my eye that you guys have been very, very active. I'm very appreciative of that. I like to see that. Quasi time. Yes, Louis. Indeed, it is quasi time. Patel is let's see. Patel, I will tell you right away. I am not very familiar with the okay, I thought I was something else. I'm not an expert on the Wyckoff method, right? So I wouldn't be able to. I'll just be honest with you. There are so many things I don't, I don't, not very good at. So I will just tell you right away that's not something I could help you with. I know I said I would try my best, but I'll there's no sense in me trying to do something that it's not going to be helpful for you. But anything else, try me and maybe I can, or maybe not. But I'll be here. Let me know if you have anything else to ask. Maybe I can help you with. Obviously, I know about the Wyckoff method, right? It's not, that is completely unfamiliar, but I don't think I should be talking about something that it's still. I don't have a high proficiency in its depth in its knowledge and understanding all the layers of the method. Let's see. Waiting for the retracement. Khalid said. I think I read that already. Khalid said maybe back to 3780. Okay. Right. So Khalid is waiting for a possible bigger retracement all the way down to this structure. Actually, 780, you said. All right. So that's over here. So yeah, perhaps that makes a lot of sense on the higher time frame. Perhaps that's completely conceivable, Khalid. Why do I say that? Yes, there is an H1 order block, which is based on this nice consolidation breakout, and then come back for the retest, and that's the area that I would be waiting for price to come back, touch, and move on, which is exactly what it's doing, right? However, all of this is just the hourly, and just based on the highest time frame it's based is the H1. On the greater scheme of things, the H1 is not exactly very, very potent, right? So if you just zoom out a little bit more, it's perfectly normal for price to come back to the upper border of that daily time frame before it continues higher. And when I say upper border, it's give and take with some more, right? So this is totally possible, conceivable. Hold on. It's totally conceivable that price could come back, retest that order block on the daily time frame. That could be something for tomorrow, the next day, or sometime in the next couple of days. And if it were to happen, perhaps doing it slowly, you would see that sometimes it only needs to touch that upper border, and a lot of the times it needs some more of retesting, needs to tap into some more liquidity that's laying in that structure before it can push higher. So your expectation, Khalid, is very reasonable to expect price to go much deeper when you go to the higher time frame. For now, for an intraday, for a session trade, this is a nice way to capture the continuation for market. The initial target on this would be just the structure, the top of the structure, or something close to the top of the structure. And the other thing you can also do is measure the ATR and get a sense of what is likely, how high could this be. If only I can catch this. Okay, so it's 70. What's the ATR on the daily time frame? I don't think it's that high. It's 49. So you got to be careful in that sense, targeting that high, because it's gold. It's very bullish, but assuming that it's going to continue today is perhaps asking a bit too much. So I would be conservative with that. It's already overextended. There's no news that warrants. We did have pending home sales, and Trump will be speaking later on in about, what time is that? Actually, the pending home sales hasn't happened yet. So all of this move, that breakout that we have, is not based on any move, so any high impact news. So that makes me be a little bit careful with expecting price to keep on expanding much higher. Let's say, let's take a look. I would think that just targeting this order block is plenty, is something, it's conservative. Not the 5 but the 15, and in that case, yes, the top is the target, but I would definitely just want to be conservative, yes, and have it something like this, right? So you get in and just target either below there, and you just target the next structure right there, maybe even that H5, the 5-minute, that to be the target. Something like that makes a lot of sense for me, and not expecting price to just continuing, because the ATR is a bit extended, right? 70, right? I did measure it correctly, right? Let's check. Yeah. So it was 70, and the ATR is, as just shy of 50, meaning what's that? That's 1.4, or 140%, which is quite extended. So I know it's on a daily on a higher time frame, that's very bullish, but intraday I would even be looking for overextension to short this, right? Because it's kind of overextended. If it were to go again and have like a breakout, I would gladly want to just short it, just because of that extension. If it does show reversal signs and things like that. But this is the trade in terms of the quasi, which is the buy which we just had a couple of minutes ago. All right, let's take a look at other pairs. What do you guys say? Check the chat. The Sage says all strategies are byproducts of break and retest. If I'm being honest, I understand you, the Sage. Yes, in the sense, yes. However, there are more strategies than just this, right? There are other things that, for example, when you're fading a move, right? Not necessarily. There's a breaking retest on the lower time frame, but it's fading an overextended move, right? So there are little things, little strategies that are different than the common break and retest. But it is totally true, the Sage. A lot of strategies can be broken down to the same phenomena, capturing the same thing break and retest. The quasi, the order block, or even though they're completely different, one is much more elaborate, the other one is just two candlestick. Basically, a lot of the time there's so much overlap, they're just doing the same thing, just on another level. And that applies for, all, not all, but a lot of strategies. They're basically trying to catch the same thing, just from a different angle, a different perspective, and with its different lingo as well. But it's the same. I understand that it's basically the same. All right. Let's take a look. FX Billionaire. I don't have a course. I have spoken on our YouTube channel a number of times, and some events we've had, but I don't have like a course. Not currently, in any case. You can find me here and find me on Discord, where I gladly share, a lot, just about everything that I trade on the main strategy. So you can learn, for your benefit. You can learn and apply, test it first, obviously, and then apply it to your system as well. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're referring to, the Sage, but thank you for your messages. All right. The Shada is what is the TP? That's probably before I put on the target here. All right. Someone wants us to look at the Kiwi Yen. Let's take a look. Take a look. Il Munita. Thank you for that suggestion. We can certainly take a look at the Kiwi Yen. Right. Okay, so I'm not sure what time zone you're talking about, time frame, I mean. Let us know, Il Munita, where you are looking for. Are you talking about the hourlies, the 4 hour, or maybe even on the daily as a swing trade? I can do a short, quick reaction, a quick breakdown of the market. That's the beautiful monthly order block that was retested, right? That's where you want to be looking for that short, but that's already happened on the weekly time frame. What do we have? We had a beautiful weekly here that was or was not touched. It looks like it was 35.6. The high here is 35.6. It is a perfect touch. Ooh, lovely. Love it when the market does that. That's to me the confirmation that these order blocks that I mark are good, are effective when the market reacts to them, just like that. All right, so we have the weekly right here. What else do we have? There we go. Don't forget, guys, as I'm breaking down the market, hit and subscribe to the channel. Help us reach more people in delivering good content with value that's able to help you achieve your financial goals, your trading goals. Sounds very ambitious, right? This is the daily time frame, so this is the daily quasi. Beautiful, such a beautiful. Look at that quasi. Oh man, I don't trade this pair, but if I've seen this, I made a choice not to trade these pairs, but this will be other pairs, because the same as Richard, I need to focus. That's the top. That is the official. Actually, this could also be considered the left shoulder, and then you have the daily retest, which has a very beautiful entry order block on that daily, as the market comes back and then goes the other way. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's with hindsight, obviously, but the beauty is that this is a recurrent thing, right? It does that all the time. So understanding Kiwi Yen, right, that we have a quasi, I can be confident that the market is trying to reach this. Okay, at least. Okay, so that could be If I get in a trade on the lower time frame, that can be my target to begin with. That's one thing. So let's look at the H4. Do we have something here? All right. Do we have anything of, we got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that's not a valid quasi. So I'm still going to be waiting for price to reach this. What else do we have on the daily time frame? We go closer by. We did have one order block here. That would want to be shorting that in these wicks, but it already happened. You have another one here. That's where you want to be shorting that. It's getting one on top, or the opposite of on top, tight, mitigating each other. So that's great. And this is actually also an outside bar, right? It's all already happened, so it's not something you can use currently, like right now, but you can understand what the market is doing, right? Comes back, moves away, comes back, moves away. And another time here as well from this order block, the market comes back, touches it, and continues. That's the recurrent theme. That's what we're talking about, Richard and I, that the market does all the time. All right, so what is let me check if Monita give us the time frame. H4. Okay, thank you for that. Probably you're talking about this swing point, right? Where the market has come. Yeah, sure, I can see that. But the higher time frame is telling me that the sellers are in control, right? We can see that for different reason. One is that we have a daily quasi at play, right? This is the daily quasi. That's one thing. Right? Left shoulder had breaking of the neckline. It comes back and retest on that order block. And when I see this, the obvious place to target is that area. So understand, let me correct this. I understand by watching that, I understand that that's where the market wants to go. So ideally you want to be aligning or looking for opportunities in that direction, right? Where the higher time frame is very clear, they want to reach that. It's not going to always reach it, but a lot of the time, that's how you align yourself for having a high probability trade. So this is where you want to be going for. That means that you want to be going short. And you can also, not only because of that daily structure that I just mentioned, but you can see that who is in control. If you look at the daily, right? Let me mark that. You can see that the sellers are in control, right? So that's great. That's not surprising, looking because of the quantity that we just saw. And on the H4, you want to be looking for then on, if possible, right? That's how I trade. You don't have to trade like I do. But the H4 you want to be looking for an H4 structure. So I want to be looking for perhaps this structure to be retested. That's an H4. However, it would be even better if it were to come back and retest something in here. Maybe it's too maybe by the time it reaches it, because the market is quite impulsive, by the time it reaches it, I would no longer be interested, because it will not be fresh anymore for me. But these are the things that I would be watching, right? The market is wanting to reach that low, but I want to be catching that move perhaps from there, or perhaps from that high, something like that. So to me, I'm looking for the supply zone to catch a move short that is aligned with the daily and the H4. However, I think this is perhaps something for tomorrow. let's mark this. So we have today we're already doing 53, and 53 where the ATR is 51. So basically, you shouldn't expect price to go much lower, at least not today, right? It could go, it could, but since there is no high impact news, I wouldn't expect that to happen. I would just be, targeting, understanding that it's done its move for today, and it's likely to just to stay there, slowly go lower, or come back as a reversion to the mean. And what I like about this is that perhaps in the coming days we could have a retest of this structure on its way going lower. I think that's the opportunity there. Without any other time frame, already on the daily, you can take this trade and target that low when it comes back to reach that. But you can do even better by using the hourlies to get in with a tighter stop. This is not bad at all. This is 14 pips, looking for that bigger move down, and you can definitely make this a higher entry. On the lower time frame, I can see myself going long here. Yes, the daily is short. Yes, I expect price to continue to go lower, but for today, it's already reaching that 100% ATR. So a push higher, a little push like a scalp, or just a couple of dozens of minutes of a move higher makes a lot of sense. It's not something for everyone, though. I understand that. You don't want to be going against the trend. If you're new to trading, just stick to following the trend, and then that's the safest thing to do. So if you are new, I wouldn't, try anything else. I see weakness here. Okay, so I see some there's that liquidity taking that sweep right there. And if the market comes back, it would be if the market comes back, you'll see a strong movement. But it's still in the progress, so I wouldn't assume yet that it's going to reverse. Actually, I think it's going to continue go lower, to be fair. Why? Because it shouldn't be closing the bars like it did. So I'm getting mixed signals here. One is it is breaking and closing below that structure, that H2, which doesn't invalidate it, but that's a sign of weakness. We still have 1 hour and 23. And the other thing is the ATR will start to kick in, or already started to kicking in. But still, this looks kind of weak. I would say I wouldn't want to. Right, there's an outside bar here. Look at that. Look at that outside bar. But this is with very little alignment, right? You don't have the H1. You don't have the. Do we have the H1? Not yet. So yeah, those are the things that I would be able to tell you. Right, there's a little trade here. See that? That's the quasi breaks the neckline, and it comes back to one of the order blocks to react for the continuation. But you already have that ATR, so it's a little bit iffy. Not exactly what I would want to. I do see the quasi that indicates that price could continue lower, but the ATR is conflicting. So I would be a little bit careful with that. What I would be wanting to, I think this is the better trade when it comes back, if it comes back to that daily order block, to short it, as long as it hasn't reached the level below us right here. As long as it hasn't reached it, then this is a very valid trade. Wait for the entry, wait for the confirmation on the lower time frame. Just don't go do this blindly. Do your homework, and just only after the market actually tells you that it wants to continue lower, then you get in. Okay. Perfect. El Minuta, no problem. There is a delay. There's a natural automatic delay in the streams of about I think it's, I don't know, half a minute or so, maybe even more, before you type something, I get it instantly or almost instantly. But because the stream has a delay, you don't see that all the time. Not all the time. You don't see it right away. Perfect. Let's see. What quasi? What is a quasi? I think you're asking. Oh yes. What is a quasi? A quasi is a reversal pattern. No problem, Il Monita. No problem at all. That's where we're here, mi amigo. All right. So, hi there, another friend of ours for our stream. All right. So the question: what is a quasi? For those who are new to the concept, let's use the Kiwi yen to explain that. Right. It is a reversal pattern. Very simply put, right? You have an uptrend, and this uptrend is like so, right? That's the very textbook example of a head and shoulder, and the quasi is a form, right? It's a variation. It's a different type of a head and shoulder. This is the head and shoulder, the shoulder on each side and the head in the middle, very symmetrical, very textbook like. And a quasi is when the head and shoulder is not symmetrical but still complies with the general rule of a quasi, right? Meaning that it has a break of structure. So it has, in order to have a quasi, you need to have an uptrend, right? Meaning higher highs, higher lows, and it needs to create a break, right? Which is like so. The less significant low, it needs to break it, and once it break it, that's when you have the ignition or the activation, not ignition, activation of the quasi, and this would be the right shoulder, right there. I traded like so, and that it's a reversal pattern, putting your stop above the high or above that swing point, depending on your risk appetite, and targeting this low. This doesn't look that interesting because of the risk reward ratio, but this doesn't have to be like that, right? Sometimes it is like so, right? It's not at all symmetrical. That's the thing. It's not symmetrical. If it is symmetrical, then it is not a quasi, right? So that's basically, it's a reversal pattern. It helps you get into these reversal move, and you can use them on multiple time frames to get tighter and much better entries. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna leave this for future reference. Maybe we can revisit this Il Munita on Kiwi Yen in a couple of days and see if this panned out. That would be nice. Let's take a look at GJ. Someone asking for GJ. Let's take a look at GJ. Thank you guys for watching us, GJ. Short on gold. Khalid is going short on gold. Before we go to GJ, let's take a look at gold. Someone is shorting. Khalid is shorting gold. Okay. Did it hit the TP? Ooh, yes, it did. Beautiful, right? It's not something we didn't enter. I didn't enter this trade, but that was the trade. I saw it. I think it was around here, or maybe it was around here. Beautiful how it targets it, and you're looking to short this. Sure. If you're shorting this, Khalid, take into account that the market's still very bullish. I see your point. There isn't a 50-minute order block, and yes, gold is overextended without having any huge or any high impact news. So I think it's a nice short, but keep in mind that the market is very, very bullish. So you want to be very precise with your entries, or keeping your risk low, because you can stomach, a push higher, understanding that the market might still have some room above us before it actually reverses, right? And or what I do is, if the market doesn't respect the levels, I have it clear where it invalidates. In this case, you have a possible, this is the target of the setup. I would manage it this way, but this is the end of the the yellow or the orange, light orange line, that's the completion of the pattern, right? So you you at least want to have your stop above this, because already you have a complete quasi telling you that the likely place for it to go is this way. I want the reverse or the being conservative, and I would have my TP before the area. But it wouldn't make sense, I think, to have your TP within the structure right before. If anything, you should have it above the structure. Your stop loss I'm talking about, right? Stop loss being short because of what you just said. Let's see if we have something to. Okay, so there is a date, an H1. This is the short. This is Khalid's trade. Right, so you do have a little hourly candle here in 15-minute. On the 5-minute, there isn't anything here. On the 3-minute, there is, and I would be on the 3-minute. I would be taking this. I would be considering this, but I would want the market to see how it reacts to it first, right? So it has to actually touch it, and then I will, depending if it just does this, then that's a no-go, right? But if you can see the market of sellers coming in as it does this with for example, with a quasi on the 3-minute or the 1-minute, then that could be your sign to get in. But I think price pushing higher is well within the possibilities. So you want to be careful with this, Khalid, or just taking as a scalp, right? Just waiting for the market to have some kind of reaction. You close it and walk away with your profit. Like that reaction. Oh, look at that! Look at that! That's a nice reaction right there. Look at that. We'll see. Well, on the 1-minute, the structure would be here. Is here. So as long as it doesn't break that structure, there's nothing happening. Even if it's a nice reaction, yes, I have some alerts going off. Even if it's a nice reaction, you want to be careful into thinking, it's reversal. It's not a reversal yet. It's a reaction. We have reactions all the time on various time frames. It doesn't mean necessarily that's going to reverse. So let's see. We do have an H 3-minute there, a 2. But is it a valid 2? Yes, there is a 2 as well, and there is a 1. The 1 is, of course, we have a 1. If you have a 3, you automatically have a 1. In terms of break of structures, there is too many here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I would be interested in especially this area. But I can understand taking an advance on that. That area seems very, very interesting because of that overlap. So I would want to see what price does when it reaches it. It's kind of adventurous going short already, right? But maybe I'm missing something. Perfect. Let's take a look at GJ. The Sage says I'm long from 38.21. Okay, so that's around here. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, keep in mind, the Sage, that the ATR is kind of extended, so I don't know what you're targeting, right, and how long you plan on holding it. But for today, much higher prices would be, it can certainly break out, but for this day, a correction or a move down is the chance of that is considerable, considering the fact that the ATR is quite high, right? Around 70, and the ATR is around 49, meaning, it's expecting price to continue It's possible, but not highly likely, at least not for today. TPA, okay, perfect. I like that. I like that a lot. Yes, that's exactly what you want to be doing. Either one of these structures, exactly. Sage, thank you for letting me know. That is a nice trade. The conservative target is, of course, before this structure, before that 15-minute, because you typically, not typically, but a lot of the times you have this kind of reaction of them, and you don't know in advance how big that reaction can be, even though the market eventually might go to your target, which is here. It's difficult to understand, difficult to know in advance, if it's going to be just a little reaction, or if it's actually going to be something deeper, pushing you, in drawdown and possibly hitting stop losses and things like that. I like the reaction a lot, although it didn't reach my area. Let's look at the 1 minute to see if it breaks that structure. This is the 1 minute quasi, and it's looking solid, getting all the moves here for a much lower, but it needs to take this out, right? As long as it doesn't take this out, it's just a reaction. There's no structural break. It needs to break that out, and then if it does break it, then to me the entry, one of the entries would be this, right? That would be the. Although I'm to be fair, I wanted to reach this area before, but it doesn't always do it. Perfect, lovely. All right, so that's the reaction on off of this 50-minute. There you go, broke it. Now I'm looking for this to enter. I'm not going to enter this because it's not my strategy. It doesn't have H4, but I would be, if I were to adapt my system to target this, I would be looking for a short from to catch this reaction, right? This reaction into again. So going long first, reaching target here, and then reversing because of you have the ATR. And actually, it's kind of a bit early though to go short and hold it much longer. But if it were to be in about 2-3 hours, let's say it does this. This is a let's say it comes back and it continues, takes this out, this swing high, and let's say by 2-3 hours it's around here, and it starts to slow down, and you see a quasi appearing, then that's a nice trade to take, as it fades back into somewhat closer to the mean. That would be a nice trade, and it's against the trend because the trend is up, right? So you got to understand that if it does that, you don't want to be too ambitious with it. Maybe just a little push, and that's it, right? So maybe something like this, where you target not that direction, of course. You're taking a short from here, and you're putting your stop above that structure with some extra, and you just target something that it left behind in this leg. That could be something like this, right? 1-to-1 to a little bit lower, a little bit more, and depending on where your stop is, your risk reward could be that could be interesting. All right, lovely. Let's take a look at GJ. Khalid says, yes, Khalid, indeed. Perfect. Louise, how are you doing, Louise? All right, hopefully doing well. Let's take a look at GJ, and then we have about 7 minutes. I think we can do GJ quickly, and then EU before we close our stream for today. And I hope you guys had some great time watching us breaking the market. All right, so we have a fresh order block on the monthly on GJ. However, as you can see, let's measure how many candles there were. 14. To me, it's no longer fresh. So it means that, the probability of this order block being a driver for the next couple of bars is not that great. It can still have its reaction, and maybe it already had here the reaction to be expected. It can still have a bigger reaction, but that's it. Even though that reaction can be enough for our lower time frame structures or trades because this is the monthly, but it's not a monthly trade, not in my opinion. Let's look at the weekly. Let's take a look. The weekly is so if we go from current prices, we are retesting a. Okay, so this is interesting. When we start seeing bullish and bearish order blocks being retested at this, very close to each other, that means that the market is, having equal forces on each side, which makes it likely to go range bound or consolidate before it actually chooses direction, whether it's going to have a breakout to the upside or it's going to be converted to be a top, because it goes the other way. You get that inside bar sometimes, and then the expansion on one of the two sides when you have these two, when you have the order blocks being so tight to each other and retesting, seemingly successful initially on even overlapping each other. I think this is overlapping. It is not, but it's very close, almost overlapping. So market can go, you can take trades shorts from that or area, and you can take long from these area, right? There's plenty of opportunities here because this is a higher time frame. And don't be a hero trying to catch the actual breakout and continuation, because it may not do it again. Do it quickly, right? It can still do this sometime, and then it might decide to take lower or go higher, and in between you'll get stopped out, and then maybe even miss the breakout. So just go take it to the next level in the opposite direction, and that's it. When the market starts doing this, okay, so you have structures on both sides. Basically, you can build a case to this is a bearish already here, right? So you have the daily on DJ. It's not breaking any structures. This is the structure for the daily. That's very interesting to consider, right? So that's the structural. Those will be considered then the left shoulder right here, and then the head right there. Perfect. Let's take a look. Okay. So those are the two areas. Someone asking, Edwin, the server, our Discord server, it's through the your hub account, right? So you get into your account where you see where you can buy our accounts, where you can find your challenges. On the left lower corner, you should see a little icon symbolizing the Discord, and that's how you get in. I think it's a rectangular button. Not sure what it is now. But if you have any difficulty, check the live agents on live support on the website. They can also guide you towards the Discord community. Once you're in, you have to be a client as well, right? You have to be a trader with us. Doesn't have to be funded, but just have to have an account. If you have an account, then you can get into the server, the Discord server, which is free for those who have an account. Okay, so you have, this is the structural, right? Structure on the daily. The H4, it hasn't broken structure. That's the point here. So there isn't really a lot you can say. Well, there is this outside, this order block that was being retested, still fresh. So you understand that this move can have a little push down because of that order block. But remember what I said, you have this to weekly, so you don't want to be targeting to, expecting that this weekly will fail, because that's from a daily order block, that's not very likely. Other than that, we don't have anything except a bullish order block here, which is being squeezed today. Okay. So actually that tells me that I want to be looking for a long on the perspective of the daily and the weekly, right? So you have a weekly being retested. You have the daily creating an order block. So that means that you have alignment, and you could be looking for a long here on the H4, but the long on the H4 is not visible. On this time frame, the sellers are in control. So there, you still have to wait for that alignment. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that quasi. Man. Oh, that's such a beauty. Look at this. Look at this. All right, so that's the quasi. That's the break of it. And look at that. Boom, bingo. That's the entry order block on the H4, for those who are wondering. So if I understand this from a H4 perspective, my target would be that low on that. But as I said, this is within a bullish weekly structure, so I wouldn't want to be going against that, right? So that's not the. I would only take this this trade within the day, but I wouldn't hold this for much longer. So a trade like this would be a short from that level and just target the next very level possible on a relevant time frame, which it already reached, which was that order block, or to the target of the day, the daily ATR. ATR is at, let's take a look. I think we won't be having enough time for our EU because it's already time, but the daily ATR is at 101. And the range for today is 91. So there's still a little room for a little push lower if it decides to do so. About an average 10 pips. So yeah, I don't see the long, to be fair. So probably the projected low for the day is around 199, 40, 30, 39, something like that. That's the expected range for the day. For the 100%, obviously it can continue go lower, but roughly here you'll start to see it decelerate and possibly looking for a looking to push back a little bit higher. I like the fact that you have a daily here. I know from the lower time frame this looks very bearish. From the lower time frame, from the H4 and lower, this looks like it's going to go to that area. But the daily, right, so long as this daily is still standing, and that has a weekly to it as well, I would argue, yeah, it's kind of difficult because it's not the short is not from any place. It's from an aligned area, so it has enough reasons to continue. What can break this weekly, right? What can break this weekly? It's another weekly. So in that sense, I wouldn't matter. Yes, I think I would go away. I'll have my target. I could have my targets at the end of that structure and even lower because of this weekly, right? I would then target the weekly on the opposite direction, which would be this as the target. It's a bit not as high probability as normal, but this would be my macro target, right? Because of what I just explained. It went away there. That would be my macro target, understanding that this could continue to go lower. Because the H4 is very, as looking at this quasi, it makes a lot of sense for the market to go to at least this area and likely to that area as well on the higher time frame. So there you go. That's my breakdown of this market and the fact that we are moving along, going through this daily structure, which shouldn't be the case, right? This is a daily. It shouldn't be going easily through it, only if it's not going to eventually, respect it and just continue. For today, I expect price to be around here, but eventually reach that and possibly even much, much lower in the coming, I don't know. For the macro target, maybe in a couple of weeks. And this target, I don't know, a couple of days. And this is for today. Based on the quasi, it could just change completely and go up because you do have that daily. So watch out with your stops. You do have a daily structure, but so far the way it's been behaving, is at all not indicative of buyers coming in. And so as long as that's still is the case, price is likely to just continue to, following that bearish script and just going to the next target and then next and possibly even lower. All right, that's it for me for today. I hope you enjoyed our breakdown here at the 5ers. I didn't manage to do EU. So if you want to see EU, join us on Discord or come back tomorrow where we will be talking all about trading, showing all the analysis your heart desires, and as we do our best to help you out. Don't forget to hit the like button. We have this tournament going today, not today, this week, which we will continue to hold, and which is very exciting. I invite you to watch us. In the comment, you will find the tournament's status, right? The bracket where you can see how we're doing. Each one is doing. Don't forget that. And that's it. Hope you guys are having a blast watching us. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.